Most people avoid trouble. Some people look for it. Then there are those people who stumble blindly through life and trouble sticks to them like they're magnetic. I'm category 3. When 7 toddlers were left in the playroom while their nanny played with a delivery boy, which kid discovered the electrical socket? When 19 lads ran in 19 different directions after Father Dolan caught them swigging the sacramental wine, whose hair did he happen to grab? When 4 shadowy figures snuck half a dozen flat-screen TVs out of the skylight at Disco Mart, whose face did the insomniac across the street pick out of a photo book? Okay, I looked at her. Everything was dark, I could barely see the edge of the roof. Then suddenly there was this light. You'd look too. It's instinct. Oh, pardon me, not your instinct. You'd never be there. You're too honest, too intelligent, too sensible to rip off TVs or drink the Holy One's blood. I'm just a yahoo, right? You're Captain Sensible, the superhero with a blameless life. You know where your superpowers come from, Captain? Your full belly, your home, your bank account, your knowledge that if you do what you're told, you won't get stuck lifting heavy boxes until your back blows out and you spend the rest of your life in constant pain. I come from a world without that hope. Abandon hope, all ye who enter here. That's what hell is. No hope. If you lived in hell and one day you got a glimpse of something better, you think you wouldn't be tempted? You just turn away and go back to taking your lumps forevermore? Well, aren't you an obedient soul? Should nail yourself to a fucking cross. You know what you'd really do? Anything. Lie, steal, kill. Any depravity you've seen on late-night television, you could do. You would do in my situation. You just don't know yourself like I know you. I do. I know you because we're both human beings. We both love, hate, want, maybe different stuff, but the same emotions. The real difference between us is that I've been to hell, and you haven't. Oh, sure, you've experienced pain and loss, wondered how you'd ever escape this cage you're in, blah, blah, blah. But how many real cages have you been in? How long have you gone without food? How many foreign objects have forced their way into your body? You've never even had a whiff of hell, yet you're so damn sure of your instincts. I'd lock you in Rikers and tell the Vita Loca boys you're up. Where you going? Wait, let me buy you a drink. Misjudgments. They drive me nuts. So many I've had passed on me. So many wagging fingers, clucking and shaking heads, so many dark pronouncements about my future that I can see them forming in people's eyes. In your eyes. I know what I must look like in my silk suit with my arrest record and plea for special understanding. That boy doesn't attract trouble, you're thinking. That boy is trouble. It couldn't have been honest work that put this wad in my pocket, right? Actually, I'm Dr. Eddie Doyle, curing cancer. Or I'm Eddie Doyle, Esquire, defending cigarette companies. I'm a doctor and a lawyer. I give 'em cancer, then I cure 'em. No, I'm a dunce. The suit can't hide it. I'm the sort of brain-dead creature that survives in hell, one without the wit to reflect on the sins he commits to survive. However, despite my sins, the story of my transition from hell to the high life is almost entirely the story of my persecution. Any compensation I've received as a result of that evening was entirely unpremeditated, and the Danforth County District Attorney agreed at the inquest. I was, she said, far too stupid to have planned this. The events of that night were caused by a unique combination of people and objects, brought together by my unique personal magnetism for trouble. It is this magnetism which cursed me for so long, which has finally been the key to my salvation. The thing about trouble, which most people don't understand, is that it's not always a bad thing. You may have heard that the Chinese words for crisis and opportunity are identical. That's bullshit, but it goes to an interesting point. Trouble can sometimes have a marvelous, transforming quality which equalizes everyone. Whether you're a king or a bus driver, if your wife catches you with your pants down, you're sleeping on the couch. Possibilities are sometimes presented at these basic human moments which would be unthinkable at other times. After years of getting in trouble, it was inevitable that sooner or later I would be presented with an equalizing possibility. I do bear responsibility for taking advantage of that possibility, but I don't think I did anything which any decent, reasonable person in my situation, you for instance, would not have done. Totality. My lawyers have always spoken to the jury about how the totality of factors in one's life, education, religion, opportunity, are crucial to understanding any individual action. Change the totality, and you can change the individual. You think you couldn't steal? Beat a man bloody? Pull the trigger? I did. I did it all that night. Let me tell you the story, with all the backstory and side story that made the events what they really were, and not how they appeared to the cops on the scene. After you've heard it all, if you can look me in the eye and tell me that if that was you, you wouldn't have gotten in some trouble too, I'll buy you another. Chapter 2. Those are Matsumaya pearls. Each one is worth $1,000. I don't know what they're strung with. Maybe you can bite through. 3 of those marbles were in my mouth. Roger was always doing stuff like this to me. That's Roger Carver, my boss. Haven't heard of him? You've probably seen his buildings. He owns a few in Midtown. Or his tankers cruising up the river, loaded with oil, big green Unico logos on their sides. Unico. That Roger Carver. I couldn't believe my luck when he hired me. Us guys with records, usually the only car work we can get is for a limo service. Taking travel and salesmen to the airport and beat up town cars. They'll trust us for that. But maintaining the family roles? A gig with a private house means bonuses, time off, all kinds of pluses you don't get at a service. Why offer such a primo position to someone with black marks on his permanent record? As I went in for the interview, I thought it was a mistake. I actually checked the address to make sure I was in the right city before I rang the bell. Arthur, Roger's butler, is a right guy once you get to know him, but that morning he wouldn't even give me a hello. Just, follow me. The click of my heels sounded like thunder on that marble floor as Arthur led me down the hall. By the end, I was walking on tiptoes. He ushered me into a study where a very well-preserved man in a silk smoking jacket was studying my resume. Ice blue eyes ignored me for several minutes. They had just enough wrinkles around them to look natural. The mark of great plastic surgery, not too perfect. If it weren't for that snow on his roof, I'd have said he was 50. I busied my eyes on his room. It was dotted with expensive trinkets. Tiffany lamps, crystal paperweights, a Louis Vuitton desk set. My place in Brooklyn had a lot of trinkets, but I'd gotten them all at flea markets and thrift shops. They were all beat to shit. Roger's trinkets were museum quality. I was terrified to touch anything. He didn't seem to notice they were there. So you like to drive? Roger leaned back into his leather recliner. I was squirming on a flimsy folding chair, the one piece of crap in the room. Yes, sir, I lied. I'd gotten my chauffeur's license 6 weeks ago at the insistence of my parole officer, who had also somehow gotten me this interview. A chauffeur, he said, is like a lawyer, a doctor, a priest. I liked that. They are witnesses to our private lives. In their offices, anything might come out. Embarrassments, weaknesses, even crimes. The same is true of your back seat. However, those professions are covered by legally recognized oaths of confidentiality. A chauffeur is considered just a servant. And here he leaned forward. He is so much more than that to me. Are you a student of history, Edward? I like old movies. Caesar, Napoleon, Hitler. They all had their coachmen, witnesses to affairs of state, and some not of state. Where are the memoirs of these inside views? The tell-alls, the sellouts, the big spills? I had missed those movies. I stared at him. He nodded. Yours is a noble tradition, one which I fear has atrophied in recent years. He stabbed my resume with a finger. There are several gaps in your employment history which I would like you to explain. I was in prison. My parole officer had told me not to hide that. I didn't advertise it either. Roger pulled a sheet of paper from under his blotter and read it. 19 months for burglary, 2009 and 2010. Arrested in 2002 for burglary. Charges dropped for lack of due process. Breaking and entering, 1998. Automobile theft in 1995. Assorted petty theft before that, interspersed with stints in various jails and juvenile detention facilities. Your cellmates and co-defendants give you very good reviews. Confidentiality from a convict. It seems natural. I was on duty whenever he wanted me. Hot and cold running car and driver. I never knew what it was I was supposed to be confidential about. On the way to work, I'd hear him on the phone, cutting deals, but it was all over my head. At night, he'd usually go out on the town with the missus. Roger dumped his old wife and 2 kids a few years before and married a young hottie named Chantal. Sounds like cheap champagne, right? When I first met her, that's what I thought she was. Sickly sweet and bubbly, the kind of buzz that gives a wicked hangover. She laughed too loudly at his jokes. She was always stroking him and having wardrobe malfunctions. All the lusty theatrics you expect from a $20 hooker. Chantal made a lot of heads turned when she sashayed into the opera on Roger's arm. I guess that's what he liked about her. While her husband was at work, I ferried Chantal from the beauty parlor to her Pilates class, to the shops. At first I figured she'd treat me like shit. You know, the tramp wife wanting to prove she's above her driver. But she was always regular with me. If she knew her stylist was going to take 2 hours, she'd tell me I was on vacation for 2 hours. She shared her gum with me. We were both Red Sox fans, so we'd listen to games together. We only talked about small stuff, but I always felt she was on my side. Once, after I'd picked up a fare while she was at the gym, $30 to ferry a couple of desperate tourists from Midtown to 96th Street. Roger found a scarf the fare had left in the back seat. "I've been looking everywhere for that," Chantal said, with a wink to me. Saved my ass. So Chantal and I got along great every day until around 7 o'clock when we'd go to pick up Roger from the office. On the way there, she'd get really quiet. Then we'd pick him up, and she'd transform from my baseball buddy into this bubbling sex pot, like someone else had put on her skin. So I was driving these 2 around, and for a few months, life was pretty good. There was always a parking space, hot drinks brought to me while I waited, other chauffeurs to hang out with, and oh, the places we'd go. All these fancy clubs. The Rhinebeck Club, the Hudson Club, the Stuyvesant Club, in fancy old buildings with brass plaques and doormen with matching brass buttons. Then there were the house parties on Fifth Avenue with lines of black limos out front. And the country estates. They were like the set of Top Hat or Footlight Parade with marble staircases and champagne fountains. I never actually went in the set. I was always out front running the chamois over the rolls. But for a boy from Red Hook, just getting this close to the high life was a high. You know the high life, right? That place where the shit goes away, and everything you want is right there, and your only job is to look beautiful. When I was a kid, the high life was on the other side of the stained glass window. Heaven. Then it was on the other side of the movie screen, then the other side of the gate, the velvet rope, the brass plaque, the cell door. I could see it, but the high life was always just on the other side of something. Guys like me and Artie the butler, we got little tastes of the high life, polishing off bottles of single malt and wearing moth-eaten cashmere sweaters. But in return, we had to put up with Roger shoving his wealth in our faces every day, trying to get a rise out of us. He'd stand between the house and the car so Artie and I would both be holding doors for him, and fix his cuffs. That man could spend 10 minutes on his cuffs, and we had to stand there as still as palace guards. Artie had been treated better by his previous employers, so he was bitter, which Roger loved. However, I was just happy not to be locked up or lifting a crate of watermelons. Hell, I even got to drive a Rolls Royce. Roger could have been swimming in champagne and I'd still have been happy. I think that's what made him go after me. It started when we were stuck in traffic. He'd run out a newspaper to read and was squirming around. He started snorting, then staring at the corners of the car. "Listen, do you hear that? A ping." I couldn't hear anything but other people's horns. "There it is again. What is that?" "I don't know, sir." "Well, go look." "In the engine? I think it's under the car. You hear?" The Rolls was purring like a kitten. "You're the chauffeur. The car is your department. Now I want a report." The road was covered in grease, dirt, shit. Roger smiled as I ruined my suit looking for his ping. People stopped on the sidewalk to laugh and point at the filthy chauffeur. I kept coming up, and he kept sending me back under, telling me how he still heard it. Then the traffic cleared, and the ping mysteriously went away. After that, he wouldn't leave me alone. He'd bug me about my haircut, make me lift suitcases full of books, and sit in the car in the hot sun with the AC off. Now it was these pearls. We were driving to Hadley Prep, an overpriced day school in the North Bronx for city parents who want their kids to get a country club education. Roger had been invited out for some kind of function. I didn't ask what. I kept my eyes on the road. Gradual stops and starts. Perfect driving. Then Chantal started moaning. That girl moaned like a porno star. Low and slow, then going up to a squeak with a pant. I'd heard it before, but Roger would usually raise the partition before things got too heavy. Not tonight. I had a XXX feature playing in my rearview mirror. Now tell me, do you think you could resist taking one little peek? Sure, you're not a chauffeur. You have no training. Guess what? There is no training. Getting a chauffeur's license is all about traffic safety. There's nothing on that test about peek sneaking. That said, I admit that what separates primo help from mugs like me is discretion, invisibility. The best guys, when their client spills their drink, they melt out of the woodwork and mop it up. The hooker ODs, they sweep her into a recycling bag. Before that, there could be an orgy going on and they'd be studying some speck of dust in the air. And I was studying. Potholes, traffic lights, bumper stickers. But the moaning was driving me nuts. So I peeked. He was stuffing that necklace down her dress, one oyster ball at a time. As each one disappeared, she gave another note of delight. The next pearl pushed her breasts apart. I watched that flesh wrap around its shape until it disappeared, an orb within orbs. I don't know why curves are so much more appealing than angles, but wow, I was hypnotized. It looked so nice and snuggly in there. Roger leaned down like he was going to dive in. Then he turned to me, leered, and pushed in another pearl. Chantal's moan went up an octave. Her bosom heaved, and the car in front of us hit the brakes. We all jerked forward, then fell back into our seats. Sorry, sir, I muttered, panting from the mini heart attack I just had. I figured he'd fired me at the end of the night. When I checked the mirror, though, he was smiling and nodding, while Chantal whispered in his ear. Then she pulled the pearls out of her dress. Want some, Eddie? My boss asked me. Chantal reached over the seat and stroked my lips with them. I've seen how you look at my things. Sure, I'd looked. The Savile Row suits, the Patek Philippe watch, the Tiffany cufflinks. I knew what it all was. Every con does. We used to fight over issues of GQ and Esquire when they came into the prison library, because within 2 weeks they'd all be dog-eared from cons marking their dream outfits, their dream cars, their dream houses. Criminals are very materialistic. We used to spend hours debating accessories we'd never be able to legally afford. Then I met Roger, and there were all the fancy trimmings, on him. Like I said before, wouldn't you peek? Desire. Father Dolan's sermon number 23, usually given in the spring when the boys of St. Francis were hanging around the yard of St. Mary's after school, hoping for a breeze to hit those short skirts the right way. Desire, he'd rumble, is Satan's voice, cajoling you, leading you ever on to a land of pleasure, he'll tell you. But you know what you'll find? More desire, everlasting hunger, a beast within you, relentlessly crying, feed me. Chain the beast, harness him to your will, make him plow your fields and harvest your crops. The strength of your soul will grow, and you will be a soldier in the army of God. I think the father fancied himself a general. Life was a war for him, against evil, outside and inside himself. It sounded cornball at the time, but the finer my tastes have gotten, the more I fought that war within myself, too. Roger was a general on the other side. He wanted my desire. For his stuff, for his wife. That's why he married her, the sluttiest, filthiest, most desirable piece of trash he could find. He loved that people couldn't keep their eyes off her, but were so terrified of him they didn't dare look. He lived for other people's anxiety. Chantal pushed a pearl between my lips. I spat it out and accelerated. She laughed and fell back into his arms. I could taste her perfume. It was bitter. Roger looked at me through the rearview mirror as I made a show of maneuvering through the traffic. Do you ever wonder what it would be like to sit back here, Eddie? To go in the house while I stand outside polishing the car? Do you fantasize about all the fun you'd have as me? Let me show you what you're missing. Roger took the necklace and dropped it into his pants. Chantal dived in after it. Pleasure in 31 flavors. Tonight, for example, a room full of total strangers will bow at my feet. They'll feed me, laugh at my bad jokes. They'll bark like dogs if I tell them to. And I might tell them to. He was temporarily rendered speechless by his wife's pearl diving. Then he went on. This is my life, Eddie. Watch it. Ponder it. Every time Chantal's head bobbed down, I could hear more air in his words. Ponder it as you're hosing the hubcaps tonight. Ponder it as you're lying in bed, staring at the cracks in your ceiling. Ponder it 40 years from now as you're scraping your pennies together for a can of beer. He was wheezing now. Ponder the pleasure you've missed because you're poor. Poor, Eddie. You're... It's amazing how much pain can look like pleasure. Until he keeled over, I thought this was the climax of his speech. Chantal lifted his legs onto the back seat and sat on the floor beside him. Next time I checked, she was fixing her lipstick. Home, please, Eddie, she told me. Hey, how are the socks doing tonight? Chapter 3. Chantal and I helped Roger stagger up the steps of Castle Carver. On a block of flat-faced high-rises, Roger has the one landmark building. It was put up by some robber baron in the 1800s. Since then, it was a school, then some sort of ethnic culture society. Now it's back with a robber baron. Who says history doesn't move in circles? Normally Arthur would get the door, but Chantal had given him the night off. Roger imported Arthur from England, stole him from the Duke of West something. He was all, yes, sir, and very good, sir, with Roger. But back in the kitchen, Arthur was Artie boy, with a lot more cockney in his voice. Roger was always tweaking Arthur, just like he tweaked me, except with Arthur it was always about how they do things in Mother England. Arthur, how should I hold my pinky when I sip my tea? And these ice cubes are too cold, Arthur. Serve me warm ones like you make back home. Arthur hated Roger with a passion and spent every minute he could at his girlfriend's house across town. Help me get him upstairs, Chantal said as she fumbled with the key. I'd never been upstairs before, always dropped the bags in the lobby, and then Arthur took them. I could hear Chantal puffing as we went up the flight. That staircase was so wide you could have marched a chorus line up it. The second-floor hallway was lined with rosewood, with these spotlights hitting it to show off the grain. The patterns swirled as I moved past them. Trippy. I snuck a look at Chantal. Since Roger had gotten ill, she'd magically transformed, again. The giggling sex kitten was gone. Now she was measuring her breath, making sure she had enough strength to finish the trip. She looked ahead and placed every foot carefully. It was like watching a dockhand carry 50-pound sacks off a cargo ship. Another, and another, and another. And tomorrow? Same thing. Let's put him on the bed, she said. He was conscious, but weak. He rolled onto his side and hugged a pillow. Chantal and I stepped into the hall. Should we call a doctor? I asked. He'll be fine in the morning. He gets these every once in a while. I feed him a pill. He sleeps it off. Do you want me to stick around? No, we'll be fine. I started to leave, maybe 3 steps. Eddie? I'm sorry for teasing you. It's all right. It isn't. I wish I could say I won't do it again, but I can't. I don't know what I may have to do. But I want you to know I'm not really like that. I know you're not. There's not a lot of people I can talk to. Roger's friends, they all want me to talk. She put on her porno voice. Like this. You do that very well. It's not a talent I'm proud of. Yeah, I have a few of those. You've got some good ones, too. I do? Like what? Talking? No, I can't talk. Sure you can. I like talking to you. That's just the socks. I'll bet the board of Hadley Prep would have a better time talking to you tonight than they would talking to Roger. Think so? I know I would. What would we talk about? Whatever you want. I talked to Chantal plenty of times before, but it had usually been in the car, with my back to her. Now we were facing each other, a couple of feet apart. Chantal stood under one of those spotlights by the wall. She was looking up at me, and I could see the light in her eyes and on her hair. Her perfume, which had tasted so bitter, smelled like ginger and violets. I suddenly realized we were both leaning forward. We'll, talk about it. In the car, I said as I galloped down the stairs. Eddie! I stopped. I don't know why, but I had goosebumps. Thanks. Then she went back into his room. Thanks! One little word. I'd heard it before. I got thanks all the time, mumbled by Roger's friends as they got out of the car. But those were just formalities. This was a full eye contact, bottom of the heart thanks. When she said it, for one moment I wasn't a chauffeur, and she wasn't the wife of one of the world's richest men. She was a woman in need. I had helped her. She was grateful. What a high! I walked back to the car, stoned on the illusion of equality. I had talents. I could talk. I never knew I could, conversate. I wondered what other talents Chantal saw in me. I was a better dancer than Roger. I was more polite. I looked better in a suit. Even coming out of Red Hook, I was more polished than he was. I was made for the high life. My low birth was an accident. Roger, he wanted the low life. He should have been beating his cellmate in Rikers Island. Instead, he was beating me. The whole situation was upside down. Chantal was right. Those Hadley people would have a better time with me. We wouldn't bark. We'd talk and laugh and sip cocktails. Then we'd dance, and they'd cheer my footwork, and if they ever found out who I really was, why, they'd invite me to stay. I wouldn't, of course. I'd go back home, but one of them, beautiful and female, obviously, would track me down and declare her love. I'd have to turn her down, since I'd be too proud to live on her money, but somehow she'd talk me into it. Or I'd find out I'm heir to an Irish whiskey fortune. Either way, we'd live happily ever after. I think I saw this movie once. Chapter 4. Chris was at Red's shooting pool when I came in. Chris and I had gone to St. Andrews together, greasing our hair and stuffing our bomber jackets in our book bags for wearing after school. He was one of the 17 kids who didn't get caught by Father Dolan. He still looked like a kid. Pie face, freckles, and the side part your mama gives you hair before Sunday school. When I got out of juvie the first time, Chris had a job on the docks lined up for me. 15 years later, he was still working there, driving a forklift. Still is. 2 banks, side pocket. Aren't you working tonight? He didn't even look up. The guy knows the sound of my shoes. You are. I'm taking his place. I held up my other tucks. Now he looked up. I want to go in the house, I told him. 1 night of the high life, then I'm through. One's too many, my boy. Chris rolled out the words with Pappy Dolan's brogue. He'd heard the lecture I'd gotten, peeking through a window while Father held my hair in one hand and a bottle in the other. 100's not enough. You'll spend your life with your lips glued to this bottle. A drop for the blood of our Saviour spilled on the cross to save you from your sinning self. 1 drop, that's all you need. We want to remember, not to forget. Do you remember, Edward? Do you? You get on your knees and beg the Lord's forgiveness for his blood you swiped. Dolan stood over me for 2 hours while I stared at his feet and recited Our Fathers till my voice was gone. There's evil in you, boy, Father said as his hands pinned me before the altar. But there's goodness too, a never-ending battle for your heart and soul. Listen to the goodness. Its voice may be no more than a whisper, a sigh in the wind, but if you listen, you'll hear it. Are you hearing it now, my boy? Yes, Father, I croaked. He finally let go of my hair. I limped away, crippled by so much time on my knees. Chris caught up with me on the other side of the block. He gave me a shot from the bottle he'd swiped, and we snuck back to the stained glass window Binky Dworkin had once thrown a tape recorder through. We could see Father Dolan across the nave, cleaning up the half-empty bottles we'd left.
"Forgive them, Lord. They know not what they do."
Glug, glug.
"Forgive me, too."
He smashed the empty on the floor and picked up another.
"Why do you test us, Lord? We're a miserable fucking lot. Bound to fail, bound to fail."
He swept the glass into a waste can with his hands, even though there was a broom right there. There were brooms everywhere. It was a broom closet. But there was Dolan on his knees, blood pouring from the cuts in his hands, mixing with wine.
That man really knew how to punish himself.
2 banks, then in. Chris searched for his next shot. I followed him around the table. "Chris, you've got one chance in your life to drive a Rolls Royce, and it is right now."
"I like my Dodge."
"Okay. You get that 3-ball in the corner, I'll stop bugging you. It's a straight shot." His choice. I exerted no influence.
Chapter 5.
Chris put on my spare tux while I combed in some gray dye I'd gotten at the pharmacy. I've got a streak of real gray in my hair from when I stuck that fork in the electrical socket, so I worked the dye out from there, and it looked pretty good. Roger's about 30 years older than I am, but we're both about 6 foot, with blue eyes. Plus, he's had a lot of work done, so the age difference doesn't look as bad as it is. Besides, I figured, if they're so scared of him, who's going to question? Anyone gets wise with me, I'll make 'em howl like Rin Tin Tin. We followed the same route the Hadley school bus took, up Park Avenue, over the Inwood Bridge, then into the Bronx. The South Bronx still has that scary look that parents warn their kids about when they visit the big city. However, the further north we got, the less I felt like I was in New York. Burned-out brownstones and low-income high-rises gradually got replaced by trees, with little houses hiding in their shadows. Then the houses started getting bigger. We took an exit and drove through a high-toned suburb, each mansion separated from the neighbors by acres of well-manicured lawn. 1 square foot of this real estate was worth more than I had in the bank, and they were swimming in it. Space. Money. It's like some Einstein thing, dollar equals foot squared. Maybe I should have been a scientist. Hadley Preparatory Academy, the stone outside the gate said.
Chris shivered. "Looks like a tombstone."
We rolled in, past the football fields, the baseball fields, the archery range. I guess they kept the polo ponies in back. The school building had probably been someone's mansion once. Big, covered with ivy, lots of carved little faces staring in every direction. Right at us as we pulled in. Chris watched me put in a last touch of gray. I turned around to show him the back. "Am I missing anywhere?"
"Yeah, between your ears."
"Have faith, my boy. It's food for the soul."
"I'll keep the motor running."
The doorbell sounded like the chime on Big Ben's clock. The door swung open, and I was ushered in by a white glove. The glove was connected to a slicked-back old coot in a morning coat. He had this sad, droopy face like a basset hound. He eyed me mournfully. "Good evening, I'm—"
"Mr. Carver, sir. This way, please."
White gloves led me down a long hall lined with portraits. I looked at the little shuffle step he got around with. I wondered if he scraped his pennies together for beer. "What's your name?"
"Rothko, sir."
"Would you mind telling me who I'm about to meet, Rothko, sir?"
"Mr. Worthington, the school's headmaster. Mr. Bragdon, its president. And Professor Graydon, the dean of economics. And their wives."
Worthington, Bragdon, Graydon. They treat you all right?
"Adequately."
Adequately? From a guy like Rothko, that's practically treason. What if I told Archer that their manservant considered them merely adequate masters? This is Hadley Prep. They couldn't have this ungrateful wretch tending their hallowed halls. He'd steal the silver, piss in the soup. These rich old farts always expect you to be as in awe of their traditions as they are. Rothko's answer could have put him out of a job. At his age. But even with that hanging over him, he told me this old school gig wasn't pip-pip cheerio. Must have been hell. What's the butler-to-student ratio here?
I serve the convenience of the faculty and patrons, sir.
Several mutton-chopped forefathers glared down at me from their frames. Who are these guys?
Faculty and patrons, sir.
I stole a scowl from a portrait and checked myself in a mirror. Intimidating. Maybe this will work. Maybe they'll have bad eyes. I'm very well preserved, very well preserved. The hall ended with a set of doors that would fit a train. Rothko, sir, pushed them open. Inside was a room as wide and as high as the building. A huge fireplace roared on the far wall. Class photos covered the walls, dating back to the birth of photography.
Mr. Roger Carver,
Rothko announced in rounded tones. 6 small bodies moved forward to meet me. We all looked like midgets in that room. The first midget was taller than me, with wavy hair and huge, dazzling teeth, which he was showing to me. He'd probably been captain of the football team once, fraternity pick, member of every club and secret society. I'd sure want him in mine. So presentable.
Welcome to Hadley Prep. I'm Chester Bragdon.
He took my hand in his, and I felt a worm between them, something wiggling around. I yanked my hand back and looked, but there was nothing there. Chester gave me this weird look for a moment. I guessed he felt it too. Then he went on.
This is my wife, Molly.
A petite blonde waspette offered me a limp hand while she looked at the ceiling. Mentally, she was at home watching TV. Next up was Brett Worthington, the headmaster, standing ramrod straight, clearly the disciplinarian of the school. His wife, Madeline, must have been a trophy once. Now she was more interested in her cocktail than she was in me. Last, a pair of plump, furry penguins waddled up to meet me.
Kill the weaklings!
Paul Graydon pumped my hand. I remember when Roger said that in the press. Got him a lot of hate mail, which he loved.
Brilliant words, sir.
Graydon kept pumping.
I teach them to all our young—
And Selby, Graydon, Chester half yelled. Paulie got the message and backed his belly away from me. I could imagine how these clowns must have sniped at each other when company wasn't around. Chester flashed me more teeth.
Is Mrs. Carver,
Sick. Stomach flu.
I'm sorry. I hope it's nothing—
I strolled past him toward the fireplace. My shadow filled the room. I turned to face them all and could see their eyes widen as they heard me thunder.
Where's my martini?
Chapter 6. Father, I can't live like you. You were always content to be a simple man. Even the pleasures of heaven seemed to hold no draw for you. When the boys and I would press you for details about what goodies the virtuous among us had waiting beyond the gates, you never really knew. Just being one of the chosen was enough for you. I had a much longer list. Gold cufflinks, my own tailor, a Rolls, Sid Charisse. I'd been a good boy with Roger. I hadn't pinched a thing, and all I'd gotten for that honesty was abuse. Tonight, I was going to get everything. My one shining night on earth. I could roast in hell after that. At least I'd have a memory. It was that guarantee of pleasure I wanted. Frankly, I'm worried heaven's going to be a bore. Carver had heaven on earth, but he'd gotten it too late. His first wife, an accountant's daughter from Pittsburgh, had stuck solidly by him while he'd climbed to the top and had borne him his heirs. Now that he'd finally dumped her and gotten a hot chick, he was too old to live his dreams without help. He'd gotten facelifts and a personal trainer, hair implants, a chin implant, and he'd gotten hooked on these little white pills from his doctor. Whenever we were on our way to pick up Chantal, I'd see him pop one of those. Right when I was lording over Hadley Prep, Roger was in bed, begging Chantal for one more picker-upper. Chantal shook her head. 3 already today. He sat up. I'm not sick. It was that fugu at lunch. I just need a— Oh. He flopped back on his pillow. The fugu was still swimming around. Chantal sat at his bedside and gave him his Ovaltine. She opened his favorite book, a large velvet-covered volume of fairy tales. He pulled the covers up all snuggly as she started to read. Once upon a time, in a faraway land, there lived a beautiful princess. A real slut. You may ask how I know all this when I wasn't there. Well, I know a lot about this particular night because I spoke to everybody after it happened, and everybody spoke to me. I don't think even the cops got as much of a lowdown on it as I did, but you can check the Manhattan police report. Roger's bedtime story is in there. While Chantal was reading, I was drinking Roger's cocktails and wondering when the fun would start. So far, all I'd gotten were some pigs in blankets and a history lesson on the Hadley Preparatory Academy for Boys. My disguise was holding up. Chester was looking at me a little funny, but for the rest of the crew, I was, without question, the fearsome Roger Carver. I glared at a scale model of the school while Chester pointed out features. Sheridan Sports Center, Ellis Observatory, a traditional education. Brett was talking in my other ear now. Shakespeare, Latin, Arlington Stables, Rayfield Field, posture, enunciation, public speaking. They were working on me in stereo. And in this lot, Chester gestured to a bare patch on the model. We're hoping the Carver Library of Business and Finance. Graydon popped his head between us. Chester squeezed his arm. Paul, don't put him on the spot. Yet. So that's why Roger was there. The cocktails, the barking like dogs, nymphets dancing the 7 veils. Roger had pumped this night up like it was going to be all his wet dreams come true. Instead, I was throwing my future away, and all I was getting for it were a few grinning academics hitting me up for cash. Graydon twisted out of Chester's grip.
Roger Carver doesn't need any sugarcoating. We're objectivists, eh?
I couldn't believe Roger would waste an hour on this, much less leave Manhattan. Now that the buttering up was over, they all looked at me, the greed plain on their faces. Chester tried to regain some dignity, putting on his best school president voice. $4 million would secure the Carver name a place in... Does that include the pavilion? Graydon was hopping up and down now. He grabbed my arm. You want a pavilion? A goldfish pond? A marble bust? I stared at the empty square on the model. The guys surrounded me, leaning into me, waiting for my answer. The air was getting thick. I couldn't suck it into my lungs. I looked around. The women were draped over sofas, still as corpses. Chamber music droned from the stereo in the corner. My head felt squeezed. I was back in school, trapped in some lecture about Euclidean geometry, while my feet were slithering around like chained tigers. I had to release them. I yelled to Madeline, who was closest to the radio. Can't you get some jazz on that thing? She lit up. In a second, she was twisting knobs. The chamber music turned to static, to hip-hop, to rock, to more static, to swing. Bebop, rebop, wing-a-ding-doo.
Sacred music's a mouthing of the Lord's voice, same as Scripture,
Father D boomed from the pulpit every 52nd Sunday. And to feel it move you is to feel his hand. But then there's the other music. You'll know it by where it moves you, not in the heart. Further down. That's where I was feeling it. The strength of that beat spread through my body. Now I understood, Roger. I was money. Money is power. Power moved through me and guided my will. I handed my glass to Brett. He started to hand it to Rothko. No, I told him. You fill it. I lindied his wife while he shook me a drink. She knew how to move. Step, step, triple step. She fucked me with her eyes while we flipped around the place until I felt that old familiar tap on my shoulder. Story of my life. Someone always cutting in. Brett wobbled Madeline in a slow circle as I licked his warm, watery martini. You'd think I would enjoy watching Mr. Stick-Up-His-Ass stumble around while his wife looked longingly in my direction. But 3 years instructing at Madame Cherise's Ballroom Academy had built it into my system. I cannot stand by and watch bad dancing. I didn't drive out here for Lawrence Welk night at the Geriatric Club, I told him. You want $4 million? You put out some moves. Brett let go of his wife, much to her relief. He drilled me with his look that strikes fear into the hearts of 10-year-old boys. What we are putting out is an opportunity to be associated with an educational institution dating back to the colonial era. Clearly you don't teach dancing. What do your poor kids do at the senior prom? Maybe you should give your money to a dance school. The power of paychecks. Chester writes Brett's, and tonight I was writing Chester's. I gave the school president a single, suffering look. He sprang over to Brett and shook his shoulders loose.
Come on, Brett. Put some spring in your step.
Ferdinand Jimenez was a bald 300-pound gang member doing 7 to 10 for armed robbery. I once shook him the same way. We were 6 couples. The warden had given us the cafeteria for an hour on Tuesdays. Half an hour, one guy leads. Then we'd switch. Everybody had a foot of air between them. I had to go around and press guys together. Never mind that they were boning each other all night. The lights were on now. Pretend he's your girlfriend, I said. If you don't have one, you will. Men who know how to dance know how to fuck. Women know this. You bust out a swing step, they will flock to you. In 3 months, I had 15 more students. Guys were salsaing in the laundry room, foxtrotting in the machine shop, tangoing across the yard. We even had a little penitentiary cotillion. Not a drop of blood. Warden called me a transformative influence at my parole hearing. Got 6 months off my sentence. You hear this, Father D? Up there? You listening? Chapter 7. And so they lived happily ever after, until they both died of syphilis. That's how the fairy tale ends. Roger was asleep, so I don't know if Chantal bothered reading the last page. I do know she was alone there with him, an old man recovering from a fit of something. She could have put a pillow on his face, and I don't think too many questions would have been asked. She could have fucked him to death. That would have been legal, and from what I'd seen, easy, too. What would you do? Picture yourself, a young hottie chained to this rich, nasty oldie. I know what you'd want to do. Why wouldn't you do it? Fear of getting caught? A moral repulsion to murder? Or some other reason? What held Chantal back? Chris still had the motor running. He jumped in the car when he saw Rothko coming, but then he saw the coffee cup in Rothko's hand. There's always been a bit of asshole sniffing when hired help meets. They've seen each other on duty, all stiff and silent, but then the masters leave and they can loosen up. However, Rothko Sir really was that guy he appeared to be. The Sir went away, but the footsteps were still silent, the R's still rolling like a stone. Last of the old world manservants. Rothko, who knew the two of us stank of something, looked for an inn.
I trust you had no difficulty locating the academy.
No.
It was a pleasant drive?
Yeah. Silence. Sip, sip.
Would you like to come inside? I could find you a sandwich.
Nah, I like it out here.
It is rather chilly.
I love chili. Chili's my thing. We were so fucking busted. Rothko went back inside, leaving Chris shivering with his thoughts. What was I doing in that building? When could he get the hell out of there and back to Red's? A beer, a game of 8-ball. Fuck the Rolls-Royce. He loved his Dodge. Was Rothko calling the cops right now? Then Chris saw lights coming up the driveway. I'd have seen him too if I'd looked out the window. However, I was too busy pushing the potatoes, as Madame Charisse used to say. 1 and 2 and boom and bap and feel it, baby. Molly, you're faking it. I glided between the couples as they tried to comprehend a mambo beat. Chester, Molly whined, but Chester wanted that library. He grabbed her waist and heaved her like he was moving a potted plant. Did these people ever make love? I took her from him and threw her around the room. I spun her like a top. I tripped her. I caught her. I shook her like a rag doll. Then I gave her back. Chester stood there and gaped at me, but I'd woken something up in his wife. She grabbed his hip and moved. Brett clutched Madeline tightly as I approached, but Chester gave him a quick shake of the head and he let go. I grabbed Brett and went belly to belly. Come on, Brett. You've got a black cell somewhere in that body. Let me feel ya. My family's from Scotland. Sure and begorra, then cut me a jig. That's Ireland. Ach, there's no blarney to ya. Madeline's got a black cell or two, don't ya? Sure enough. I traded Brett for his better half. He stood by the fire, grinding his teeth and watching me move his wife like he wished he could. Molly had defrosted Chester by now. Even Paul and Selby had some kind of little step going. There were smiles, a giggle or two. One of the minions had stoked the fire to a blaze, and the flickering light played off people's jewelry and the glaze in their eyes. Madeline was no Ginger Rogers, but she could move, and as we spun around, I realized I was starting to have a good time. The high life, at last! Not stratospheric, but this was a real party, like in one of those rooms I'd stared at from the outside while I was polishing the car. And as I looked at those windows I'd been on the other side of so many times, I saw Chris out there, jumping up and down, waving wildly at me. I thought of how many times I'd been him, and how we'd have something to talk about in the long nights after I got kicked out of my apartment and was crashing on his couch. It was one of those moments when you're living life and watching yourself live it, and yet you're still too fucking stupid to question why your friend's leaping around like that. I thought it was a dance. The bounce! I started doing it too, and Madeline loved it. She hugged my waist and we went up and down, rubbing her belly on my crotch. We spun, hopped, rubbed. Harder, she said, squeezing my buns. Brett's little teapot heart reached the boiling point. That's enough, he rasped in his best Clint Eastwood. But I didn't think it was. This guy was so clearly an asshole. Every school administration needs a bad guy. I'd never have graduated without Father Caruso. But all this holier-than-thou attitude, just because Brett knew who his great-great-grandfather was, raised his assholiness to a higher level. I looked at him as he laid his dime-store tough guy frown on me, and I couldn't leave him alone. Madeline doesn't think that's enough, does she? She wants some more of this, and this. I thrust my hips at her. She writhed like I touched her with a vibrator. I moved around. She stuck to me. She was my puppet now. I watched Brett's head inflate while I showed him what his wife was capable of. She feels it, I leered. The jungle beat. 10,000 watts of pure, pounding, salsified. That's when I saw Chantal. Hello, dear. I'm feeling better. Chapter 8. Back when my dad was around, he used to deal the discipline in our house. Bad grades, off came the belt. Phone call from Father Dolan, off came the belt. His horse came in last, well, you know. Edward, come in here, he'd say, in that deep, throaty voice my brothers and I feared. It was like the devil in The Exorcist, this hellish being talking through him. I'd go in the bedroom and he'd be waiting there, and I'd know the pain coming. My gut would clench. I'd walk toward him and the whole universe would seem to bend in his direction. I'd want to escape, but I couldn't. Even light couldn't escape. His anger lived in darkness. He was a black hole, sucking in time and space. That's how it was with Chantal. But instead of a drunken Irish welder, she was a small, pretty girl. She came to me strolling across that room that had seemed so big till now, and I could feel my balls suck right into my gut. The sight of those well-turned calves was as terrifying as the sweaty piece of leather in my father's hands. She put one foot in front of the other like a model strutting down the catwalk. Everybody stopped dancing and watched her come to me. It seemed to take forever. The radio played a bongo solo from some calypso tune, a demented rhythm track to the longest 15 seconds of my life. Chantal took me from Madeline and started doing a slow lambada. The lambada, in case you haven't seen it, is as close to sex as you can get with your clothes on. I turned stiff as a board. I must have blushed, too, because I saw Brett snicker as everybody went back to dancing. Roger, you've gotten so handsome, Chantal murmured as she tried to snuggle in close. I put about 2 feet of air between us. Shouldn't you be with your husband, Mrs. Carver? I whispered. Roger asked me to fill in for him. I didn't know he asked you, too. Oh, he didn't. I just... My mind fumbled for an explanation. Don't explain. Don't even try. Her hand had moved down my back. I reached behind me to move it up, and her face hardened. You want this game ending later or right now, she whispered. I let her hand roam. Ballroom gets you close to a lot of hot women. These girls live on lettuce and dance about 20 hours a week. You're throwing them around and going belly to belly with them, but it's less sexy than it looks. First off, you're both there to dance, so you're not really looking at them that way. Second, ballroom girls, the serious ones, are so muscular that they don't have that bit of softness that makes girls so fun to touch. Chantal had that. Firm but soft, and she knew all the moves. I switched her from the lambada to a merengue, and she gave me that step close without looking down, just like she was walking. That's the mark of a master. It should look like walking, breathing, something you do without thinking. She was doing it and giving it to me, and I was too tense to take it. What a waste. Mrs. Carver, I meant no disrespect to your husband. I don't care what you meant. I was going to quit anyway, so I thought, oh, you quit, she laughed. You quit everything. He'll badmouth you so much they won't let you pull a rickshaw in China. I knew I'd get fired. The possibility that I'd get blackballed never crossed my mind. I'm a dancer, not a thinker. What night? I yipped. Heads turned. I dropped my voice. Smile, keep moving, step close. He's homesick. Why should he care? Roger likes making jokes, not being them. I'm fucked. Dip me. We dipped. I imagined what Roger might consider payback for being made a joke. I never listened to what he said on the phone when he was sitting in the back seat, but I still heard stuff. I knew he had a guy he called to do things. Carl, he'd say, someone's bothering me. He'd give Carl a name, some details, and that'd be the last I'd hear of it. I never heard about anyone bothering Roger twice. The tune changed to a cumbia. She threw herself back and I spun her. She started doing this half salsa, half hustle move with these little steps and a skirt shake. It was crazy. I was too petrified to really move, so I stepped a little and let her dance around me. She jumped into my arms and I flipped her. She held my hand and I spun her. She wouldn't let me stand there like a potato. She kept coming at me, so I had to move, and the more she had me toss her around, the more I warmed up. Step close, step, flip, shake. Pretty soon we were shaking in every direction. The rest of the party was just watching us now. I clapped my hands at them like I used to with all my potatoes at Madame Cherise's. Dance, I yelled. Arriba! They jumped and got into motion. I turned back to Chantal. All that movement had put color in her cheeks and covered her in a shiny coat of sweat. She was eager, agile. She grabbed me again and spoke softly in my ear. You've got to disappear, Eddie. Don't let him find you. Where should I go? Far away. Do you have money? I should have swallowed those pearls. What if I get you something you can fence? Something no one will ever report stolen? Was she serious? She was giving me this big, sunny smile like she was going to have my baby. As I stared at that smile, I wanted to run. And I wanted to make a baby. Or some money. Or was the question a test? Why would you do that? I asked. Because you're living my dream. Her dream. She had jewels, furs, a bottomless credit card. In a few years, she'd have a late husband. Call me short-sighted, but it had never crossed my mind that this beautiful young girl with all that had anything to dream about. Then I realized she was working for him, just like me, but she wasn't allowed to admit it. This whole year I'd been driving her around, her looking at the back of my head, and she probably wanted to sit up front with me. All that small talk about the Red Sox, she must have been dying to tell me what a shit Roger was to her. I griped to Chris about him every day. Chantal had no one like that. She couldn't cry on my shoulder. It's not seemly to fraternize with a hired help. She couldn't cry to Roger's friends, and her own friends, I guess she'd left them when she left the lower class. Roger had plucked Chantal from the gutter, and in return she had to pretend she was still in it, 24 hours a day. If she did, then one day she'd be rich and free of him. Tonight, though, she'd risk his anger and her whole future just to help me escape. That's how badly she wanted to see someone give the shaft to Roger Carver. I couldn't deny her that dream, could I? Give me the stuff, I said. She took my hand, and once more I felt the wiggle worm, but I didn't pull back this time. I looked and saw her middle finger tickling my palm. I tickled hers back. You're a dreadful jester, she whispered. That made as much sense as the worm. Then she yelled, Switch! Grabbed Chester and whirled away. I took Molly and went into cha-cha autopilot while I watched Chantal work on Chester. She slid her knees between his legs with every step, and he smiled extra wide. Then she took his hand like she'd taken mine. His smile froze. His eyeballs half popped out of his skull, like in a cartoon. They spun around and landed on me. Chester let go of Chantal. He grabbed Brett for a private mini-conference, and I got to watch Chantal's zinger get telegraphed to a third party. Up went the eyebrows, over went the eyes. But these weren't the eyes of righteous anger. Brett's new look was one I'd seen before, the look of a dockhand who's planning a heist and needs a lookout. They were the eyes that probe you for honesty, hoping not to find it. It's a good thing I wasn't me that night, because I am the world's most honest thief. Brett's eyes searched me. They searched Chantal. They ping-ponged between us as Chester and Brett whispered. I'd heard this conversation before, too.
What about that guy? Nah, he's too straight. Straight? He's fucking psycho. I don't want a crazy guy.
We need somebody, don't we? The trustworthy crook, an endless search. Brett twisted his head like I'd look clearer sideways. I gave him my steeliest captain of the world stare and nodded. Chester came over alone. He had the balls to do that, but once he was in front of me, he just stood there with his mouth hanging open. I helped him out. Dreadful Chester, I said. I took his hand and wiggle-wormed him. Instantly, I saw all the fear in his face melt away. Once again, he was the Chester who'd greeted me, the old boy, all hugs and chuckles.
Rothko, he said, you and the staff may go.
The servants bowed and seemed to disappear into the walls. Chester threw an arm over my shoulder.
Domicile absurdum, eh?
He asked with a squeeze. In excelsis Deo, said I.
Reggie Matlock told me you liked to party, but until your wife came, I wasn't sure.
Reggie. Saw him last week at Percy Carmichael's. I'd had a smoke with Reggie's chauffeur while we were waiting outside. Good party that was.
Fellow Jester, this party is about to get much, much better.
Chapter 9. Hidden behind a steel door with 2 heavy locks, the Hadley Prep confiscation room is lined floor to ceiling with shelves on which can be found ninja throwing stars, inflatable dolls, fake stock certificates, guns, fireworks, a stick of dynamite, handcuffs, poker chips, lace underwear, a human skull, and hundreds of baggies and bindles of dope. It's a museum of sin. Fine young boys you've got here, said Chantal as she scanned the shelves.
The finest, said Chester, and they only buy the finest.
Hadley has a zero-tolerance policy toward illicit activity, Brett told us. All contraband is confiscated. Why don't you destroy it? I asked. We may need evidence. Like now. Chester gave us the room with a sweep of his arm. What kind of evidence do you like, Raj? I was Raj now. Fellow secret society member. Dreadful Jesters forever. We've got Cuban cigars, soaked in puntanga latina. Very spicy. I looked around for something expensive, something I could fence. Tiffany dildo, too exotic. Negro effigy, low resale value. I wanted stuff, not a thing. A commodity. Gram for gram, the world's most expensive commodity has gotta be smack. But I don't like what it does to people, so I asked for coke. Chester grinned like a barman getting an order for his signature cocktail. He flipped through a stack of baggies and bindles.
We got some primo Bolivian off the Van Putten boys last week. I filed that one way in the back.
He pulled out a manila envelope-sized bindle and weighed it in his hand. He flipped it open, stuck in his pinky, and took a freeze. Oh yeah, this was it. He handed the mega bindle to me. Inside were several golf ball-sized rocks of cocaine. They were beautiful, white with a pinkish sheen, the sort of stuff they put on the cover of Blow magazine. Chantal clung to my shoulder and peeked at the rocks. Is it a library, hun? I scowled at the bindle like a pawnbroker with a watch. 4 million. That's a lot of books. Paulie G grabbed Chester's sleeve. Does that include the pavilion? Chester tried to shut him up, but Paulie was hopping up and down again. I kept and scowling while Paulie did his song and dance about posterity and this great sculptor he knew. Finally, Chester grabbed another bindle and 2 baggies from the drawer and tossed them at me. There's a pavilion, a lounge, and a roof deck. Deal? The street value of all that stuff must have been at least $20,000. I'd never get that, of course, but I figured I could get half. I handed a bag to Chantal. She drew a fingernail across it. Cocaine poured onto the floor, and I was treated to the sight of 8 adults in evening wear dropping to their knees and sniffing like bloodhounds. All that fine fabric and jewelry scraping the ground. I'd never treat my clothes like that, but there wasn't a moment's hesitation before they went down. I pinched a sniff from the bindle. This was my one night, after all. You ever done cocaine? I'm not a druggie, but when you go to a lot of dance halls, you get exposed to things. Bad coke will make you tense, grind your teeth, shit in your pants. This was all little bubbles moving through me, tickling my insides, lifting my joints. I was floating up. Chester was floating up beside me, and Molly beside him. The whole crusty Hadley crowd was bobbing up with me. We laughed and waved at each other as we floated out of the room. And Chantal? I should have checked on her. Chapter 10. You're looking dry. Have a sip. Refresh yourself. You need to go to the bathroom? The next rest station isn't for another 50 miles. Yeah, you thought we were almost there. Not even close, friend. This easy air of mine cost a lot more than a bag of dope, and this night had a lot more players than the Hadley crew. You haven't even met my buddies Joe and Em. I've always had a love-hate thing with cops. First off, you gotta ask yourself, what kind of person wants to become a cop? Arguing with people, fighting people, shooting people? Why do cops do it? Power. Power attracts assholes like shit pulls in flies. You like bossing people around? Become a cop. But then there's the other side of it, protecting the innocent. I knew a lot of guys in the joint who I sure hope stay there, and I wouldn't want the job of putting them there. So yay, cops, the fucking Nazis. I have unfortunately gotten to know many cops on a professional basis, and in my expert opinion, there are 2 different kinds. The beat cops, for whom copdom is simply a job, like operating a forklift, and the detectives, who've put themselves through 200 hours of classroom work, plus exams, in order to spend their time solving crimes rather than preventing them. And what is the prime motivation for all this extra school? Better hours. Preventing crime is a 24/7 job. Solving crime mostly gets done during business hours. Detectives have to interview witnesses, suspects. Can't be bothering them in the middle of the night, not till you're arresting them. So detection is a much better line of work if you want to have a family or friends. That said, there is someone in that detective's office 24/7, just in case. The job of a detective on that late-night shift is an unhappy one, filled with paperwork. It is a punishment shift, reserved for, well, those being punished. This week, the naughty pair, detectives always come in pairs, like dancers, featured an old guy and a new guy. The new guy was a girl, but she was much more butch than her partner. No makeup, short hair, a big leather jacket she tried to hide her tits with. It did hide her Glock, though, which was the one asset she wanted to show off. At that moment, Margaret Terraverde's Glock was feeling sadly neglected. It had barely left the office in weeks, not since Em had slugged Officer Anthony Langella in the precinct stairway. Nobody had been watching, but Langella's lying scumbag buddy Officer Pete Mangone told the captain he'd been walking by and saw it. She hit him because of what he'd been saying about her partner, Joseph Flanagan. Tony said Joe reminded him of one of those guys who go cruising for little boys at the bus station, and said he was going to send Joe's picture over to Vice to see if they were looking for anyone like him. Tony said this right to Joe's face, and Joe just walked away. So Em ambushed Tony after a morning meeting. When he learned what Em had done, and that they were getting stuck on night duty, Joe had chuckled. "That's all right," he said. "I haven't been sleeping lately." He didn't sleep, he didn't yell, he rarely laughed. Em was convinced that Joe was actually a visitor from another planet. At that moment, he was sitting at his desk, trying to track down a DD-5 form an officer claimed to have submitted, flipping through a stack of them to see if it had been misnumbered. There are about 150 DD-5s filed at the 19th Precinct every day, and the officer in question was sure he had filed it sometime last week. Joe could sit there all night, turning sheet after sheet, looking at that 16-digit code in the upper left-hand corner. Flip, 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 the same motion over and over. Joe didn't know that tonight would lead to his retirement a few weeks later. This evening, he thought, was like any other, one in which he had nothing else to do. "You want a candy bar?" Margaret was up again. Joseph checked his clock. She'd lasted 15 minutes in her chair. He shook his head, and she headed for the second-floor stairwell. He kept shaking his head as he watched her go. Her jeans were getting tighter. "Neurosis begets neurosis," he said, to no one. A uniform was coming out of the men's room as Em passed. He smiled and held the door open for her. Em could feel the steam rising in her, but she walked past him without a word. He wanted a word, and she wasn't going to give it to him. She could see the machines. Nobody there. Em fished 3 quarters from her pocket. She'd learned to have her money ready so she could shove it in and push a button before anybody. 4 uniforms came up the stairs. They stood by the machines, laughing and talking, ready to kill time. Fuck. Em slowed down for a moment, but there was no turning around. They'd see that. So she squared her shoulders and bulled on in. Em had liked wearing a uniform. She'd gotten to pull her gun a lot, tell people what to do. She'd probably never have gone for detective if her fellow uniforms hadn't given her such a hard time about her manly instincts. Detectives were generally classy enough to at least keep such comments to themselves. Joe certainly was. But detectives did not have their own vending machines.
"Should have been with us tonight, Terra Verde," said the big uniform. 2 blonde hookers. Real girls, too, or so I'm told.
Margaret shoved her quarters in the machine.
"Maybe you could have frisked them," he went on. "Don't get to do that anymore, do you? What do you do when you're feeling frisky?"
Margaret was about to show him. She broke a guy's nose during kickboxing practice once, when she saw the smile on his face. He wanted it. Another black mark on her record. The captain was just waiting for one more to put her in for a transfer. So she looked at that smug leer and got herself a Kit Kat.
"Oh, I forgot. You've got Joe. The 2 of you make such a lovely couple. Of course, you'll have to adopt. He's too old to bear you any children."
Margaret cracked off a quarter of chocolatey goodness. It was warm and soft. She wiped it across the uniform's chest. Sorry. She headed back up the hall.
"You did that deliberately, Terra Verde. I'm telling the captain."
Don't stand next to a loaded chocolate bar.
"That was deliberate, right, guys?"
The uniform asked his buddies. Margaret could hear them agreeing. She stopped and turned. Oh, little baby needs his big brother to protect him. If she could just get him to take a swipe at her.
"A detective relies on intellect, not emotion. Cap's gonna say the same thing."
As she went back to her desk, Em thought about what Captain Tempinelli was going to say. Suddenly, her Kit Kat tasted terrible. Chapter 11.
"Tally-ho!"
Chester bellowed as he and Molly tangoed across the great room. A rumba was playing, but they didn't care. Neither did I. Maybe it was reality, or maybe it was my snow-blind eyes, but for the first time tonight, everybody looked good. Even Brett seemed to have loosened up, merrily bopping his head as he chopped lines on a framed group shot of ye old lacrosse team. Chantal was back in my arms, matching my moves like Ginger to Fred. "How's your hustle?" she asked. How was my hustle? I'm from Brooklyn, the home of disco. The New York hustle's got a 3-count step on top of a 4-count beat, so most dancers throw the last beat away in order to stay in time. But the proper way to dance it is with 4 moves for every 3 measures of music. So you're on the beat, then off, then off, then off, then on again. The 2 of us were in perfect time. I couldn't even see her counting in her head. I decided to challenge her. Cali Salsa. The Cali is a good test dance because the footwork is so tough. Much faster and smaller moves than in the New York and LA salsas. Chantal went right into it, tippity-tap, without looking down. Then she threw a handkerchief on the floor and twirled beside it. The carimbo. I leaned over and picked it up with my teeth. I handed it back to her and we went into the lambada. When Chantal had tried it on me a half hour earlier, I'd been too scared to really move. Not now. We ground our hips together. I swept her around me. She spun like a top, showing off her chartreuse thong. The smell of her perfume and sweat made my heart pound harder than it had when I'd snorted that 6-inch line. Chester and Molly tangoed up to us.
"Dreadful jesters know how to play, eh, Raj?" He gave me a wink. "You said it, Chess. Reggie said you and he cooked up a lot of trouble together. I was a little worried when you arrived. Thought he'd pulled my leg."
My wife was sick, I snapped, nuzzling her earlobe. I was upset. You better not ask me anything about Reggie Matlock. All I knew was that his chauffeur smoked Newports.
Glad you're feeling better, Chantal. We all are.
And he and Molly tangoed away. That wiggle worm handshake had gotten me past a high wall of bullshit. Mayflower Madeline was now sprinkling coke into her cigarette. Professor Graydon was on his knees with his wife's scarf in his teeth while she danced in circles around him. The starched shirts that had been showing me the diorama of the school grounds might as well have been 6 other people. Chantal kept me moving while I gaped at the scene. Roger taught me the secret handshake, she said. He teaches me all his secrets. Want to shake hands with a 6th-degree Mason?
If they party like this, I do.
This is nothing. All those Throckmortons and Worthingtons, they've been on the top for a long time. They act all prim and proper when they're getting to know you, but once they do...
What?
Whatever you want. What I want is to get the hell out of here.
What does your husband want? Here, from them?
The same thing he wants from you. These people aren't his servants. They want his money. What's the difference? I started to answer. Chester and his buddies were much richer than I was. They'd gone to fancy schools, they didn't have prison records, but how much did that matter? I'd now seen how they partied when the doors were closed, and it sure wasn't the high life I'd imagined. Chantal had a point. That illusion of equality she'd given me earlier was seeming more real. I was just getting a second buzz off of it when Chester tapped my shoulder.
Hey, fellow jester, now that we're all warmed up,
how about a little John Hancock action? He held up a document.
It's a letter of intent, so we can book the architect.
A signature. That would be illegal. Send it to my office, I blustered. I'll have my people look it over.
You're a lawyer. You've seen these.
He put it in my hand. I looked it over.
It just says you intend to buy us a library. It's not even legally binding.
With 2 witnesses under Roger's forged name, it would be. Several paragraphs to the tune of I, the undersigned, plus a line with Roger Carver written in big letters beneath it. I could feel trouble sticking to me. Not tonight, I said. I tried to give Chester back the paper, but he put his hands in his pockets.
But I thought that's why we're here, he said.
To burnish your legacy. Brett was suddenly beside me. Your reputation could use some burnishing. They herded me toward a table. These boys had hit up enough tycoons to know when one was getting squirrely. Then Graydon came up on my third side, holding a book of museums and mausoleums this architect had designed. How stately, how eternal. I looked to Chantal for help, but she was across the room giving the wives a lambada lesson. I never sign anything immediately, I told them. It's bad business.
Oh, we sent this letter to your office 2 weeks ago. Plus, you've already opened your goodie bag.
Chester laid the page on the table. Once more, time and space seemed to bend. This paper was a black hole, sucking me in. The pen was placed into my hand. You see how these situations just happen to me? I'm no forger. Forgery is professional criminal business. It takes forethought, practice. The biggest crime I ever planned was boosting a case of Dom Perignon for my 20th birthday party. Yet here I was, a signature away from a Class C felony. Sweating. The devil may lead you to the gates of hell, Father Dolan used to say. But you've got to walk yourself in. Well, I was turning around right now. I wiped the sweat from my brow and took a deep breath. Listen, tonight's been fun, I said, but I think it's time I... My voice faded as I looked at them. They were all staring at the gray smudge on my sleeve. Then Brett grabbed my hair. His hand slid off, gray. I knew it, he sneered.
Who are you? Where's Roger Carver?
Chester shouted. He's at home, asleep, I told them.
Perhaps it's time to wake him.
Chester picked up the phone. If you've ever been to prison, you know the incredible sinking feeling you get when you think you're going back. You're facing a piece of death, the loss of a chunk of your life. That's what watching Chester dial that phone was, a miniature death sentence. I could see years of gray concrete and bad food ahead. A pit of misery and self-pity opened up inside of me, and I was just falling into it when I heard a small but commanding sound. Click. It came from one of the guns I'd seen in the confiscation room. Sheer stupidity leaving a gun lying on a shelf. Sheer insanity picking it up. And there Chantal was, pointing it right at Chester's tie clip. "Take the coke." Words to me, eyes on him. I didn't move. She glanced at me and read my look. "They destroyed it," she said. "It doesn't exist." "Chantal, this won't work." See? I was Captain Sensible. "Rickshaw in China, Eddie." In 4 words, she vanquished Captain Sensible. How could Captain Sensible fight a future of poverty, unemployability, victimization by one of the world's richest and most powerful men? Wouldn't good sense say that survival, in this case, requires crime? We were ripping off people who ripped off rich kids to help a poor person, me, survive. Even Robin Hood must have kept a little to pay for arrows. I took the dope. We headed for the door. Well after we had passed him, Brett worked up the nerve to take a step toward us. Chantal pointed the gun at him and he stopped, but he was twitching.
If I ever see you in Westchester again, you're dead.
That same righteous indignation, whether I'm insulting his school or ripping off his coke. I blew him a kiss. "Keep working those hips, lover." And we were out the door. The last thing I saw was Madeline, Molly, and Selby lambadaing each other by the fire. At least we gave them that. Chapter 12. To covet is a sin of the heart, a place where we all sin, imperfect creatures that we are. Dolan plodded through the text on that worn sheet of paper in front of him. Not that he needed to look at it. He'd said it so many times before. The steam pipes in the chapel hissed in the winter and made the place a sauna. It was impossible to stay awake. The Father never let us open windows. To steal is a sin of the flesh. Covetousness brought to fruition in violation of another's property. Who has convinced you to turn sinful thought to sinful deed? It's the devil! Satan himself, whispering in your ear, cackling with glee as you take one step further down the road to fiery hell. Have you ever ripped anything off? There's that sick moment when you're doing it, and all the trouble you could get in is suffocating you. Then, once you've gotten away with it, there's relief. No trouble. Only now you've got something that you didn't have before, so it's a double high. Now add a coke buzz to that. And if you're also sitting in the back seat of a limo with a gorgeous blonde, well, it wasn't as wholesome as Top Hat, but it was a pretty fine scene.
Eddie, what the fuck just happened?
Chris had sprinted in front of us from the school to the car. We were moving before I'd closed the door. Dance lessons. I tossed him a bag of coke.
Jesus.
Hi, I'm Chantal. Chantal leaned forward and offered him her hand. He flicked a jackrabbit glance at her and kept his hands on the wheel.
I'm nobody. I don't exist.
He was shaking so badly I could feel us weaving on the road. Neither does this. Chantal jabbed a fingernail into Chris's bag and held a scoop under his nose. He knocked it away. She laughed and tumbled back into my lap. She scooped up another nailful from our bags and fed it to me. I looked down at her. Her hair spread across me. I could see the reflections of passing streetlights in her eyes. Her skin glowed ivory and pink. She was the most perfectly beautiful thing I'd ever seen. "Where'd you learn to dance?" she asked, sucking in more coke. "Roseland? Roger made me take lessons. He likes to watch. You think he would have liked it tonight? If he had put you up to it. But then I wouldn't have liked it. What is it you do like, other than drug theft? That's the first thing I've stolen since I was 13. You held that gun like a pro. Did I? 2 hands, nice and steady. That's how they do it on TV. She took it out of her purse and dangled it by one finger. Put it away. You may need it tomorrow morning. When you'll be far away. Mm-hmm. Chantal put the gun back in her bag. She looked up at me. I thought she was going to say something, but she changed her mind. She sat up and leaned over the driver's seat. "Hey, Chris," she asked, "how about dropping us at the Excelsior?" The Excelsior! A ballroom dancer's paradise. I knew about it, of course, but it had always been too pricey for me. After tonight, it would be off limits until Roger died. Plus, I might never have a partner like Chantal again. "We are dropping you home, then disappearing," Chris said. Poor guy was still shaking. I massaged his shoulders. Relax, man. Nobody's after us. This stuff doesn't exist. You'll get $5,000 for that bag. That's free money. One drink and a dance. Please? I grabbed another pinch of snow and held it up to his nose. He reluctantly considered it. You deceived me, Eddie. This was just supposed to be a party gag. What I said yes to didn't involve any... Holy Jesus! Okay, let's go. Chapter 13. The first time I went dancing, I was 15. I was finally out of St. Francis and into the local public school, where I could grease my hair and wear my bomber jacket right into the building. I was outside one morning, smoking cigarettes with Chris and the boys. The Bee Gees came on the radio, and I busted a couple of moves. I was just fooling around. I didn't know Tina Lampasino was watching. Dancing was not a cool thing with my crowd, but Tina, who was both hot and a senior, definitely was. So when she strutted over and said she'd take me out and show me some real moves, I got the thumbs up from the crew. Tina's parents had been getting her dance lessons since she was 7. She had dreams of being a Broadway star, but her dad wouldn't let her leave school early. Said her dancing was just to get her a rich husband. So they'd send her to school to learn to waltz, and she'd sneak across the hall to the mambo class. She had a short career as a chorus girl after she turned 21 and didn't have to listen to her father anymore. But in 1977, she was stuck in Bensonhurst, looking for straight boys she could take dancing. Roseland must have been a classy place in the 40s. 30 years later, it was crumbling. The carpets were worn through, and dust balls packed every corner, but for a greasy kid from Bensonhurst, it was still impressive. I'd never seen a live band before. There were about 500 people on the floor, and they all seemed to know every move. It was intimidating as hell. I blustered, saying I couldn't get into something that wussy, but Tina said she'd protect me. Sure, with one of her arms over my shoulder at school, I'd have nobody calling me a fairy, so I had no reason not to get out there with her. Out and back and over and forward. Okay, now repeat it. She led me through my first jazz square. Dorkville, I thought. How can this be fun? I can never remember all these steps. This is dancing for grannies. I'm going home, I told Tina. Dance, or I'll tell everyone at school you're a faggot. Once again, I had no choice in life. But this time it was a good thing, because after I did that jazz square 50 or 60 times, I started to forget I was doing it. Then I didn't have to think, I could just move. I let my mind and my eyes wander. I was part of the crowd. The beat moved through it, through Tina, through me. That 4-step pattern plugged me into something bigger than my street corner. When I was a kid and my parents were out, I used to stay up late and watch old movies on Channel 11. Gone with the Wind, The Maltese Falcon, From Here to Eternity, whatever was on. But my favorite was when they did Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers Week. I wanted to be Fred because he was a regular guy, not hoity-toity at all. But when he walked into the lobby of the Lido Hotel, he was the classiest guy in the room. It wasn't his suit. It wasn't his talk or his money. That class was him. It was in how he moved. Now here I was, in Roseland, being classy too. I needed some work, as did Roseland, but somehow, through my lousy footwork and the worn linoleum, I could see potential. When I looked up at the ceiling, I didn't see the chips in the paint. I saw starlight. At the Excelsior, it really is starlight. A glass ceiling on the rooftop ballroom of the Excelsior Hotel lets in the sky. Windows let in the city below. When they dim the lights, it's like you're flying. We'd left Chris downstairs buffing the hubcaps on the rolls. It wouldn't look right, Chantal had said, for a chauffeur to party with his passengers. He opened his mouth and I could sense he was about to soil my magic moment, so I told him to take the rolls back to Roger's place. I'd give him my keys and he could take my car home. We'd catch a cab. He didn't look at me as he answered, just kept his eyes on Chantal. I'll wait here, he said. Half an hour, Eddie. Then I'm coming in. There were a couple of 100 people on the dance floor, enough for it to feel full, but not so many that we bumped into each other. The band had a 12-piece string section with these room acoustics where I swear I could feel each string vibrate. This may have been the coke. However, it was definitely a huge step up from the sextets they had booming through the speakers at Roseland. A sparkling redhead at the front of the stage caressed a microphone. I still remember the song.
Merengue, tango, cha-cha, twist. Slow waltz across the dance room floor. The music swells, we can't resist. The rhythm pulls us in for more.
The rhythm changed with each step the singer named. Chantal and I moved through the changes effortlessly. I could guide her with a finger. That this woman could be married to a man who didn't dance. It was a crime, a denial of one of life's greatest joys. I'd almost rather join the priesthood, I thought. Almost. Roger takes me here sometimes, lets me get picked up by young men. Then he takes me back from them. I never get to finish a song.
You're finishing this one.
I don't want it to end, but that's what songs do. And then you are going to disappear. Don't call me, Eddie. Don't write. He traces things. You know, you could leave him. Chantal shook her head. People don't leave Roger Carver. He leaves them. The only way he'll let me go is if he finds someone he wants more. If I ever try to make him want me less, he gets mad. He ever hit you? Hit me? Do you have any idea what goes on in his club? The Squires Club. Roger's private getaway, an old hotel surrounded by a mile of woods in Connecticut. I'd driven Roger and his friends there dozens of times, but I'd only ever seen the lobby. All the rooms on the second floor were along a hallway that was now behind a locked door. Their windows were boarded up with pictures of empty rooms painted on the boards, so that at a distance it simply looked abandoned. There was a grounds crew and a house staff that maintained the estate and the first floor of the building, but the second floor was maintained by Roger and his fellow Squires Club members. They'd lock themselves in there for days. Food would go in, and sealed trash bags would come out, which were picked up by two big guys in a black Hummer. I'd mostly hang out with the other club members' chauffeurs at the motel we stayed at down the road. Sometimes, though, I'd deliver some takeout food or medicine, and I'd stand outside those boarded-up windows and listen. Screams and laughter, like in a madhouse. Later, we'd come to pick them up, and half the guests would be limping and smiling. They've been rich too long, those old boys and girls from Park Avenue. Too much time pleasing themselves, licking and sticking and pricking themselves. Her body twitched. What are you doing there? I don't want to talk about it. Then you shouldn't do it. I'm a whore, Eddie. He married me because I do it. Don't call yourself that. Why do you think I married him? A lot of women marry men for their money. That doesn't make them whores. No, it's that plus the other things. Like? Dip me again. First tell me what goes on at the club. Would you forget it? I'm sorry I mentioned it. I couldn't forget it. The upper floor of that building was the great mystery in the life of every employee who ever visited Roger's Connecticut estate. Suddenly, I couldn't leave New York without knowing. I stopped dancing. Why do you all laugh and scream? What are you into? I realized I was squeezing her hand and let it go. She gave me a long look as she massaged the blood back into it. Eddie, she said slowly, Roger and his friends have play toys that would make tonight's hall look like penny candy. What kind of toys? I gotta pee. It was right around this time, according to telephone records, that Roger Carver's private phone received 4 calls, one right after the other, from Chantal's cell phone. The first 3 went to voicemail. The 4th was picked up and lasted only 5 seconds. Roger said in his deposition that the ringing finally woke him up. Sleep. Roger hates it. Sleep is like death, he once told me, and at his age, death is always too close. He sleeps 2-3 hours at a time, several times a day, waking each time with a gasp. Sometimes I'd hear him snoring in the back of the rolls. I'd tap on the brakes. He'd wake up and pop a pill. Pills to sleep, pills to wake up. He was so hyped he was a freaking jack-in-the-box. I think of all those times, in the middle of the night, he must have popped up and looked at that softly snoring head of blonde hair beside him. She could sleep. She had years ahead of her. He needed sheer exhaustion to outweigh the fear of her life continuing without him, as it was now. On his nightstand, he found her note. Sleep well, darling. Must hear the dogs howl. He called her back, the records show, but it went to voicemail. So he caught a cab to Hadley. Chapter 14. I was still waiting for Chantal to come back from the John when Chris found me. He dragged me by my wrist to the ladies' room and tapped on the door like a cop. When Chantal came out, he marched both of us straight to the elevator. Then he wouldn't let us put up the partition in the car, so we had to listen to him sniffing and swearing to himself. Any other night, he and I would have had a huge fight. Now, I didn't care. I didn't even care about the Squires Club anymore. All I thought was that this night was almost over. Chris parked the rolls while I walked Chantal up the stairs of Castle Carver. At the door, she shook my hand politely. "Thank you for a lovely evening," she said with a curtsy, right out of Miss Manner's dating guide. "Thanks for my retirement fund." "It's not enough. I don't know what you'll do after it runs out. I'll do what I can to keep him away from you." "I'll be all right." "Get out of town, Eddie. Disappear." "There's two kinds of love, as King Solomon showed," Father Dolan would say, usually around Christmas time when the church got most of its donations. "The love which would kill the baby, and the love which would let it go. One of these loves isn't love at all. It's greed, the divil dressing up one of his wolves in sheep's clothing to send into our flock. The truly divine love is the love which cares enough to give more than enough, the love which puts grace ahead of place." Divine love. That's what she was giving me. That's what I was leaving. I wrote my cell number on $1. "If he gets mad, call me." "Don't answer. Be far away." Her voice dipped so low I had to lean in to hear her. "And whenever you dance the lambada." It was just the tip of her head between her lips and mine. Then I was getting what I saw in her eyes. I was getting the future we'd never have. Fred and Ginger waltzing away as the orchestra swells and the credits roll. I'd gone looking for one night of the high life. Chantal gave me a lifetime in that one kiss. Then she slipped out of my arms and into the house. Chris tossed me the keys to the rolls. I put them in Roger's mail slot. We went around the corner to my Toyota, and I drove us back to Brooklyn. I'm in love.
You are out of your fucking mind. The boss's wife?
She's a great dancer. Totally natural.
Yeah, like Amy Corrigan.
Amy Corrigan was a cheerleader I stole from her football boyfriend after Tina left school. Him and his muscle-bound buddies beat the crap out of me in the locker room. But Amy never danced like Chantal. Not even close. A ridiculous comparison. Chapter 15. Like I told you, I've talked to just about everybody and have gotten this night from just about every angle. But now comes a part of the story I don't know. When Chantal went back into that empty house. However, I do know the evidence described in the police investigation of the scene, and I do know everybody else's story. So the following is, I think, a pretty good bit of guesswork. Chantal came in, turned on the lights. Then she went upstairs, saw Roger wasn't in bed. Was he in his study? No. His coat was gone, too. She probably searched the house, made extra sure she was alone. Yep. These are the moments when some people make a cup of tea, pick up a book. I watch old movies on TV, just something to wind down a bit before bed. Chantal picked up the little bronze sculpture of a samurai that sits in the foyer and took it into the bathroom. She looked at herself in the mirror. Soft shoulders, a long neck gracefully curving to her jaw, succulent lips, a nose with just enough imperfection to be perfect, sky blue eyes, all topped off with a generous helping of silky blonde waves. The base of the sculpture caught her cheek, drawing blood. The next hit blackened her eye, but she dropped the samurai, which cracked a tile on the floor. Now there was an idea. Why not throw your face down on the countertop a few times, Chantal? Oh, that's good. Now run into that wall there. Slap yourself. Your nose isn't bleeding yet. Oh, that did it. Don't forget the other eye. Mess it up, Chantal. Ruin that beautiful face. Chapter 16. Have you ever asked a friend out and then had it rain, or turn out to be a crappy movie, or gotten held up at gunpoint? You feel so guilty. Your friend's suffering hurts you more than your own. It shouldn't. They said yes, the world has risks. They're grown-ups. They should know this. I am not my brother's keeper. Still, Chris sat in my back seat and changed out of the monkey suit.
Don't think this bag of snow buys me off, because it doesn't. You lied to me, Edward. Don't tell me you didn't.
Edward, that hurt.
Worse, you've shown a total disregard for your own safety. I hope you had a wonderful time, because it may be the last fun you have for a long time.
Who'd you say this came from? The Van Puttens.
They know their shit. Trouble. Smells like trouble.
I let him lecture me all the way back to Brooklyn. Then I dropped him at Red's and went home. Home. After Hadley and the Excelsior, my place looked like a dumpster. I'd filled it with antiques I'd picked off the streets, and if I turned the lights down low, I could usually convince myself it was a Victorian tea parlor. Now I saw every loose thread coming off the sofa, the traffic patterns worn into my carpet, the seams in the drywall over dozens of patch jobs after dozens of floods. I saw everything that was wrong with it, and in that, I saw everything that was wrong with me. This was the dump a loser like me was obliged to call home. Until tonight. I took out a suitcase and tossed stuff into it. Cufflinks, cummerbund, tap shoes, just the essentials. What do you wear on the run? I'm not going to be actually running, am I? I'm not a runner. I'm a dancer. Like Chantal. Like Chantal. In a dancer's life, if they're very lucky, there may be one partner perfectly suited to their step. Astaire and Rogers. How many combinations like that can you name? There must be several thousand practicing long-term couples in the international ballroom scene today. Married, single, gay, straight, amateur, professional, every possible variable for two human beings moving together, covered by at least a few hundred couples. And you can't name a single one of them, can you? Because that chemistry, that instinctive meshing of motion, isn't even one in a million. So I confused it with love. I turned on the TV. I still had Grand Hotel and the DVD. Ever see it? John Barrymore trying to steal Greta Garbo's jewels and screw Joan Crawford. Everybody's hiding in the closet and falling in love with each other and making fortunes and losing fortunes. A great movie. I've seen it 100 times. I could have recited it to myself on the way to the airport, but instead I sat there watching it for the 101st time, mumbling the lines. Then the phone rang. I heard her sobbing. I knew it was her. And I turned it off. He hit me. I'll be right there. He went out. I think he's getting something to... Lock the door. I'll be there in 10 minutes. From Red Hook. I was out of my mind. Eddie, I don't want to do this anymore. I want you. My heart took off. I took off to Manhattan after it. Chapter 17.
He's an excellent dancer. They were doing the mambo, the lambada. They look so good together, I can't believe they're not...
Shut up, Paul, Chester said. Chester had been watching Roger's face turn red.
Why don't you call her? He asked. I'm sure it's just a joke.
A joke? Are you laughing? I'm not. So what's the joke? Chester, Paul, and Brett stared silently, their jaws moving, hoping for some words to come out that wouldn't make things worse. After we'd left, they dipped back into the confiscation room for more supplies. The night was still young, so they were high as kites when Roger showed up. You ever have the man turn up when you're stoned? Particularly stimulants. You sweep all that stuff into the drawer right before they come into the room, and suddenly you have to bottle up all that buzz and act straight.
Good evening, sir. Yes, sir. Ma, what a lovely evening.
But in your head, you're flying, and all that buzz energy turns from pleasure into fear. That's what the Hadley gang was feeling right now, flying fear. Madeline Worthington, too, clutching her husband's arm and clenching her teeth. Molly and Selby were hiding in the bathroom, where they'd run when Roger banged on the door.
Hadley Academy, Chester finally stuttered, has great respect for tradition and elders.
Who's an elder?
Our forefathers and mothers,
The Lambada. That's the dirty one, isn't it?
Let me show you our school.
Chester put a hand on Roger's elbow and tried to steer him toward the model.
For a lasting legacy, nothing matches...
Show me. Roger grabbed Madeline. Show me how they danced.
An educational institution. Like this? He asked, pawing her soft bits. And what did she do? Did she resist? Or did she like it? And did he do this? It's moments like this that measure a man, and there was Brett Worthington, watching a stranger squeeze his wife's breasts. Did those dozens of generations of breeding leap up to defend the Worthington nipples? Or did they stand by and shiver? What else did he do? If they just said that his wife and I had robbed them, he might have laughed. But dancing? A whole song? For Roger, that was worse than sex. He didn't do this, did he? Roger picked up a poker and put its tip in the fire. No! Brett finally found his voice. Well, what did he do? Where is my wife? Roger pointed the poker at Brett. Brett went cross-eyed looking at that smoking thing. Roger might have really jabbed it if his cell phone hadn't rung right then. And guess what? It was Chantal. He hit me, she sobbed. Chapter 18. Why is it there's never a cop around when I'm on my way to trouble? Disco Mart. We were just walking by. If there'd been a cop on the corner, we'd have kept walking. Would have saved the system at least $20,000 in processing us from that bust. Prevention, ladies and gentlemen. Think of what would have been saved if someone with a siren had noticed me flying over the Brooklyn Bridge. There should have been a squadron chasing me down. Donut time, I guess. 40 miles an hour up Madison Avenue, punching red lights all the way. I skidded to a stop, ran up the steps, and leaned on the bell. I was panting. Have you ever driven so fast you've lost your breath? Her face looked like she'd been in a prize fight. I nearly fainted when I saw it, but she fell into my arms first. We propped each other up while she sobbed on my shoulder. Oh, Eddie, he was furious. I told him everything. I didn't care. Then he grabbed that little samurai and... Shh! Come on. Wait, I've got some things in my room. She hadn't packed yet. What had she been doing for the past 10 minutes? I followed her upstairs. This was the deepest I'd penetrated into the house. I've been in a lot of fancy houses since then. When you can buy whatever you want, your house says a lot more about you than when you buy your bedroom from IKEA. Roger's house was Roger to a T. The vaulted ceilings, the mahogany paneling, serious art spotlit on the walls, everything you think of when you think old money. But somehow it was all creepy. There were deep shadows, African masks sticking their eyes and tongues out at you, dueling pistols, crossed swords, stuffed animal heads, oil paintings of gutted carcasses. All respectable stuff. You might see it in any mansion. Or any nightmare. Chantal's room was in the corner with a terrace that looked out on the park. The gloom of Castle Carver stopped at her door. Inside, it was warm, homey, with the sort of antiques I wished my antiques really were. Her bed looked like a cloud on legs. I paced in front of it. Chantal sauntered into her closet, which was bigger than my apartment. She flipped through the racks, throwing the occasional item into a suitcase. Chanel blouse, pink slacks, stiletto pumps. The girl packed like me. She held out a pair of jeans on one finger. See? I'm being practical, Eddie. No jeans. You'll never need jeans. I didn't know how I'd keep that promise. The jeans dropped to the floor. Her swollen lips trembled, and she ran to me. She pushed me onto her bed and jumped on top of me. We sank in till I couldn't see the room. I hate them, she whispered. I hate jeans so much. Her loins and breasts stroked me while she gave me a hickey. I remember when Dolores Findlay pushed me on her bed the night I walked her home from Reggie's kegger. Her parents were asleep, and she said she needed help getting up the stairs. I was 14 and believed her. Man, when she touched me with those titties, my dick popped up like a jack-in-the-box. Not this time. I was so freaked out by the thought of Roger's doom squad, every touch of Chantal's flesh sent cold chills through me. Her hand on my cock was the hand of the cop busting me. Those perky nipples stung like my father's belt. As she stuck her tongue down my throat, I could almost taste the formaldehyde the undertaker would use before I got thrown in my pine box. My dick shriveled to a nub. I pushed her off me and closed her suitcase. She kneeled on her bed with this hurt, confused look. We gotta go, I muttered. Just a quickie? Come on. I reached out to grab her, but she sprang up and ran into the bathroom. Let me get my toothbrush. Buy a new one, I yelled.
But it's my lucky toothbrush.
Funny, it was on the counter. She started going through the medicine cabinet. I dragged her and her suitcase downstairs. I should have known something was up because the front door was open and I'd closed it when we came in. We were halfway across the foyer when I heard his footsteps. I started to spin around, which probably saved my life. My shoulder exploded in pain. I saw Roger lift the tire iron for another hit, so I kicked him in the shins. A girly move I'd always found very effective in the joint. Guys never expect it from another guy. Anyway, then he was hopping around, swinging that iron he'd bought from his cabbie, while I was holding up Chantal's fuchsia snakeskin suitcase as a shield. And Chantal was rooting from the sidelines. Get him! Get him! Not exactly two knights jousting for a fair maiden, but I think in our own minds that's how we felt. Roger swung wide. I ducked, grabbed him, and took him down. Then we were rolling around on the floor, and he was thumping me with that tire iron, but now we were too close for him to get a good hit. He was surprisingly strong for an old man. Probably those pills he took. But I was half his age and an athlete. I grabbed the iron away from him, sat on his chest, and raised it up. I could have killed him right then. One hit would have cracked his skull like an egg.
So what would you do?
You'd just been attacked. You'd gotten the upper hand for a moment. Your attacker was still set on attacking you. You'd be in your rights. Self-defense. No jury would convict you. Would you hit him? You don't really know, do you? I threw the iron across the room. I got up and kicked him in the gut, just once for Chantal. Then I grabbed Chantal and her suitcase and dragged her out of there. Roger watched us from the floor, gasping. As we got in my car, he came out of the building. I could see him stumbling after us in my rearview mirror as I accelerated.
Chantal turned and watched them. Roger finally ran out of breath and could only stand at the corner and watch Chantal's receding face mouth the word, "Help."
I didn't see this. Don't look, I told her. You'll never see him again. Chantal turned her face to me, tears streaming down. Eddie, I've killed you.
She fell into my lap and bawled these big, explosive sobs, so loud I had to open the window.
I stroked her hair as I negotiated the traffic down 5th. He'll destroy us. He'll ruin our lives, she moaned. No, he won't. You don't know. Roger has a man. I remembered Ernest Wilkinson, one of the old boys in the Squires Club. One of the crowd, laughing, slapping the other old boys on the back. And then he wasn't. I ran into Simon, his chauffeur, a few months later. Ernest hung himself, I learned, after certain confidential papers of his were leaked to the press. Simon said he heard from a waiter that Ernest had called Roger's endurance in the bedroom a marvel of technology at a banker's banquet the year before. There were chuckles. We'll hide. We'll get new names. Do you know what that costs? She was right. I knew a guy in the joint who faked papers. A solid ID with a driver's license, credit references, and a verifiable social security number ran at least 50 grand. Without that stuff, we'd be taking cash-only jobs. The money from the dope wouldn't last long. After that, it would be Blue Jean City. Well, we'll be all right, I said, with the strength of a jellyfish. He'll find us. Carl will. Then we'll be all right, I said again, louder. But she wasn't hearing me. We were stopped at a light. She kissed my hand. Goodbye, Eddie, she said, getting out. Disappear. And then she walked away. The best advice and the best chance to follow it. Would you? Could you do the sensible thing and watch that shapely ass walk out of your life forever? I let her get about 20 feet before I jumped out and ran after her. Wait, I yelled. As she turned and I asked her, I saw she didn't look very surprised. What about those toys your other friends have?
Chapter 19. Once we were out of sight and he'd gotten his wind back, Roger sat on the steps of his building for quite a while. His first instinct was to call Carl, like he did whenever he had a problem. But that, he realized, was why he couldn't call Carl. Trouble had created an equalizing space between Roger and me. Chantal had seen me kick his ass, so now Roger could have called in 100 ninjas to chop me to pieces, and it would be meaningless. Chantal would know he couldn't do it himself. All the pills and exercise and facelifts in the world wouldn't make him look good to her after that. Still, he had to do something. He checked his gut where I'd kicked him. It was turning blue. At least he'd gotten a real wound. Roger hadn't been in a real fight since Andy Taft had called him a pussy in 7th grade. It was a real fight, wasn't it? Assault, kidnapping, actual crimes. Roger had gotten so used to having his own private police force that he'd forgotten there's a public one. It wouldn't be the same as marching into my apartment and rescuing Chantal himself, but at least he wouldn't be relying on his wealth. There would be sirens and uniforms and guns, real ones. Chantal would like that. The 19th Precinct is the Cadillac of New York City police stations. The building's face, which is 150 years old, is backed by a state-of-the-art police and firehouse with its own forensics lab, bomb squad, everything. You go in the bathroom there and it actually smells good. This is not for the benefit of the detainees, of course. It's not even for the cops. It's for the wealthy victims and witnesses visiting on some sad business. The 19th Precinct is in the Cadillac of New York City neighborhoods. 10021, the zip code to dream for. Park Avenue, 5th Avenue overlooking the park. The people at these addresses don't want to visit their local enforcers and feel that taint of slum you get everywhere else in the city. Hell, damn near everywhere else in the world. They are the elite, and they want to be protected by the elite. However, it was late, and the truly elite had gone home. This was the B Squad elite. 19th Precinct. I never found out who the desk sergeant was that night, but I'm told he sounded tired. Give me the captain.
Captain Tempinelli isn't here right now.
Give me whoever's in charge.
Can you state the nature of your emergency?
I'll state it to whoever's in charge.
I'm in charge of the phone. You're on the phone? You can state it to me.
Tell whoever's in charge that Roger Carver would like to speak to them. There was a little list of names at the front desk. Captain Tempinelli made sure that whoever was covering the phone knew about it. The cop looked. There was Roger Carver, right at the top. The rest of the list was alphabetical. I'll call Captain Tempinelli immediately. Chapter 20. His wife was still in bed. Police captains' wives learned to sleep through late-night calls. Paul Tempinelli got dressed while he scanned the duty roster on his home computer. The captain's relaxed, easy manner had always made him popular, both in the department and with my clients, as he liked to say. However, the truth was, he was a pretty tightly wound guy, and the conversation he just had with Roger had hit him like a shot of espresso. Rivas, Horahan, Chen, all uniforms. He couldn't send uniforms to this, could he? Carver wanted gold shields. He'd called the precinct and asked for the captain instead of dialing 911 because he was a VIP and he expected to be treated like one. Tempinelli didn't plan on being a cop forever. A returned wife, handled quickly and with discretion. Captain T imagined the salaries Unico paid its senior security people, the ones who delivered. Fitzsimmons, Giraldi, they were idiots. That meant the only competent gold shields left in the office at this hour were... Fuck. Joseph's cell phone rang. He checked the number, then turned it off. His desk phone rang. He ignored it. Then the desk sergeant's voice boomed through the building that Detective Lonigan had a call from Captain Tempinelli holding on line 1. Em looked at her partner, who was staring at that UB-92 form harder than ever. Joe. He picked up the phone and handed it to her. Detective Terraverde. Oh, hello, Captain. No, he's not at his desk. Chapter 21. When I was 15, I got hauled in for suspicion on a theft charge. I hadn't done time yet, but the cops knew me from juvie. They sat me in a chair for 4 hours, asking me the same question 100 different ways. Playing Frisbee, I kept saying. At Brighton Beach, with Chris Malloy. Ask him. We did, the detective said. So you know. Where's the stuff, Eddie? I'd hidden it in a plastic bag I'd tied to a piling at the pier. Chris was backing me up. They had nothing on me. How come all I gotta do is walk down the street and I get picked up? I put on my hurt face. Because you're guilty, Eddie. Even when you didn't do it, you're guilty. We're all guilty in the eyes of the Lord, Father Dolan used to say 4 or 5 times a year. This was his fallback sermon, whenever the planned speech was forgotten or seemed too ridiculously out of date. Sometimes he'd switch to it in the middle of a service. Page 3 was gone from his copy of Sebastian, A Saint for All Seasons. Suddenly we're all guilty. Chris and I, standing behind him in our cassocks, would sneak an eye roll at each other. Sometimes I wondered why I showed up and listened to this crap every Sunday. Mom sure wasn't making me go. Dad was long gone by the time I was an altar boy. Maybe I needed someone talking hellfire to me. You may be the most lily-white, goody-two-shoes to ever set foot outside a church. You may care for your baby brothers and sisters, drop coins in old Pat's cup. Pat was the neighborhood bum. And see me every Sunday, but when the Lord looks in ya, He sees everything. He sees that black spot in your heart, the one that wants to rip the clothes off that person and have your savage way with them. He sees the spot of jealousy at your fancy neighbor that makes you want to slander them till they're ruined. He sees the distrust, the hate, yes, the hate that you have for those different from you, that would have you kill them all until only you were left, alone, safe. He sees the germ of nihilism, of communism, in all of us that is the work of Satan. He sees it in ya, even if you don't know it's there. No wonder I always look guilty. I don't think I'm any more guilty than anyone else, not in the big picture sense, but I feel more guilty. Cops sense that feeling in me. Cops and priests. I told the detective where the stuff was and got a 6-month suspended sentence. So what could I do now? If I tried to explain to the cops about the harassment we'd face for the rest of our lives, they'd take one look at me, call Roger, and ask him what cell he'd like them to throw me in. They'd never help me, or Chantal. We had to help ourselves. Survival! If you weighed your own life against a few millionaires' trinkets, you'd steal too, wouldn't you? Without a second thought. And yet, as we broke into the dressing room at that charity dinner, I could almost see Father Dolan looking down on me and shaking his head. Totality, Father! Totality! Chapter 22. Concepcion Menendez, from Colombia, will have no milk tonight. Little Concepcion looked up at the camera, her face smudged with dirt. Then she was gone. A fly-covered boy replaced her. Yola Ndor of Burundi will mix chalk with water to make it look like milk. You could see Yola's ribs poking through his skin. Fletcher Lovington gestured sadly at slide after slide. His deep, amplified voice echoed through the hall. The protein in a single glass of milk would provide more nutrition than these children consume in a day. He drank a shot to demonstrate. The milk clung to his mustache as he gestured to his empty glass. Life. We buy it at the grocery store. We can give it to Concepcion and Yola. This $5 in the back of old Bossy here, he held a bill up, can buy enough milk to allow them and their families to subsist for a month. Fletcher stuffed the bill into a slot in a plastic cow, which was next to him on the stage. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out another bill. This $100 bill will provide protein to Yola's entire village for a month. Into the cow it went. Who wants to feed a village for a month? Right now! Let me see you down here. Half the audience lined up, pulling out their wallets. Each one received a handshake and a thanks from Fletcher. The faces of desperation were replaced by happy, smiling children with white mustaches. Little Yola would have milk tonight. How lucky he was to have a champion like Fletcher running benefits for him. Such a tall, well-groomed, powerful champion. Fletcher Lovington, CFO of Plymouth Capital, whose time was worth thousands an hour, was begging on behalf of the Third World. Again. Folks in line got misty. They praised him for his work as they stuffed Franklins into Bossy's back. When they dumped Bossy that night, a deposit of over $30,000 was made to the account of the Cow Kids Foundation, providing milk to underprivileged children.
Guests went home with the warm, fuzzy feeling of having nourished some scruffy little moppet, and Fletcher locked himself in his dressing room with his cow. We'd come in right at the end. Chantal had gotten us backstage with a story about losing her earring. I popped the lock on Fletcher's dressing room, and we found him in there, counting the extra cash that had fallen through Bossy's legs into her base. He was so busy he didn't even hear us come in. 22.30, 23.30. He uncrumpled and stacked the bills. "Howdy, partner," Chantal drawled. "Sure those cattle got your brand?" He jumped in his seat, but as soon as he saw Chantal, he relaxed.
"Oh, hello, Chantal. Who's your boyfriend?"
"This here's Jesse James. We're rustling your herd." I can hear you thinking, "Shameful, stealing milk money. Eddie Doyle, if you had a shred of human decency, you'd expose this chiseler and give that money back to those kids." That's what I thought too, and that's what I said, more or less. Chantal gave me her patient smile. "Fletcher, tell Eddie what happens if we turn you in."
"It would be the end of cow kids. Some of the money's actually used for milk. Little Yola and Concepcion would starve."
I stared at that pile of cash. It was about 11,000 quarts of milk. I tried to figure out how to do right. "Can we make an anonymous donation?" "We could," Chantal said. "To an honest charity, if there is such a thing. Some of it would trickle down to those kids." Those poor, thirsty kids. Then again, we were pretty poor, and we were going to stay poor. Yola had Fletcher looking after him. Fletcher, who was hugging Bossy and telling her it was going to be all right. "You don't need the money," I asked him. "Why are you doing this?" He shrugged. "Everyone has a hobby." Chapter 23. "Oh, belly shiner." Margaret examined the bruise on Roger's stomach. They were standing on his doorstep, but he didn't even wait to be asked before pulling up his shirt to show her the evidence. People were always showing her things. Scars, tattoos, gold teeth. I caught my breath and came outside. He was forcing her into his car. Roger pointed to the skid marks on the street where I had peeled out. "How? Was he pushing her head down? Kicking her?" "Forcing her." Em hummed a bit. She looked at the street and drummed a pen on her notepad. "You know, it's pretty hard to actually cram someone into a car if they don't want to go. Do you think I'm making this up?" "Just want to get the facts, sir." "I gave you his address. He's probably raping her while we're talking. So would you please close your little notebook and rescue her?" This was Joe and Em's usual routine. She'd ruffle their feathers, then Joe would smooth them out. Not to say that they had ever had a conversation like, "Okay, you be the bad cop and I'll be the good cop." That's just the way they were, and that's what worked. Of course, if Captain Tempinelli had heard Em tonight, he'd have busted her to meter maid. Maybe that's why Joe let her go on this long. However, now it was time to put the leash on. He gave his partner's arm the shut-up squeeze. "That's exactly what we will do, sir. I ask that you stay by the phone in case your wife or Edward calls," Joe said to Roger as he dragged Em toward the car. "Don't stop for donuts!" Roger slammed the door behind them. "Donuts," Em spat on Roger's steps. "I fucking hate rich people." "Don't worry. You'll never be one." They were driving one of those dark sedans that plainclothes always drive. Who'd ever buy a car like that? Might as well have a neon sign that says cops inside. Joseph fiddled with the onboard computer while Em drove them out to Brooklyn. "Guy talks like we work for him," she fumed. "City of New York, baby, written right on my check." "You don't sound too worried about Mrs. Carver." "What do you want to bet we get to this chauffeur's house? Wifey and him are making like bunnies, and she says her husband hit her." "You think Roger Carver just lied to the police?" "You think he wouldn't? His type doesn't care." Joseph didn't believe in types. People were too complicated in his mind. Categorization made detectives gloss over key differences, which led to sloppy analysis. However, he let her keep talking. "That's how they get rich. They'll probably hire some shrink to say she's got Stockholm Syndrome. The chauffeur'll get convicted of kidnapping, and she'll be locked up at home, loaded on meds so he can do what he wants with her. Toys and tools. That's what we are to him." "He seemed genuinely concerned to me." Click, click, click on the computer. "That story stank."
Every time we go to one of these rich biddies' houses, you get all deferential. Should be a butler. Every time I ever saw these two, at the inquest, the cemetery, they were going at each other, like an old married couple. The other cops used to call them the Pat Sprats. Sprat for the thin fat thing, and Pat for the androgynous thing. Em was having trouble coming to terms with her sexuality, and Joseph had long ago decided to ignore his. They didn't have anybody but each other. One day there was a little rhyme left on the bulletin board at the station house. Pat Sprats, one thin, one fat, one boy, one girl, but which one's that? Captain Tempanelli gave a 30-second lecture about tolerance at the next station meeting. But after that, Joe and Em gave up trying to fraternize with their fellow lawkeepers at Precinct 19. Joe's phone rang. He checked the caller and turned it off. Em's phone rang. She held it toward Joe, who didn't take it. "It's illegal for me to talk and drive," she said. "I won't arrest you." Joe kept clicking. Em flipped open her phone. "Hello, Captain."
Where's Joe?
"Driving."
You see Roger Carver?
"Yeah, we're following up on his complaint right now. The alleged assailant's house."
Where? I'll send backup.
"I don't think we're going to need backup."
I'm sending backup.
Backup means mess. It means destruction, which means explanation, which means hours of filling out reports. Backup to a cop with any finesse is a headache. Margaret turned to Joseph. "He's sending backup," Joe said. Clickety-click-click. Joe's a fast typist. Margaret gave Captain Tempanelli my address.
I'll get a warrant, he told her. Don't go in until the team gets there. I want that area covered.
"Captain, I think it'll be—"
And tell Joe to answer his goddamn phone.
Click. "Roger Carver's a very important man," Joe said as he typed. "If this city were a corporation, he'd be one of the largest shareholders." "But it's not." Margaret glanced at Joe's face. In the light of the computer screen, it was pasty white. "What are you looking at?" she asked. Wedding announcements. Chapter 24. Roger, like most world shakers, has two phone numbers, a public one and a private one. If the public, salesmen, irate environmentalists, the mayor, call, they get the house phone. This isn't a phone at all, it's just a little light in the kitchen. Some service listens to the message that's left and decides which garbage can to throw it in. The private phone is in Roger's pocket. The number to that phone is guarded like the combination to Fort Knox. When it rings, Roger knows it's someone who shares his secrets. Someone who's in the club. Roger sat in his study and stared at that phone. The more the minutes ticked by, the older and weaker he felt. He popped another picker-upper. I was probably ravishing Chantal right now, and she was probably enjoying it. I'm so young, I'm so good-looking, and so brutal. Roger checked the phone's battery. 3 bars of reception. No messages. When it rang 15 minutes later, he got so excited he dropped the thing. It rolled under the coffee table, and he hit his funny bone grabbing it. Fuck! He flipped it open. "Chantal? You owe me $12,000. That bitch rustled Bossy. Fletch, where is she? And you take back that word." "Oh, sorry, that female dog just left here with your chauffeur. He's kidnapped her." "Well, she sure seems to like it. I want to check, now." "Come on over." Roger hung up and fell back into his chair. That call had knocked more wind out of him than my foot had. It was the second report that evening of how much his wife was enjoying being kidnapped. She wasn't at my place, where the cops were. She was out showing off her new boy toy to all Roger's friends. No, I was making her do it. Roger had seen Chantal's crying eyes as I had driven off with her. I was an inhuman lambada monster. I not only wanted to fuck his wife, I wanted to use her to humiliate him in front of his friends. That's what this was, he decided. Character assassination. Roger's friends are also his business associates. An attack on his character is an attack on Unico's share price. It's an act of industrial espionage. The police added a nice splash of color when this was a garden variety kidnapping, Roger decided. But now he needed discretion. He needed Carl. Chapter 25. Wait, I'm driving. She took my keys.
Chantal was a good driver. Aware, confident, but not over-aggressive. I'll be a sexist pig and say she drove like a man. As a chauffeur, I'm highly tuned into people's driving, especially when it's my car. But with Chantal at the wheel, I actually relaxed. The bag of cash at my feet helped. I always liked driving my boyfriend's car. It feels like I'm in you. She accelerated. Fletcher used to tell Roger how much he'd skimmed from poor kids that week. They'd laugh and joke about all the street urchins who'd be staying on the street. What is an urchin, anyway? I always thought it was sushi. I'm an urchin. I grew up on the street. She threw me a pitiful look. I used to see that look so much when I was a kid. When my dad left. When he came back. When he left again. I saw it in Mrs. Traviano's face when she'd call her kids home for dinner while Nicky and Susie and I hung out till Mom got home at 9. Drove Nicky crazy. That sad, silent look. Not me. I like pity. 3 kids in a 2-room apartment. We'd stay out all night, I continued. Especially when Dad was around. More of that look. She took a hand off the wheel and stroked my cheek. I rubbed against it like a cat. What about you? I asked. Always have a roof over your head? I didn't like coming home to Daddy either. Then I found other daddies. Finally, I found Roger. Now I found you. I'm not your daddy. I can't afford it. Hell, you're my daddy right now. I don't even know where we're going. She laughed. We're going shopping. Just a few errands. Then, if you're good, I'll get you ice cream. I like ice cream. Sure you do. Who doesn't like ice cream? You'd have to be some kind of psycho. What's your favorite flavor? Pistachio, she said right away. That made me feel better. So what's next? I asked. Some faggot with a golden dildo? Gold is good. My fence says it's highly fungible. You were good, playing Roger. You ever do theater? Nah, but I watch a lot of movies. Sometimes I pretend I'm in a movie, and that soon it'll end and my real life will begin. I'm the opposite. I want my real life to turn into a movie. Tonight it is. It's a thriller. And tomorrow it'll be real life again. But it'll be a different real life. You gonna talk like Lauren Bacall some more? Like something. I don't know yet. We'll see when we get there. Just play along. And Eddie? Huh? Remember, it's just a movie. Chapter 26. For many years, Carl Tannenbaum had lived in a rooftop apartment in the West Village, where he raised competition tea roses. You know, the little ones that almost fall through your buttonhole? I once asked him how such a big guy got stuck on such little flowers. Eddie, he said, in that voice like the Grim Reaper's, the beauties of nature know no scale. There's such poetry in him. That night all he said to Roger was, You want him hurt? Not immediately. I just want him. Carl considered the situation, as he had the dozens of situations Roger had called him with before. Among other things, Carl's a lawyer. However, he only got his law degree in order to guarantee his clients the privacy of attorney-client privilege. Carl is a black bag man. Whatever needs doing, Carl's got something in his black bag for it. A black belt, several black guns, a black bomb or two, black boxes to erase your bank accounts, black bottles of liquids that make you swallow your tongue. Ex-Green Beret, mercenary, he is an instrument of destruction, and he is the sweetest guy you could ever have dinner with. Carl and I were coming out of a restaurant once, and there was this girl on the corner in a miniskirt. It was about 40 degrees out, and Carl went up to her. Dear, he said, you're shivering. She went into this whole story of how she left her coat on the bus and it had her wallet in it. She was trying to get across town, and she didn't know anybody in New York, and on and on. Clearly bullshit, a street con. Carl swept his enormous coat off and wrapped it around her shoulders. She snuggled into it. Thank you, thank you. Now if you could just help me get across town. He gave her $20. We walked away. Carl, I said, she's a con artist. Good show, wasn't it? And he winked at me. That was about a year after Roger sicked Carl on me. We had all kissed and made up by then. On the night in question, however, I was just someone on Roger's shit list. Carl pondered. He knew my record from the file he kept on me. Carl has a lot of files. What about Chantal? Carl finally asked. Do you want her too? Chantal will come on her own. You just get me Eddie. There's a lot Carl could have said to this. He had a file on Chantal, too. Roger had never asked him to keep one. Carl did that on his own. However, he wisely kept his mouth shut about it. I don't think I could have kept that silent, knowing all the dirt he knew. That's why Carl was the best black bag man in the business. Discretion. I worship Carl. Clearly, Eddie is robbing your acquaintances of their unmentionables. I suggest you warn your fellow club members. Have them call you at the first sign of Chantal and Edward, but have them detain the pair. Play along with them.
No, it's too pathetic. It's the quickest way to catch 'em.
I'm not asking the whole world to rescue my wife.
I'd need many men to cover every single possible target. That force takes time to put together.
No men, just you.
Mr. Carver, this may be one of those times when the police need to be fully informed. People's lives may be in danger.
The police can't catch a cold. If you don't want people hurt, catch him now.
In other words, if anyone is hurt, it's my fault, thought Carl.
All right, he sighed. I'll peek in some windows.
Chapter 27. You look thirsty. No? Have a peanut, some chips, because we have a long way to go. You wouldn't be ready to plug someone yet, would you? Yes? No? It's hypothetical. Can't really answer me, can you? You've never tried. You can imagine it. Seeing someone's insides coming out, blood spilling on the floor, watching that last breath of air leave their bodies and their eyes get that glassy, fishy stare. Yeah. Go get a glass of water. Splash some on your face, too. Curtis Fenton lived in one of those grand old Park Avenue buildings, the ones with high ceilings, fresh flowers on every landing, and doormen who've been there 100 years. A wealthy widow with a mink coat and a Pomeranian was sitting in the lobby complaining about the price of milk when we strolled in. Chantal said Curtis's name, and we kept right on strolling toward the elevator. Anybody else, the old guy would have stopped and rung up. But I don't think a doorman ever stopped Chantal in her life. Not since puberty. It took Curtis a while to answer the door. We stood in the little box between the elevator and his apartment. It was milky white, lit in some mysterious, indirect way, even the floor. I was getting dizzy. I put my hands on the walls. Chantal hung herself off my shoulders. "You're so strong," she whispered. It was all I could do to stay standing. "I can't wait till we're free, and we can dance." She tried to turn me, but I was holding those walls apart. "What's taking 'em?" I asked. "We'll have a little kitchen. I can cook you meals. Even just a hot plate. I'm the best hot plate cook you ever met. Did you know I can cook?" Then the door opened and Chantal went into her act. Curtis was a pudgy, bald, middle-aged guy. He looked like a snowman. The last time I'd seen him was in front of the Pelican Club near Times Square. Roger had me cut off Curtis's limo for a parking space closer to the door. I could see him in my rearview mirror, cursing silently as he got out of his car. But as soon as he saw Roger, he was all smiles. He was wearing a tux that night. Now he was wearing a robe with red writing all over it. I guess that's what witch doctors wear. Chantal was hanging off my neck, rolling her eyes around, moaning and twitching like an epileptic. She told me she was going to act crazy, but I wasn't prepared for how good she'd be at it. Curtis took one look at her and lit up. "What did she take?" he asked. "I don't know. It looked like blood." "Blood, blood," she croaked. "Come right in." He stepped back, and we entered the deck of Spaceship Future. Colors, shapes of white, some framed blobs of paint spotlit on the walls. A panting puffball trotted up and sniffed us. I don't think that dog had ever touched pavement in its life. Spotless. "Bring her to my bedroom." It was circular, with a circular bed in the middle, and nothing else. No shelves, no art, no dirty socks on the floor, not even a wrinkle on that circular sheet. How could anybody sleep there? I winced at the footprints I'd left on that thick shag carpet. While I was pondering the perfection, Curtis fiddled with something by the bed, and a panel in the wall swung back. Curtis Fenton must have swept every bit of festering ooze that had ever polluted his apartment into the room behind that panel. It was the bowel of his life. Globs of candle wax covered the floor. Pictures of people, disfigured, with their eyes sewn shut, were tacked to the walls. A festering goat's head sat on an altar, surrounded by candelabras made of human hands. A West Indian woman in a turban clutched a book and stared at us. A chicken clucked in the corner.
I told you to catch that, he said to Turban Lady. Who are they? She asked. Chantal went straight to the bird. The chicken squawked and tried to run, but Chantal grabbed it and wrung its neck. One twist. The bird flapped and writhed around, its head hanging at an impossible angle, but Chantal held it with 2 hands and took a great big bite, just like it was deep-fried Sunday dinner. Then she licked the blood and feathers off her lips. Curtis shook his head. Oh, great! My only chicken! Chantal moved in on Curtis. Her voice was low and thick now. Chicken? What is chicken? Is old man a chicken?
No.
Old man wants life? Human life? Yes, yes! Then old man must take human life. Chantal looked at Turban Lady. I think she'd been Curtis's priestess until Chantal walked in. Now she was just a frightened West Indian woman. She bolted for the door, but Curtis and I grabbed her. We dragged her to the altar. Help! Police! Murder! Turban Lady kept screaming. Chantal picked up a dagger that was lying on the altar. It was gold and crusted with jewels. Chantal cut the chicken's head off and shoved it in Turban Lady's mouth. Chantal took Turban Lady's arm from Curtis and gave him the dagger. He sidled up to Turban Lady, kind of shy. She looked at him, and every eyeball and vein just about popped out of her body. Curtis turned to Chantal. What do I say? Don't say. Do. It has to be human? Life. Life. Chantal was writhing like a snake now, yet I felt something touching me and was surprised to see Chantal's right hand discreetly taking Turban Lady's other arm from me. Curtis stared at Turban Lady, that dagger quivering in his hand. The heart, Chantal managed to say before her speech turned to this weird gurgling chant. Curtis raised his dagger. Now his whole body was quivering. He stood there, knife high, shaking. I can't! He yelled. Close your eyes. Strike! Curtis closed his eyes. I hit him on the head with a 10-pound candle. Hot wax sprayed everywhere. Turban Lady popped up and Curtis went down, whacking his head on the altar and the floor. He was out. Breathing, but out. You fuckers is crazy! Turban Lady's West Indian lilt was magically gone. Chantal spit out some blood. I have to brush my teeth. Chapter 28. Apartment buildings, like people, have 2 main holes. The mouth, through which flow residents and visitors, is the hole they present to the world. The backside of the building has the other hole. A door with no awning, no man with shiny brass buttons opening it and wishing you a good day. This is the door for deliveries and garbage. Sidney, the rear elevator operator, was standing outside this door, smoking a butt, when he heard something knocking around in one of the trash cans. Clinking and clanging. It was dark on the street. Sid couldn't see a soul around. Whir, clank. Sid walked toward the can, closer and closer. He was victim number 1 in a slasher movie. Why didn't he call the cops? Or ignore it? Buzz, buzz, click. He was right on top of the can now. Whatever was in there, it was hard. Not a living thing. Okay, if it wasn't alive, it couldn't give him rabies. It couldn't jump out of there and rip his face off like that thing in Alien. He lifted the lid. Aim! Fire! The soldier blasted him. Then it went back into its marching cycle, kicking the side of the can with every step. Sid picked it out of the trash and turned it off. He needed another cigarette after that. Carl had had just enough time to tiptoe across the sidewalk and into the entrance. The cylinder on the locked door to the rear stairs was a York Sentry, an easy pick. As he walked up the stairs, Carl marveled at the trust people placed in doorman buildings. This was the 3rd he'd penetrated in the last hour. If thieves in New York ever got smart, this city would be picked clean. As he sprinted up the stairs, Carl called the 3 other bugs he planted. He'd been able to get into the first 2 apartments and had good audio. The 3rd one he'd had to tape to a window, so the sound was muffled, but there were no screams coming from anywhere. He checked the transmission on his 4th bug. Curtis's door featured a fichet cylinder. Using a double-sided key with randomly placed indentations rather than grooves, the fichet is just about unpickable. Fortunately, Carl knew that Curtis kept a spare key taped behind the fire extinguisher. The smoke hit Carl's nose as soon as he entered. Little trails of red crisscrossed the milky white decor. Curtis's puffball, now soaked with blood, left a trail of it as he scampered to Carl. "Where is it? Show me." Carl followed Puffball as it trotted happily through the apartment. The red lines went everywhere. Puffy yapped proudly.
"Hello! Is someone there? I'm in the bedroom."
Carl knew the sound of Curtis's voice from the tapes he'd made of it. Carl had spied on all of Roger's friends at one point or another, and many of Roger's friends had their black bag men spy on Roger. Keeping tabs, they call it. The several dozen candles in Roger's voodoo room had melted, leaving Curtis glued to the floor, his hair stuck in a hardened pool of wax and chicken blood. Carl blew out the remaining flames and cut 'em loose.
Who are you?
Curtis rubbed his head. He'd have a headache for the next 5 days.
A friend. What happened?
You're Roger's man.
Edward did this to you?
Him and Chantal.
Mrs. Carver hit you?
No, she's quite an actress. They took my dagger. Is this one of Roger's games? Carl once told me,
the best diplomacy is silence.
What a sage.
Do you know where they went?
He asked.
No. Tell Roger he's buying me a new dagger.
Tell him yourself. He's awake. Carl headed for the door.
You don't want to talk to him?
Tell him I'm keeping tabs. And that's just what Carl did. He went around the Upper East Side, sneaking little bugs into or next to people's apartments. Then he went to his regular booth at Cafe Luna and tuned into their private lives. The little things he'd planted didn't have much battery power, so this show would have a limited run. But for that moment, he had 12 channels of upper crust reality radio. And guess what? There was nothing on. Chapter 29. Hamba bamba cucamonga, chicken licking chimichanga. Lordy yum yum, come to me, suck it. Chantal sang into the jeweled handle. I grabbed the dagger from her and slipped it under my seat. She looked into my face, then smiled, like I was some debutante who just lost her cherry at the prom. I never knew growing up would hurt like this. Check it out, Eddie. 1.5 pounds of gold, plus 13 sapphires. Curtis told me sapphires conduct ectoplasm better than any other jewel. You can see it inside them. Little ghosts dancing around. Take a look. No. She rolled her eyes. The only thing that knife has ever cut is chicken. Most of the time he just waves it around. These babies never do anything real. What's real? Murder? You'll never see anything like it again, Eddie. Not even in King Tut's tomb. I picked up the dagger and examined it as I drove. It was almost 1 foot long, with elaborate writing all around the handle. I could see a golden reflection of my frown in its blade. The sapphires caught the passing streetlights and shone them back in pulsating white globs. What a piece of pure evil. How many times have you seen this thing? I asked. Oh, every full moon, Curtis does his little event. Roger likes to show up sometimes and cheer him on. I pictured Chantal and Carver holding candles and hooting while blood sprayed them. The car weaved. I was passing out. Chantal held the wheel while I rubbed my face. It's acting, Eddie, just like that homegirl in the turban. She didn't geek a chicken. Who'd he believe? Her or me? She had a point. She'd had a lot of points tonight, but they didn't make my stomach settle down. How could she do this stuff without going into shock? Whatever it took to survive, without a blink. Survival was the cure to nausea, the cure to guilt, the all-purpose reason for anything. I couldn't argue with this, but I was starting to think that there was a level beyond which I didn't want to survive. Chantal had no such limit. I'm almost 200 well-toned pounds, but as I looked at Chantal, I felt so much weaker than her. I was sitting next to Superwoman. She was telling me to be Superman, but I sure didn't feel super. I stuck the dagger back under my seat. Let's fence this shit and scram. Chantal shook her head. One night, Eddie, our whole retirement. Food, clothes, rent. So how much do we need? I don't know. 100,000? 200? I'm not an accountant, but more is better. You sure it's money you want? She flinched like I'd slapped her. Then she tensed like she was going to slap me. Then she got out of the car. We were on a side street. I couldn't have been doing more than 25. I looked in my rearview mirror and saw her roll under a parked car. I pulled over and ran back to her. "Don't touch me!" She swatted me as I tried to help her. Her dress was ripped. She had scrapes all over. A little crowd gathered while she dusted herself off. "Get in the car," I told her. "We'll get some bandages." "I just got out of the car." "Why'd you stop, Eddie? You don't want to be near me." That was partially true. "I never said that," I waffled. So fucking holy. You think I liked that? Think that was a party for me? You're a good actress. I'm a great actress. So what do you think? Was Chantal acting when she bit that bird? Or was she acting now? My brain was shorting on the possibilities. "I don't know," I said. I didn't know what I didn't know, but I knew I didn't know something. "She's great, honey," chimed in one of the crowd. "Like Vivian Lee." "In Streetcar Named Desire?" someone asked. "I was thinking Gone with the Wind." Chantal paused to curtsy before turning back to me. "Whatever you don't know, you better figure out right now." She wiped some asphalt off her face and tapped her foot impatiently. For about the 5th time that night, my brain froze. I just stood there, silently gaping. "You sounded like you knew what you were doing when you said we should visit Curtis," she went on. "That was your idea, remember? I told you there'd be a scene." It was like jumping out of an airplane. They tell you it'll be scary, but nobody can tell you how scary. "Yeah, but it was so..." I mumbled. "Do you think he was really going to do it? What do you want, Eddie? Me or a nice clean slate when you walk into confession?" She had me. She barely knew me, but she knew me in and out. Some middle-aged lady stepped out of the crowd and held up her phone. "Would you like me to call an ambulance?" she asked Chantal. "No!" I yelped. Ambulances meant cops and reports. It's just some scrapes." The lady eyed me suspiciously. "Would you like me to call the police?" she asked Chantal. "You should file a report." Chantal turned from me to this Good Samaritan. She looked about 50, in good shape. Probably worked out at a gym on her lunch hours. Her handbag was one of those designer knockoffs, fancy until you got a close look. Just like that slate blue skirt suit she was wearing. Oh, she was so respectable. "Thank you for the kind advice," Chantal said sweetly. Suit Lady smiled as she flipped open her phone. "You're welcome. They come very... Your neighbors must love all your advice," Chantal continued. "I'm sure you give plenty of it. How to raise their kids, how to get rid of their wrinkles, how to get their pecan pies to taste as yummy as yours. I'll bet you tell everyone everything, because you love them." A group of hookers, who had been watching the show from their perches nearby, applauded. Our Good Samaritan snorted, snapped her phone shut, and marched away. She sure wasn't going to file a report. The blood was collecting in Chantal's scrapes. Pretty soon she'd be dripping like Saint Sebastian, patron saint of pincushions. Chantal smiled at me with swollen lips. "Now, where were we?" she asked. We were on 28th Street and Park Avenue South. Park Avenue South is one of those strips you find stuck onto the end of a lot of classy streets. A few blocks where the class ends and the street doesn't. For a few blocks, the runner-ups try to trade on the name of the winners. "My office is on Park Avenue South," the last word half swallowed. It's a neighborhood full of sad sacks who tried and almost made it big. They work extra hard for those deals that aren't quite worth the trouble, wear suits that don't fit quite right, and take the train out of Penn Station because they couldn't afford that grand old house they wanted on the Grand Central line. These are people with first-class aspirations and second-class lives. I almost feel sorrier for them than I do for the wetbacks clearing the $6 specials off their tables at lunchtime. Those people never expected more. They're just happy not to be living on a garbage pile outside Mexico City. The sad sacks? Every day they've got to look at their unreached dreams a few blocks uptown as they trudge to that shitty little South office of theirs. Wherever you find losers like these, you find hookers. "You took the starch out of her panties, sugar. That bitch walks by every night, never offered me her phone." I looked around for a pharmacy. No dice. Chantal was so bloody now, I didn't want her sitting in my car. We certainly couldn't go to a hospital. That would take all night, and more explanations. So what would you do? Shake her hand, say best of luck, and walk away? And when you read her obituary in the paper, what would you do then? What would be the right and reasonable thing? As I pondered the options, a tall, curvy brunette sauntered up and offered her arm to Chantal. Need a place to clean up, sugar? My office is right around the corner. It was only when she got close that I saw the 5 o'clock shadow poking through the pancake on her cheeks. I took a second look at the rest of her crew. Must have been half of them packing surprises in those panties. Chantal didn't seem surprised at all. She leaned on this tranny's arm like an old friend. Darling, Chantal told her, I have always depended on the kindness of hookers. Chapter 30. The Regency Arms is a small, crumbling hotel with a few long-term tenants, usually junkies, and lots of rooms that rent by the hour. It was built in the 1950s, back when the world was going up, up, up. The builders even sprang for a couple of pillars out front and some angels above the door. The angels were black now, missing their arms and noses, and the pillars had become something to smush out your cigarette on. And the guests? Well, they weren't the tourists and conventioneers the builders had dreamed of when they put up those angels. Heck, even traveling salesmen had better places to stay. The Regency was the sort of dump you wound up in when you'd given up all notions of decency and were just trying to get by. Or to get off. Inside its cockroach-infested walls, countless losers felt like winners for one brief moment before rushing away to catch the 832 to Mamaroneck. Crisis, as our guardian angel liked to call herself, escorted us through the lobby. A few living ghosts sat in chairs and nodded, or tried to light cigarettes. Crisis strutted past them like she was at the Ritz. I love the management here, she said. So discreet. Ting-a-ling-a-ling on the bell, even though a greasy cue ball in a jumpsuit was right there staring at us. Wendell, you are practically invisible. Crisis took off her sunglasses and I saw her vision issue. Behind those blue contacts, her pupils were pinpoints. Smack. Like I said, I don't like that stuff. My key, please. She held out her hand for the key. Wendell eyed the blood covering Chantal. It's in use, he decided. I know you're lying. I have marked that room with my pheromones. Only thing opens the bridal suite. 400. Cash. 400? Crisis wobbled on her high heels. This whole hotel don't bring in that. Up front. I paid the man. What do you know? He smiled at Crisis. I guess your key is here. Crisis took the key. With a grand sweep, she herded us to the elevator. Welcome, she swept, to the Hooker Hilton. A strong dose of Crisis's pheromones hit me as I entered her room. 15 wigs sat on styrofoam heads along the base of one wall. Let me put down a rubber sheet. Crisis slipped a giant condom on the bed. I didn't ask why she had one handy. Chantal had lost quite a bit of blood by then, and had been leaning on me more and more. I laid her on the bed, got a towel from the bathroom, and wetted it. Her worst scrapes were on her ass. I gently blotted them, but there were still pieces of gravel stuck in her skin. Crisis took the scarf off her light, and I could see the pieces of glass stuck in there, too. I looked at Chantal's other wounds. There was road all over her. You're not going to fix her with a towel, friend. As she got serious, Crisis was sounding more like a he, and he was right. If Chantal didn't get those wounds cleaned, they could get infected. Infection equals doctors, equals cops, equals jail. Simple math. Crisis and Wendell and Chantal and I knew it. Chantal gave Crisis her biggest, teariest eyes. Fairy godmother, she whimpered, can you wave your magic wand? Sorry, sugar, my wand only makes one kind of magic. Do you have iodine? I asked. Bactine? Band-Aids? Crisis looked at Chantal. There is someone we girls use when we have an issue, she said slowly. He's right upstairs. He's not magic, but from what I saw in the lobby, you two can afford him. Crisis took me down the hall. My nose was attacked by a mix of cheap perfume, sweat, and stale piss. I could hear the huffing and grunting of half a dozen lonely businessmen coming from various doors. One tranny hooker had her door propped open and was tidying up to an Edith Piaf record. She waved Crisis a quick hello. It's not the plaza, I know, Crisis told me, But it's our little corner of the world. I don't need much, just a place to hang my wigs.
We went upstairs, which smelled much quieter.
Most of the doors were open. This was where the long-term tenants were. I saw a guy in his underwear reading a book, somebody cooking on a hot plate, a couple of strung-out hippies smoking cigarettes. They all watched me pass in my tuxedo, with a hooker and a worried look on my face.
They watched me pass and didn't even wave. Crisis stopped at this closed door that had bouzouki music blasting out of it.
You know bouzouki music? Twang, twang on some Turkish thing. You hear it when you get a falafel. Crisis banged on the door until it was thrown open by a hairy little guy in a bathrobe. "Wretch!" he yelled. "You made me spill my hookah!" Crisis threw an arm over me. "Eddie, meet Dr. Albini. Doc, Eddie has a little emergency." Yeah, I'll get my bag." Albini shook his head as he went back into his room. "My little bag." "Dr. Albini used to have a great big bag," Crisis explained to me, "until he had a little problem." "Little problems, they're the biggest." He was back with his bag now. We headed downstairs. "What do we got? Gunshot? Clap?" "Just some scrapes," I said. "Scrapes?"
Crisis's voice echoed down the hall.
"Honey, that girl's damn near a hamburger. She jumped out of his car, Doc, right in front of us. That was some fight you two were having. You must be awfully in love."
Back in Crisis's room, Chantal had stripped to her undies and was getting a sponge bath from two of Crisis's hooker buddies.
She squealed as a chartreuse tranny put a bag of frozen peas on her eye. "Oh, Mimi, it's so cold." "Helps the swelling," Mimi said. "Whenever I get too saucy with my man, I wind up with the peas."
"Oh, you sweet thing, how could anyone lay a finger on you?" Mimi and Chantal cooed at each other. Best friends already. "Out of the way, ladies. Let the medical professional examine the wounds." Albini shoved the hookers aside and pulled up a chair.
"Oh, we know you'll examine her, Doc."
Mimi laughed. I didn't know what she was laughing at until I saw Albini's examination. He went over Chantal all right. Every inch of her. Not just the wounded bits, either. "Ah, delightful texture," he mumbled as he stroked her boobs. Chantal rolled her eyes, but she put up with him. "She's not injured there, Doc," I told him. He kept pawing her. "I must have some idea of the base composition if I am to restore it," he said as he pinched her nipple. "Just clean the wounds." I now knew what kind of little problem had run Doc Albini out of business. "It's all right, dear," Chantal said. "He's a physician." "What happened to your dress?" I snapped. She was entirely too comfortable with this process for me. "You saw. It was ripped." "Does that mean you had to strip?" "It was sticking to me. It hurt." I picked up her dress. It was shredded and bloody. "Rosie says she's got something just my size," Chantal continued. An Asian tranny in a schoolgirl uniform held up an assortment of micro-skirts. Another fairy godmother. Another instant friend. It was wonderful the way Chantal made friends everywhere. Friends like me. I picked up Albini's hand and slapped it on a scab. The two of them jumped. Albini turned his examining eye to me. I think it was the first time he'd really bothered taking me in. Then he lifted the peas off Chantal's eyes. He pointed to her twin shiners. "These are not from her fall, are they?" "They're not from me, either." "Never mind. All I care is that she is a human being in need." He opened his little bag and started setting up to clean her. "Antiseptic, gauze, tweezers. But I have needs too," he added. This I thought I understood. "What's your price?" I took out some of the wad we'd grabbed from the cash cow, but he waved it away. Crisis, Mimi, and Rosie all stepped in at this. "Doc, he's loaded," Crisis said. "He'll pay whatever you want." "I don't want money tonight." "He'll set you up, Doc. You'll be humming for a year." "I'll be humming right now." I think I was the last person in the room to get it. Chantal unzipped Albini as he stuck a needle in her arm. Crisis and her friends decided it was time for a cigarette. I started to follow them. "Eddie." I turned back. With one hand, Chantal reached into Albini's fly and removed him. She held out her other hand to me. I wanted to look away, but Chantal wouldn't let me. She kept her eyes locked on mine. I took her hand. "It's only a movie," she said,
staring at me like a hypnotist. I could hear Albini panting. Chantal squeezed my hand. She needed me here. She needed me to be part of the act. We were jerking this guy off together. Albini hooked her up to an IV of clear stuff. "You've lost some blood. The saline will raise your pressure till you produce more cells. I put in some sugar, too." He worked his way down her body, removing bits of glass and asphalt that had ground into her skin. He worked slowly, with his tweezers and magnifying glass, never wiping an area until he got all the grit out of it. "This will minimize tissue damage," he told us, while Chantal stroked his little problem. "I had a plastic surgery practice for 20 years. So much flesh. You would think I would become immune to the sight of it, but I have no immune system. It was only a matter of time." He talked the whole time he worked, and she worked the whole time he talked, and her eyes never left mine. He paused while she finished her work. Whatever it felt like, it was work, those eyes told me. This was a lesson. I met a lot of really crazy guys in the joint. Guys who'd bitten other guys' cheeks off, stepped into dogfights, gone into bars full of rival gangs and shot everybody. But those guys were just crazy, mean, with no sense of self-preservation. What Chantal told me with her eyes was that she was totally in control, just like at Curtis's house. She could do anything, whenever and however she wanted, without any personal connection to what she was doing. She was a porno Zen monk, levitating out of her body while she committed profane acts. And she wanted me to levitate with her. Have you ever had an invitation to dance with a pro, or play chess with a grandmaster, or toss pitches to a New York Yankee? You know you'll make a damned fool of yourself, but you know you've got to try. Especially if you're as good as dead if you don't. So I kept my eyes locked right back on Chantal's, right back on those black spots in the center. We were in a little black world together, inside each other's eyes, and everything that happened outside of there didn't matter. That's how we made it through that particular moment. Albini zipped up. He took her off the IV. "The wounds are mostly superficial, and there should be very little scarring. You may clean them every day or two. A little vitamin E oil will help speed the healing." His bag packed, he scribbled something on a pad and handed it to me. "It's not a prescription. I can't write those anymore. It's an over-the-counter anti-anxiety medication. It does not promote sleepiness." "I don't need that, doctor," Chantal said. "It's not for you." The door stayed open after he left, and Mimi sashayed in with more of her wardrobe. Chantal picked out a leopard print skirt and a tight pink top with Hottie written across it. She gave me a little fashion show when she came out of the John, strutting in front of me with a jiggle and shake. She was bruised and scraped all over, but she still moved with the grace of a cat. She parked in front of me and swiveled her hips. Normally a sight like that would rush half the blood in my body to below my belly button, but as good as I knew she looked, I still didn't feel her. I felt the idea of her, but not her thing. She looked down, checking me for a reaction. Then she stopped her bump and grind act. "You want to say goodnight, Eddie?" I did. I was exhausted. What a crisis this night had turned into. I can handle work, but stress wipes me out. Yet I couldn't leave her. Chantal must have given me half a dozen chances to leave her that night, but I never could. Could you leave your love like that, smirking with their friends about their hero who dumped them mid-flight? And why? Because I was tired? Nervous? Grossed out? I'd have been kicking myself in the ass for the rest of my life. No, there was only one reply which granted me any self-respect. Who's next? Chapter 31. If you buy the theory of evolution, which I do, forgive me, Father, the human species has had 2.5 million years of living by tooth and claw, all of which has been papered over with 5,000 years of civilization. This I learned from Chris's 10-year-old niece, who rehearsed her science report on me last week. And it got me thinking about how all those old habits are still in us. Most of us have an outlet. Football, an electric guitar, a middle finger, some way to get savage again. However, some of us are so important and so public that a flipped finger makes headlines in the newspapers and maybe winds up costing shareholders millions. These people, with all their power and money, have strangely got it harder than everyone else. They've got to sit on that 2.5 million years of tooth and claw, keep it locked up behind their suits in their smiles. The more they lock that beast up, the more it howls inside them. Right next to grand old Carnegie Hall, there's a glass box 80 stories high. The apartment on the top of that building has views of 3 airports and up the Hudson to West Point. But the best part about being up that high is that no one else is up there to peek in. If a passing helicopter had been looking the right way that night, they might have called the police and reported a woman on the roof wearing nothing but a diamond-studded collar. If the paparazzi had somehow gotten a lens up there, they'd have pictures of the woman howling at the moon. But there was no lens, no helicopter. Catherine Porter exposed herself to the moon. Every day she ran those board meetings for Haller and Treadwell, she thought of this, of letting her inner beast howl. If you purchase shares of Haller and Treadwell, you get a glossy package in the mail outlining the company's holdings and doings. It also gives you pictures and bios of the company's chief officers. At the top is Catherine, smiling for the camera, perched on a desk in front of a bookshelf. Summa cum laude, Yale Business School, the bio reads. 6 years CFO, Brandon Assets Group. 4 years CEO, Jandon Blackwell and Fitt. Recipient London School of Economics honorary PhD for her revolutionary floating cost accounting techniques developed while CFO at the Blackthorn Group. Dr. Porter believes it is the role of managing officers to manifest the will of the shareholders and maximize the economic potential of the corporate entity. It's babble like this, combined with her ability to screw her employees, her competitors, the environment, and anything else that stands between her and the bottom line, that brought her to the top. The world of the corporate CEO is a man's world, and Catherine had to be twice as big a son of a bitch as any man in order to succeed. But that success came at a price. Any slip-up, any mistake or show of weakness, any suggestion that any decision was being made by instinct instead of cold-blooded analysis of the facts, and she would have been out of a job. So Catherine buried all her laughs, tears, howls, and everything extra far down inside herself, and at night, when nobody was looking, they all came out. Through her dog. Nobody was looking that night, but Carl was listening. He was still sitting in that diner, sipping his coffee and scanning his bugs. He heard Catherine howling and flipped to the next station. He knew the moon was full. Catherine was a close friend of Roger's and a frequent visitor at the club, where she cemented her business relationships by showing the boys that she could strap on whatever it took to be one of them. Carl knew she had a huge toy collection and that she was more scared about her reputation than any of Roger's other friends. She was the perfect target. So why were we across town buzzing some guy who was asleep in bed with his wife? I'd asked Chantal what Lawrence Driver was into. I don't know, she said. He's not in our club. Why not? He got his own club? Larry thinks Roger's a sadistic sociopath. He called him that once at a party. I had to talk Roger out of getting SS monogrammed on all his shirts. So what's Larry got hidden for us? You figure it out. I figured it out at Hadley. Maybe he's clean. Nobody who's rich is clean. I thought you know all these people with stuff we can just take. I thought you know how to take stuff. Don't act innocent. Roger told me all about you. I was a house thief. I took whatever was lying around. Chantal, I know tonight's a movie, and I'd love to be your Douglas Fairbanks, but I'm not that guy. We'll get in there, and I won't figure it out. I won't. I'm sorry. You're sorry. Uh-huh. Oh, it's okay. Put your head here and cry. She patted her lap. No! Then we'll go tell everybody how sorry you are. Stop it, Chantal. When you stop with the baby talk. I'm not talking baby talk. You're not. You won't. You're sorry. We're on the run. When I ran away from Daddy, I had to pull his wallet out of his pants pocket while he was sleeping, then hotwire his car. You think I knew how to do that? I thought you haven't stolen anything since you were 13. I ran away from home when I was 12. That was the day I grew up. The doorman didn't want to buzz upstairs at this hour, but Chantal used her powers. And so,
2 minutes later, we were in a very well-furnished library with a grumpy middle-aged man in a bathrobe. His wife had stuck her head out of the bedroom as he was letting us in, her face full of concern, but now it was a private audience. "Well," he asked Chantal as soon as he closed the library door. Chantal turned to me. I turned to him, but he had already turned from her to me, so it was the two of them looking at me, waiting. And once again, my head was a total vacuum. The more they looked at me, the more I felt that old emptiness between my ears. They were waiting. Suddenly I knew how Father Dolan must have felt all those Sunday mornings, faced by a sleepy, grouchy flock. He had to give them a reason to be there and not in bed. That was his job, to grab them, hook them, keep them coming back and contributing. Now I was Dolan, faced by that sleepy, grouchy flock. That's what saved me, because I knew how Dolan hooked us. This was, after all, the Catholic Church. "Everyone's got sin in their heart," he used to say to me after services when we were sweeping the pews. "You've just got to find it. Then you've got 'em." Guilt. It had kept the pews packed for centuries. It worked for Dolan. It would work for me. I searched the room for a chink in driver's armor. Lots of framed photos. Him and his wife and kids, him and his wife, him and a big fish, him and the president, him and a bunch of underprivileged school kids. Award, big trophy on the mantle. Lots of hardbound volumes of the classics lining the walls. Not a skin magazine or a roach clip in sight. I put on Dolan's unamused face. Very nice. Very nice indeed. I rocked back and forth on my heels. Chris and Kenny and Victor and I used to do this bit. All the altar boys had their Father Dolan impression. We used to compete. Who could slur their Irish lilt as much as Father? Who did the best two-legged limp? Who could sigh and stare out the window with that sadness that bordered on sleep? Who could shake their finger with the most conviction? 1,000 gestures we'd had pressed on us through years of repetition, till we repeated his amens and my boys to ourselves under our breath without realizing it. And as I stood before the chief economic advisor to the World Trade Council, I realized that drunken old Mick had given me the only trace of authority I'd ever have. Which driver wasn't buying? "I'd like to go back to sleep. If you have a message from Roger, deliver it." This is when Mrs. Driver, who had snuck out of their bedroom and was listening at the study door, realized that the badly beaten woman who had swept grandly into the study was Roger Carver's wife. Roger Carver's too young, too pretty wife. Mrs. Driver had been with her husband almost 50 years. She'd spent enough time with the underaged second wives of Mr. Driver's business partners to know that whatever Chantal and I were up to, Chantal's husband didn't know about it. Mrs. Driver doesn't like young, pretty second wives. Carl sat in the Café Luna going over a list of likely targets. Vices, whereabouts, valuable illicit paraphernalia, security. In the morning he'd assemble a team to put watches on them. He could have done it tonight. Phoned a dozen men and women like himself. Veterans, security professionals. He could have gotten them out of bed, told them to shiver on rooftops, stare through night vision binoculars at grown-ups prancing around in costumes. He could have paid them well. They probably needed the money.
"Another macchiato, please, Emilio."
Carl wondered for the millionth time if he should have become a cop after he left Special Forces. He'd never had a badge. Maybe things would feel different. Then his phone rang. "They're at Lawrence Driver's house. His wife just called me."
10 minutes.
Carl left a nice tip. Emilio had 2 kids in Naples. Chapter 32. She looked at me with that little smirk as I stood there, stammering. I had nothing to offer, and as I looked at her looking at me, I could read her thoughts. I could feel her interest in me draining away. I lacked courage and wit. I was unable to make the first move. It was all true, I thought. I stood outside myself, watching my own act of failure, running my own commentary in my mind. I should really be doing something right now, I thought. This is the moment. Oop, now it's passing. Now it's gone. Gina Teresi had made a big show of checking her watch. Then she told me she had to go. I threw myself on her so hard we both fell off the couch. Not very elegant,
but not many stories of deflowerment are. The point is, I got the job done, and now Chantal was giving me that same smirk that Gina had. I wanted to smack her. I wanted to kiss her. Most of all, I wanted to show her that I could rule this man in the bathrobe. Oh, and stay alive and stay out of jail. Not that those were particularly on my mind at the moment. That smirk was. No sense to it, right? If I ever get executed, I'll probably be thinking about how my hair looks. Driver opened his mouth. The moment was passing. He was about to kick us out. I had to speak. What would you say if I asked you to give it all away and live on the street like a beggar? This was Father D's standard line as the collection plate went around. He'd remind them of how good they had it and how they had to thank the man on the cross for that. Driver cracked up.
Roger's developed a conscience? Did he just have a heart attack? Or is this some new game of his?
Laughter was rarely heard at Father Dolan's services. I didn't know what to do with it, so I barreled on. It's an opportunity, I told him. I didn't think Dolan's bit about rewards in the afterlife would fly, so I left it at that.
I have plenty of opportunity.
Ah, but do you take it? Driver picked up a picture of him being hugged by a bunch of black and Hispanic kids, everybody in T-shirts with a rainbow breaking through a cloud on them.
Camp Rainbow. That's my camp.
I saw that T-shirt every summer. The kids in the project used to wear it, along with suntans and smiles when they got back from 2 weeks in the woods. They'd all be high on nature, turn some vacant lot into a community garden, which would last until September, when school began and they got distracted. One of the moms at the laundromat told me there were camp rainbows all over the country. A rainbow for every cloud, she said. That's just what the projects were. A cloud. Gray and cold and yucky, and you just want to get the hell out of there. And Driver took them out. Thousands of them. He held up more pictures of buildings and campuses.
The Driver Theater, Driver House, the Lawrence Driver Institute of Biomolecular Medicine.
Roger never gave a dime to anyone that I saw. After 2 years with that skinflint, Driver looked to me like a saint. He was saving the whole world. I was in awe, and I was out of ammo. What could I criticize? He saw my stupefaction and delivered his final stroke.
What's Roger Carver ever done for charity? I've got my name on more plaques than the Rockefellers.
He grabbed the trophy off the mantel. It was a star with these beams of light pointing out that were quite sharp. He jabbed it at my face.
I got the Booth Prize.
He pointed to the inscription at the base.
To Lawrence Driver for a lifetime of charitable work. The fucking Booth Prize, he repeated. Gandhi, Mother Teresa, Lawrence Driver. And Roger thinks one act of sacrifice will make him better than me? I visit the street every month. The street loves me. You tell Roger I'll give away every penny if he will. We can stand right next to each other, shaking our cups. He'll see who gets more. I'll be rich again in a week. He'll starve.
He was speaking quite loudly and quivering. As I took in this vision of barely restrained rage, I understood how the saints of old must have felt when that beam of light broke through the clouds and gave them heavenly guidance. For I saw, in a flash, Lawrence Driver's whole life. I saw him as a young boy, studious, virtuous, a nerd, a loser. I saw him desperate for friends, so desperate that he drove even the other losers away. I saw him putting in 80-hour weeks, not to get ahead, but just to fill the emptiness. He was the ant, cursing the grasshoppers of the world, yet longing for their merry music. I saw him buying the smiles of the poor so he could rub up against them and feel the warmth he no longer felt in himself, that he no longer knew how to feel, but he still wanted it. Driver was almost twice as old as me, but at that moment, he was a hurt little boy. And in Father Dolan's words, I had him. What about your wife? I asked. And what about your children? He blinked twice.
They'll be fine.
Will they? It might be quite a shock. I spoke like a concerned professional, an insurance salesman. From comfort and security to a bread line?
My bread lines are excellent.
I want you to be sure you're placing the interests of your family first.
My family will... Do you want me to do this or not?
Driver turned to Chantal.
Is this for real?
He asked her. Yes. Chantal was looking at me like she could see the heavenly beam of light hitting me. I was back in our good book again.
So what do you want?
Driver asked me. Not what, but why, I said. I want to know why you do what you do.
Who are you?
Charity is an act of thankfulness for what we have received. More from the Dolan playbook. But it is also an act of compassion, an understanding of the lives and sufferings of others, and a desire to help them. Now I took the play in my own direction, to a strange new place my fundraising father never had reason to go. Charity is not, I said, an act of pride.
Many of my contributions are anonymous,
he parried, but I was ready for him. And I'm sure you can tell me exactly how many. Mrs. Driver, who had her ear glued to the study door, jumped about a foot when Carl snuck up behind her and put his hand on her mouth. Roger Carver sent me. Are they in there? He whispered. She nodded. He removed his hand, and they both listened. I had Driver on the ropes by then. It wasn't about Roger, or me, or the deal, or even charity. It was about humanity and humility. It was about Lawrence Driver. All those young lives you've enriched, how many of their names do you know? I asked them. How many friends have you made? How many of them have you spoken to for more than a minute? How soon after the photograph's taken do you leave? Outside the room, Mrs. Driver nudged Carl, but he held still. I'd grabbed him, too. I took the trophy, which I just realized was gold, and held it in front of Driver's face. A lifetime of charitable work. What kind of life has it really been, Mr. Driver? What is this prize really for? He reached out. His hand closed over the star and squeezed. Out in the hall, they heard him gasp. Mrs. Driver opened the door, and Carl stumbled forward into the room. He took out his gun and aimed at me. Drop it. I let go of the trophy, which unhooked from Driver's hand and fell to the floor. Blood dripped from his fingers onto the Persian rug. Mrs. Driver rushed to him and laid her rope over the rug. Chantal used the moment's distraction to whip her pistol out of her handbag and cover Carl. He didn't seem very much surprised. Mrs. Carver, he told her, I work for your husband. You're Carl. I knew he'd send you after me. He sent me after him. Carl nodded my way. Not you. Chantal stayed right like she was, with the gun pointing at him. Carl kept his gun pointed at me. Then he smiled. Mrs. Carver, don't you want to be rescued? Chantal thought this was very funny, and gradually the rest of us did too. We all had a good laugh there with the blood and the guns. Well, asked Carl, wiping a tear from his eye, what shall we do? Driver turned to me. What do you want to do? Run away and hide. He turns to Carl. What if we pretend you never found them, that this meeting never happened? I told Mr. Carver I'd bring Edward to him. What happens if you fail? I suppose I'll get fired. Well, suppose I augment your severance package. Carl later told me he'd never been so happy to holster his weapon in his life. If there'd been any doubt in Driver's mind about my sanctity, Roger's sending his man gunning for me had erased it. Driver was now giving me that same look that Chantal was, like I was glowing. A different color glow, for sure, but I had the light. I gave him some more warmed-up leftovers from Father D's sermons about looking deep down inside himself, and he ate 'em up like a starving man. Carl and Mrs. Driver stood by while I ministered, fellow members of my first and last congregation, for at that moment I was a minister. The light shines on us all sometimes, my boy, the father said. The clouds of sin and desire part, and for a brief moment we can see all the glorious colors of God's creation. He peered into space, searching. Then we're plunged back into darkness. Chapter 33. Chantal wiped the blood off the trophy and unscrewed it from its base. She handed it to me. It weighed about a pound. and shone with that deep glow you only get from 24 carats. "What do you think it's worth?" she asked. "Oh, whatever the gold's worth. Maybe 10 grand. Plus 20 or so for the dagger, plus the cash we milked from the cow. Nice little nest egg. Just a few more stops and we'll have enough. It's getting pretty late. Not for squires." We were driving through the theater district on a block lined with after-hours places. I'd been on this block so many times, waiting for Roger and Chantal to finish their supper. The parking spaces were filled with limousines, chauffeurs nearby. There was Raj Gupta, Drake Bruckner's driver. I knew half these guys. All that time I spent standing on that street. Suddenly I was starving. I pulled into the parking lot at the end of the block. "I'm hungry." "Now? It's not late, right?" "No, but we shouldn't." "Don't worry. I'll figure it out." "All right, Mr. Doyle." Chantal took my arm as we got out of the car. We strolled down the block and into à la tête de cochon, just like we were husband and wife. Right about then, Lawrence Driver and Carl were sipping cognac and planning their next moves. "Tell him you missed them, that I had them, and that I said Chantal hates them. He won't believe it. He'll think I hired Eddie to kidnap her. Maybe Belize or the Cayman Islands. Somewhere warm. Then he'll tell you to get her back. Or maybe he'll call the police. That would be good. Somewhere anonymous. I'm not sure Mr. Carver will believe I failed. And if he doesn't, then I will be next on his list. But what will he do tonight? We've got to give those two enough time to get out of town. I should watch him when I call. Good idea. And Carl? Tell him I said they seemed very much in love. Mr. Driver, how come you hate Mr. Carver so much? There are other guys who do stuff as bad as him. Yes, but none of them have as much fun doing it. À la tête de cochon, I later learned, means at the pig's head, and it was a pig's head which greeted us. The chef was carving piggy's side, a nightly ritual. Even at 1 a.m., the place was packed. Candles lit the room with this flickering golden glow, like we were all swimming in champagne. Baskets of fruit gave the air the smell of apples and pears, which mixed deliciously with the steaming ham. The maitre d' gaped at Chantal, who, in her bandages and baby doll t-shirt, was quite a sight. "Madame Carver," he said. "Bonsoir. We are not, are you all right?" "I'm fine, Hervé." I inserted myself between them. "Good evening. 2 for dinner, please." Hervé finally saw me. I locked eyes with him like I had on Driver. He took us right to the best table in the house. I still had some light shining on me. We were between the string quartet and the bar, up on this pedestal. A beaten whore and an ex-con, the display couple of the night. It felt great. We ordered some drinks and steaks and settled in, mooning at each other. It was the first time since I dropped her off at Roger's that I'd looked at her without some icy fear of retribution haunting me. Now she was mine to hold and mine to care for. That didn't scare me either. I was resourceful, I had discovered. We had startup cash, we'd be okay. I looked at Chantal and saw she'd lost the fear, too. "I think we'll get about 60 grand, I told her, depending on how fast we need to sell. It'll take Roger a while to figure out that Carl's not doing his job. If we can hit 1 or 2 more, what do you like better, Eddie? The mountains or the beach?" "Beach, I guess. I always liked Coney Island. There are shacks you can rent on the coast in Thailand, $5 a day." Thailand. What's the food like? Spicy, but you get used to it. Just like tonight. I was getting used to it. She smiled at that. I smiled back. Then I went to take a whiz. They had flowers and cloth towels in the john, and the string quartet piping in through a speaker. It was so freaking classy, I thought I was in a palace. I looked at myself in the mirror. Prince Eddie. Pretty soon I'd be shaking the sand out of my shorts, maybe catching a fish, teaching some natives to cha-cha. There's always that moment before a trip when you realize that the now you're in is ending. You're standing in it, and it's history. I imagine that's what the moment of death is like. The gray dye I'd sprayed on my hair was flaking off. I washed it out and dried my hair under the hand blower. When I got back to the table, I saw we'd been joined by another one of those well-preserved old men. A wine-red blazer topped by gray temples, a few wrinkles around sparkling eyes, a classic millionaire. I'd seen him a few times at Roger's functions. He'd probably seen me too, but I'd just been a black suit holding open a car door. Now I was sitting down next to him. "A miracle!" he cried as he saw my hair. "Oh, good, you got that soot out." Chantal ruffled my mop. "Edward, this is Gerald, an old friend of Roger's." "Sir, I swear you've gone back in time. A wonderful trick. You must teach it to me." He stood, pumped my hand, and sat again. "Chantal was just telling me about her accident. I was sideswiped once, in Florence. I stepped back to admire a mural, and poof! 2 weeks in the hospital." "Were you hurt badly?" I sucked up the vodka and tonic which had appeared on the table. "Didn't hurt a bit. They have wonderful drugs in Italy, and wonderful murals, too. Have you been to Florence?" "No, we've always wanted to go." Chantal stroked my fingers. "You and, Roger?" "Oh, he can come too." "I see. Well, your first stop must be the Uffizi, the Birth of Venus, Giotto's Madonna, the Annunciation." He took us on an imaginary tour. I took in our scene as he did. The candlelight made us look so healthy. Such good skin tone we all had. Gerald glowed as he described the wonders of Italy. He waved his hands in the air, painting imaginary canvases. "Botticelli, Caravaggio, Leonardo, Michelangelo. Through the history of art, we see the development of the human mind. Volume, composition, perspective. The comprehension of the relationship between objects in three-dimensional space mirrors the history of medieval, classical, and Renaissance art." "Like a baby growing up," I said. I love babies. "Exactly. And then, beyond the technical, to the psychological. Drawing what can't be drawn." Where was I coming up with this? The candle flames were whispering to me. I stared into them. Hope, fear, wonder, and of course, desire. He gave me a wink. "The soul in the body. Edward, you are wise beyond your years." It was like playing tennis with my eyes closed. All I knew was I was hitting the balls. Art, beauty, space, human history. Gerald's rap expanded, tying together every aspect of existence. All these names I had heard or not heard of. Bosch, Gauguin, Caravaggio, Luther, Nietzsche, Bacon. And he kept looking at me and I'd say something like, "Francis Bacon, divine darkness," a phrase I'd lifted from the dessert menu. And he'd go on with his connection to existentialism, and I'd get maybe 10% of it, but that 10% was getting me higher than all the coke I'd snorted that night, because nobody had ever talked like that to me before. I didn't go to college, I never read Francis Bacon, but just on the basis of what Gerald said, I could formulate an intelligent reply. At least, he thought it was intelligent. The light was still shining on me. "That pig's smoky, right?" Chantal asked, sliding another bite in. God, I loved watching her chew. It was meat sex, the way she'd work her jaw slowly through each mouthful. And yes, the ham was unbelievable, sweet and dark and complex, like fine wine. It danced on my tongue as Gerald and I reviewed the history of art. Its passion, given form, transmitted to us through time. Who hasn't felt the passion of Michelangelo's David? You felt it, haven't you, Edward? Or wanted to feel it? That passion? "Oh, he's very passionate." Chantal gave Gerald a knowing look. I chewed my steak and nodded. "Oh, I'm sure he is." Gerald looked me over. "You know, Edward, I have a little collection at my apartment. I just got the most delicious Carpathian triptych, 16th century. Bad idea, I know. I knew it then. We should have been making money or getting out of town. But at last I was having the evening I had set out to have, full of glamour and sophistication. This was the high life, and damn was I high. This was my one night at the top. I didn't want it to end." "One quick drink?" I asked Chantal. "All right, dear." She tickled me under my chin. "If you want to see passion, I'm sure Gerald can show it to you." Chapter 34. The silence on the line frightened Carl more than any stream of expletives Roger could spew. Carl was used to the angry Roger, the fuming, sputtering Roger, but not the silent Roger. Suddenly Carl was worried he couldn't bullshit the man. Carl had never failed Roger before. He didn't know what it should sound like. "They must still be close," Roger finally said. Carl breathed a silent sigh of relief. "Maybe still in that apartment. You couldn't hear them?"
I heard someone in another room, but it may have been Mrs. Driver.
What did Larry say?
He said they seemed very much in love.
Other than that?
He told me to get the hell out of there, or he'd call the police.
Where are you now?
I'm watching the building.
Carl didn't say which building.
He could see Roger through the window.
What if they go out the back?
I have it covered.
How? Roger had never asked Carl how before.
Electronically.
Get men. Lots of men.
I thought you didn't.
Larry'll have men. I want more than him. I want...
A lot of men, okay.
I gave you his fucking address and you missed him. Don't get snippy with me.
Yes, sir.
You don't think Larry's making this up, do you?
I could smell her perfume.
He must have been planning this for years. He bought Eddie, planned the robberies, picked the night. It's a terrorist attack on me. Larry wants to humiliate me, Carl. He's attacking my prick through my wife.
What do you want me to do?
Cover my prick!
Hilda Driver had bandaged her husband's hand by then, and they were both watching Law and Order. He drummed his bandaged fingers on the armrest of his easy chair. The pain of moving them helped him keep his edge. Larry Driver's got that habit of fiddling with his wounds. I once saw a guy in the joint burn himself with a cigarette just so he'd have a patch of raw skin to poke. When Driver's phone rang, he grabbed it instantly. He waited another 5 rings before answering.
Where's my wife?
Who's calling, please?
Give her back, Larry. Give it all back and we'll forget it.
I don't think your wife will forget.
She'll have a chance to settle that score. With you. He hit her. Do you think I would hurt my wife?
You get too excited. Forget to pull your punches.
It won't stick. I've never touched Chantal in anger. Everyone knows that.
That's not what she says.
Put her on the phone.
She and Eddie are safely tucked away. I imagine she'll be serving you divorce papers in a day or 2.
Bullshit.
And you'll give it to her. Otherwise, she'll file assault charges, and this whole thing will be in the newspapers. I think even you might find that too much heat to take.
What are you doing to her, Larry?
Find someone your own age. Settle down. You've only got a few years left. Spend them with some dignity. Roger was about to tell Larry what he could do with his dignity when the doorbell rang. Chapter 35. Ta-da! The Musée de Mars. Small, but uncrowded. Gerald had just turned on the lights. Spotlights, 1 per painting. That one's a de Kooning. There's a Klimt. Vodka tonic? Please. Gerald disappeared into the pantry while I looked around the living room. Chantal sprawled on the couch and picked at her scabs. I'd never been allowed to get this close to real art before. Not without a guard there. Think I can touch it? I won't tell. I reached out to the de Kooning. Was it alarmed? No. It was bumpy. The tips of the brush strokes almost pricked my fingers. I don't know much about art, but I know the name de Kooning, and if I know it, everybody knows it. All over the world. I was touching something millions of people would only ever get to look at, and most of them just at pictures of the picture. I didn't think it was pretty, but it was fucking special. You feeling the passion, Eddie? I'm feeling something. I hope it's good. 1 drink and we'll go. A quick culture dose. Ooh, culture. Is that what this is? She said it in this hoity-toity voice and waved her pinky around. I suddenly hated her. I'm sorry you don't like art. I turned away and tried to focus on the paintings. Gerald's such a cultured man, she drawled on. A breath of fresh air after the scum I brought you to, right? You should give him your number. Maybe he'll put you on his party list. Maybe I will. Nobody who's rich is clean, Eddie. Nobody. On the rocks, with a twist. Gerald returned, handing me a crystal highball glass. You an abstract expressionist, man? Or a realist? Sweeping landscapes? Haunting portraits? The soft-lit secular classicism of Vermeer? Or art brute? What turns you on? I don't know, Jerry, but I know it when I see it. What do you see here? Gerald's hand tipped toward a square black cloud. It took up almost the whole canvas, like it was reaching out, trying to gobble up the space. I felt it coming at me. Death, I said, but then I changed my mind. No, it's the unknown, pretending it's death. It's trying to hide something, scare us away. What's it hiding? I don't know. Why don't you rub off the paint and find out? I can't fuck with you, can I? Gerald laughed. What do you do, Eddie? I'm a thief. Join the club. Here, look at this one. A man with a crooked neck raised his arms to the trumpets of the archangels. That look of sickly amazement on his face that Father Russo used to say was the proper expression for heavenly encounters. It was in all those paintings we used to see slides of in art history. That's the holy look, boys, Russo would say. You'll get it one day, too. Giotto, I said to Gerald. The neck's a conscious imperfection, an act of humility before the Lord. But the gilt, the detail, the colors, that's not humility. That's passion. Russo had had that passion in that Brooklyn basement, projecting film strips of Vatican treasures to squirmy young teens. Giotto had had it, toiling in some plague-ridden town in the Dark Ages. Now, as I looked at that bent head wincing in the light, I got the passion too. It reached across time, like Gerald said, and tickled the tear ducts in my eyes. Gerald put his hand on my shoulder, and we stared across time together at a sliver of the glory of God. Passion. That's what he wants, Gerald. Chantal sucked down half a drink while Gerald considered this. Does he, he asked, looking me over. With a twist. Gerald pulled back a rug. Pardon me, it was a medieval tapestry that was hanging on the wall. Behind it was a steel door with a combination lock. He put himself between the lock and us and twisted. We entered a room with 4 couches and 4 walls of art. At a glance, it could have been any room in the Metropolitan Museum. Gerald offered it to me with a sweep of his arm. My private collection. He pulled us to a huge oil painting of an orgy. Ancient Rome, lots of slaves with their tops off feeding themselves to hairy guys in togas. Caravaggio. The original's in the Louvre. At least they think it's the original. There were some spots at the bottom that didn't look like oil paint. I looked at a bronze bust of a bust. Same stains. Gerald stroked its nipples. Rodin, stolen from the Hermitage. It's hot? Oh, it's hot all right. But if you want hot... He pulled me to the far wall. There, bathed in a pool of light, was a plump nude done in these soft, fuzzy brush strokes and pastel colors. She was looking away, roses all around her. Not exactly hardcore porn, but if you squinted, you could kind of imagine her hoochie. Renoir's Nude Reclining. Stolen by the Nazis, stored in Switzerland for 50 years. Now she's mine. He unzipped. Isn't she beautiful? I've always been inspired by Renoir, the most romantic of the Impressionists. Don't you agree? He sat on a sofa, holding himself, and patted the spot beside him. Make yourself comfortable, Eddie. Chantal, I know you're an art lover. Passion. All that artistic appreciation he'd been laying on me transformed into scum. I felt covered in it. Gerald smiled as I flopped on the couch beside him. I just couldn't stand up anymore. He was too busy stroking himself to notice what Chantal slipped into my hand, but he sure noticed when I aimed it at him. His cock shrank like a snail going back into its shell. A lick, a stick, a shriveled little prick, sang Chantal. I told Roger you're cheap. He got up and stowed his pecker. Didn't stop you from looking down my dress. Fuck hookers. Don't marry them. She punched him in the nose. Blood poured out of it. I thought he was going to go down, but his hand shot out and grabbed her throat. The two of them were at each other, clawing and squeezing. I pushed them apart, and he went after me. I punched him in the mouth. He went down and bounced up, so I punched him again. He flipped over the couch onto the floor. Stay down! I yelled. He growled, but stayed. I told him to take off his belt. Then I tied his hands with it. The high life. High, like above this filth. A few moments when beauty and satisfaction replace ugliness and desire. That was all I wanted, even when I was on the run. Most people wouldn't stop to look at a painting when they feared for their lives, but I needed that to feel decent. Now I was back in the filth, and if I couldn't feel decent, what was the point in acting decent? The stuff was stolen already, and all this guy was doing with it was jerking off. The next guy couldn't do much worse. Had enough culture, Eddie? Enough
Passion? Chantal spat out the words. Animals. You belong in pens, not in our homes. He was up on his knees now. I never wanted to be here, she told him. No, you'd rather be pole dancing at the zoo. She kicked him in the stomach. All the wind shot out of him and he tipped over. She wound up for one in the face. I bear hugged her and picked her up. He's sick! Hit him! Her legs kicked the air. What's worth the most? I asked. Chantal stopped kicking. She giggled. I put it down and she twirled to the nude, singing, Renoir, Renoir, the Renoir. No! That painting is my wife. I love her. Gerald tried to stand. I pushed him onto his ass. You'll still have your harem, dear. Marry the Picasso. She took the Renoir off the wall. Agnes, my darling. He was talking to the painting now. I won't let you go. We'll tell the doorman to cut you loose, I told him. Then we'll all have a little secret together. My darling. He was weaving and sweating, half in a trance, staring at his beloved, stained masterpiece. I wondered how I'd clean this thing as we headed toward the door. Then Chantal paused to give him one last look. Blow her a kiss, Jerry. He sprang up and ran to us. I moved to block the painting, and suddenly he was biting my ear. We both fell over. I tried to pry his jaws open, and he switched to biting my fingers. I punched him with my other hand, but he held on. I thought he was going to bite my fingers off. I punched him again and again. His eyeballs were rolling around, but he wouldn't let go. I looked to Chantal for help. She put down the Renoir and picked up the Rodin. I screamed for her to stop, but she swung it right onto his head. There was a crunch like when you crack an egg as a bronze nipple went into his skull. Blood started pouring out. He went limp and I took back my hand. I got up. We watched the puddle of blood spread across the floor. It's okay, she said. It looked about as far from okay as I could imagine. I saw a phone on the wall and ran to it. No, Chantal cried. There'll be cops. He could die. He's old. I dialed 911. Emergency? Came the voice. I opened my mouth. I was going to get an ambulance. I was going to do everything I could to save this old pervert's life. Get this. They put me on hold. As I stood there, staring at the phone, Chantal put her hand over the mouthpiece. They record everything, she whispered. If they have your voice, they'll have you. Thou shalt not kill. How many sermons? How many catechisms? How many recitations, Father? Chantal wrapped her leg around mine. They'll take you from me, Eddie. I can't leave 'em like this. You'll forget. I'll make you forget. I can't forget murder. He can. How do you think he paid for all this culture? Dictators with death squads? Pits filled with the bodies of innocent victims? She pointed her finger at the bloody mess on the floor. In Africa, Asia, South America, Gerald bankrolled murderers in return for what he could dig out of their ground. Whole wars were fought so that old man could have his porno collection. If we let him die, will we be any better? Money is blood. It's blood, sweat, scum, filth. What's your emergency? 911 was back. Chantal kept her hand over the mouthpiece. There is no right. Do you need an ambulance? No wrong. Can you speak? Press a button if you can't. It's just... Lips on lips. I hung up. Her lips released me. Oh, honey, we'll be so good, she whispered. He won't. Gerald was going to be worm food. I started wiping our prints. Chantal picked up the Renoir. Put it back, I told her. But we can get... Put it back on the wall. We untied Gerald's body and left it by the Rodin's pedestal, with his hand on his pecker, Chantal's touch. Then we put away our vodka glasses and left. With a twist. Chapter 36. Rich people have the uneasy friendships of the very ambitious. Competition got them where they are. It's built into them, and as much as they may see their fellow diners and polo players as peers, there's a constant ranking going on. The prettiest wife, the largest fortune, the biggest deal, the best suit. Then come the runner-ups and the third-placers. Nobody will give you their scorecard if you just ask them. It's too petty to ever admit. But when they're changing into their pajamas after the party,
That's what they're talking to their spouses about. So when they're in each other's company, any sign of weakness or defeat is picked up by the others like sharks smell blood. Fletcher and Curtis circled Roger, shaking the ice cubes in their glasses of single malt.
They seemed awfully chummy, Raj.
Very close.
Roger had known this was coming when he had invited them over. Still, it was easier to control the situation if he could contain it. Then he'd have everyone by his side when he cut me into little pieces. The trick now was stringing everyone along until he caught me. Any tongue? Did she get in his pants? Roger asked, licking his ice. When they told him they hadn't seen anything even R-rated, he hung his head in disappointment. Pretty poor show, he moaned. He was pleased to see the smirks flicker on Fletcher and Curtis's faces. She should be hanging off him before the night's over.
When'll that be?
Fletcher asked. I think we still have a few more goodies to pick up. Whose? Catherine's? Benny's? You'll just have to wait and see. Of course, I could write you a check for the value of your losses right now, if you'd rather go to sleep.
What are you going to do with all this shit, Raj? You'll have every squire by the gonads.
Roger smiled, squirted some more soda on his drink, and settled into his favorite armchair. His friends, much less settled, stuck around. The smile had been transferred. Roger was running the show again. At least he looked like he was. In truth, Chantal and I had his gonads, and he was waiting, just like Fletcher and Curtis, to see if he'd be getting them back. Chapter 37. My apartment had a cheap front door. It was one of those hollow wooden jobs like you have in your closet. I'll bet it just took one tap from that battering ram to pop it open. 4 cops in Kevlar vests poured in, guns drawn. How do you think they felt when they didn't find anyone? Disappointed or relieved? I always wonder what goes through cops' heads during a bust. I'll have to ask one the next time I get busted. All clear, m'lady. The Kevlar knight swept off his helmet and bowed to Joseph. Oh, pardon me. He turned to Margaret. Joe and Em ignored him and went about their detective thing, fingering my stuff, looking for clues. As you know, I'm not a big fan of the police, but I always liked that part of the job. Deduction, Sherlock Holmes called it. Not that you had to be Sherlock Holmes to read me from that place. A Casablanca poster, antique furniture I'd fished out of the garbage, some threadbare vintage suits I hadn't had room for in my suitcase. He's a sap, in love with a past he never knew. The Kevlar knight stood outside and smoked while Joe and Em ripped my place apart. No socks, no underwear. I was clearly on the lam. Joe checked out my record collection. It was his dream to one day crack a case by looking at someone's bookshelf or cereal boxes and suddenly seeing inside the perp's mind. Having no life of his own, Joseph lived through his suspects. He walked around my place, trying to be me living there. He sat on my couch. I'd do that. He felt my TV, still warm. He turned on my DVD, and there was Greta Garbo on her way to meet John Barrymore, or so she thought. I turned it off right before the end. If I'd been running tonight on my own schedule, I'd have watched the last minute. Whose schedule was I on? Joseph watched the credits roll and waited for a thought to arrive. Em went through my kitchen cabinets while her partner stared at the TV. She knew better than to bother him when he went into one of these trances. They were almost always a waste, with him winding up in a pissy mood, but at least if she didn't bug him, he wouldn't be pissed at her. She went outside for a smoke. Not with her fellow officers. Oh, no, they all of a sudden got very busy when she walked out there. No time for fraternizing. So she was left all alone on the little balcony outside my place, taking in my sweeping view of the projects and the docks. She sat on my lawn chair. I'd do that. The other side of deduction is intuition. Deduction's where you rearrange the pieces of the puzzle until they fit together. Intuition's where you stare at all the pieces until they poof together. While Joseph was trying to read my mind from the pieces of my room, Margaret was puffing away, staring at the joint across the street. Reds. Hey, Joe, check this out. Joe! She pointed to the lights and music coming from the bar. It's a bar, he said, by a housing project at 2 a.m. on a weeknight. What are they all so happy about? Joe and Em strolled across the street. Nothing kills a party like cops. Hell, it's their job. They must have classes at cop school in cup dumping, plug pulling, and glaring, and Joe and Em must have gotten A's. They moved through the bar slowly, not saying a word, giving everyone the evil eye. A wave of silence followed them. They got to the back, where Chris was so busy decimating someone at 8-ball that he didn't even look up.
2 in the side.
Yes!
6-ball, bang to the corner.
Oh, how sweet! Did you see that?
Where's Eddie Doyle? Chris looked up at Joe and Em and ran right out the back, into the arms of the Kevlar boys. Now, Joe and Em had nothing on him. Chris could have told them to fuck themselves and walked away, but it's mighty hard to remember that when you're guilty. So he let them search him. They found what was left of his bag of coke. Red said he laid out a line the length of the bar. And then they proceeded to scare the crap out of him. 2 years minimum for the coke, they said, plus 10 years for accessory to kidnapping.
Kidnapping?
Chris yelled.
That psycho bitch! I told Eddie she's trouble.
When did you see Mrs. Carver last? Em asked the questions, as usual.
At 10 o'clock, when we dropped her off at her house. Then we both went home.
Eddie's not home now.
Well, he's not holding a knife to her throat either. Eddie's a saint.
A saint who did 20 months at Danica for burglary. We've seen his record. You want a little lenience from the judge, Chris? Want us to tell him you cooperated? Poor Chris. His evening had gone from pool and a beer to the state pen. He wound up never doing any time. Higher powers intervened. But he'd never been threatened with charges like these. And still, he stood up for me because he knew that burglary charge I served was bullshit. It should have been murder. 8 years ago, Charlie Wakowiak and I were ripping off some houses in Rockaway. They were summer houses on a dead-end street and were empty for the season. I was picking through some silverware, and I heard this scream from the house next door, where Charlie was. I ran over there, and he was beating this lady with a candelabra. Whack, 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 as hard as he could. I pulled him off her, and we got out of there, but later I read in the paper that she died. It ate me up. I couldn't sleep, couldn't think. When you sin, the devil plagues you, Father Dolan used to say. The flames of hell lick at you, give you a taste of things to come. The police were nowhere with the case, so I went in and gave us both up. Charlie and I had been a team, but I happened to have been in a different house when he went berserk. So, in return for my testimony, the DA split our cases. I was already on probation, so I got 2 years for burglary, and Charlie got life. Chris told Joe and Em that I was a hero trying to save that lady. Then he told them everything he and I had been up to that night. The school, the dope, the gun. One thing about being Catholic, it teaches you how to confess. So as Joe and Em packed Chris off in a paddy wagon and returned to their car, they knew he'd told them the God's honest truth. And Roger had told them something else. Let's hit Carver with this, Em said.
Nothing we heard implicates Mr. Carver.
He bullshitted us, Joe. He may not have known. May not. You're still protecting him, Joe. He could be doing lines right now. Billionaires don't use illegal drugs. They have their physicians prescribe them legal ones. Why is it so impossible for you to believe Carver's a bad guy?
I don't believe in bad guys.
If there aren't any bad guys, why are there so many cops? Because people do bad things. Then they're bad. At that moment. But a lifetime of experience isn't so easily parsed. Parsed? What is that?
This is why nobody talks to you, Joe. You're an encyclopedia.
Even as she said it,
she regretted it.
Joe's head dropped. He wouldn't look at her now. Pissy time.
There's an address I want to check,
Joe said, busying himself with the computer. Em knew she should apologize, but whenever he got like this, she wanted to punch him in the face. We're going to Carver's, she said.
A pissy duel. Piss against piss. Don't you even want to know where the address is?
What's the captain going to want? Is he going to want us to check in with the victim, like he asked? Or is he going to want us running down some brainstorm you got from watching that movie? We ran down your hunch at the bar.
It was across the street. The clock is ticking, Joe.
And now your intuition is pointing to Roger Carver. This witness's testimony contradicts Carver's story.
Part of Carver's story: drugs, guns, theft. All right, madame, we'll re-interview Mr. Carver. But later, we visit my address, and we'll see what the story really is. Chapter 38. Polishing the chalice and candelabras for this Sunday's Mass. I assume the lads at your congregation are doing the same. Officer Callahan looked up nervously at the altar. I don't think he'd visited his own congregation in quite some time. Callahan had seen me from the other end of the block, where he was investigating an appliance store with a broken window. I dropped the TV I was carrying and bolted. I was 18 and fast as a rabbit, but he'd given me a good chase and wasn't showing any signs of letting up. I just whipped around a corner so he couldn't see me for a moment. St. Mary's was across the street.
Father!
I'd cried, running in. He'd taken one look at me and shoved the rag and silver polish into my hands, the ones he'd been using a second earlier. By the time Callahan ran in, I was hard at work. He grabbed me and started dragging me out of there, but the good father put a gentle hand on his shoulder and lied for me.
He was stealing, Father, Callahan said. I saw a TV in his hands.
Edward? Oh, you must be mistaken. You couldn't have gotten a very clear look at him. I was wearing what was probably the only pressed button-down shirt in the neighborhood, but Officer Francis had been a block away, and he'd only seen my back. If he'd seen my gray streak, I'd have been sunk. He pushed a well-muscled trigger finger into my chest. "Stay in church," he advised. Then he stomped out of there. "Edward," the father told me after he was sure the cop was gone, "you've grown up." He brushed some pieces of broken window off my sleeve and took back his rag. That's when I noticed the crucifix I'd grabbed and polished was made out of wood. I moved out of the house a little after that, stopped attending services. My little brother Paul stayed with Mom another 8 years. He's never forgiven me for not checking in more often. What can I say? I was having too much fun. I dropped out of high school 6 months before graduating. Madame Charisse was feeding me ballroom clients. Once in a while, some old lady would take me home for a private lesson at $200 an hour. Then I'd steal, sometimes from the same old ladies. I was splitting a place with a friend in Brighton Beach, $325 a month. I had what I thought were good clothes, money in my pocket. Life was fat. I didn't see the father again for a long time. When I wrote to him and asked him to be a character witness at my assault trial, he sent Father Cardini instead. I don't think he changed his mind about me. I think he just couldn't look at me anymore, like I couldn't look at him. Something had passed. It hurt to see it. Chapter 39. Fletcher and Curtis pressed their ears against the study door and listened to the conversation in the lobby. Roger had popped out of his chair with what looked like genuine surprise when the doorbell had rung. That would be a tell. Roger had indeed been surprised. After calling Carl, he'd more or less forgotten about the police. Their reappearance, plus what they told him, were shocks. "Hanging off him like a necklace, I heard," Em said. Roger had already heard this tonight, twice, but hearing it from a cop who'd heard it from my partner had more of a ring of truth. Still, Roger had seen me dragging his beaten wife away. She'd called him, in terror. He didn't know who to believe. He didn't know how to get rid of these cops. He didn't know how long he could maintain the illusion of control for his eavesdropping friends. He stood in his doorway, his brain overheating. This is a look policemen are accustomed to. "I believe Mr. O'Mara's exact words were, 'all over him,'" added Joe. "That's the lambada. My wife's a very good dancer. Apparently so is your chauffeur. Has Mrs. Carver done the lambada with other men?" "No." "Do you two spend a lot of time together?"
"Every second I'm not working."
"And you work full-time?"
"Yes."
"So you don't know what she does all day?" Chantal had never, to my knowledge, given Roger any reason to doubt her. Now he had a reason, and as Roger thought about all the time Chantal and I had spent together, he aged 10 years in 1 second. Joe watched Roger's shoulders sag, his jaw drop, and lines form around his eyes as he tried to squeeze the image of Chantal and me fucking out of his head.
Do you think that you, at 72 years old, could endure the thought of your 26-year-old spouse's infidelity, of your inability to satisfy them, of spending your waning days in constant humiliation? Could you stand a session of smirks and jabs from these two masters of interrogation? I'd be blubbering. But this is when Roger Carver is at his best. This is the time that separates him from the rest of humanity, for there is such a reservoir of hate and rage in him that he finds strength where all others fail. As Roger looked at those two cops, and as he thought of his two so-called friends in the other room, the four of them together, trying to squeeze him between one lie and another, a fire lit inside him, and he stood up straight. "I know she's not fucking Eddie all day," he told them, "because by the time I'm through with her at night, she's pretty sore. If you have any doubts about my ability to keep my wife happy, officer, why don't you come upstairs and I'll give you a demonstration?"
Joe gave M's arm the shut-up squeeze before she could answer. "That's quite all right, sir," Joe told Carver. "Please forgive us if our questions seem unduly personal. We're merely following a lead."
"Well, follow it somewhere else, because my wife is definitely not here!" Roger slammed the door in Joe and M's faces. Then he returned to the study.
Rog, were those real cops?
"Oh, absolutely."
"Then Chantal really has left you?"
"She's certainly not here."
"Then you're not getting our stuff back. Pay me."
"I can write you a check, but then you leave here right now and don't see what happens next."
"Nothing happens next, Rog."
"All right, I'll get my checkbook."
"Oh, damn you." "We'll stay." Roger smiled.
"That cop was pretty hot," he told them. "I wish she'd asked to see my evidence." For an almost senior citizen, Joe had a surprisingly strong grip. He didn't let go of Margaret until they were back in the car. Em was too lost in thought to fight Jay's manhandling like she usually did. She wanted to believe this rich old fucker was the bad guy, but she'd seen him melt, just as Joe had. She stared at the steering wheel, processing Roger's reactions.
"Okay," she admitted. "He didn't know." "Didn't know what, Margaret?" "About the affair."
"You're sure there is one?"
"Pappy Dolan used this same bit on me. What do you think you did wrong, Edward? And why is that wrong? What should your punishment be? You know they've got it all worked out in their heads, but they won't just give it to you. They'll make you march yourself down your own line of reasoning until you hit bottom. Every case that Joe and Em worked, Em would spit out every theory that popped into her head, and Joe would patiently listen to them all. Then he'd feed her his logic in question form, like he was instructing a child. Man, did she hate that. I'm not sure there is one, he's not sure there isn't one, nobody's sure of anything. Are you sure of something, Joe?
I always find it ironic how some people walk with certainty through the world, then trip in their own backyard. Their eyes are on the horizon.
I'm starting the car.
It's in these intimate situations that David has a chance against Goliath. Emotional, physical, beyond money.
Where am I driving?
David and Goliath. But who is our other character? Delilah? Helen of Troy?
What's the address you wanted to check?
She must be someone special.
Joe? Hello in there.
1735 2nd Avenue, Dorothy Lisovich's last known place of work.
Who?
Chantal. Her maiden name. Chapter 40.
Look, a piggy!
Chantal pointed out the window at some lady walking her pet pig. I stopped the car. I opened my mouth. No sound. I had short-circuited. Chantal stroked my cheek. Ah, honey, she cooed. Just one bad night.
He's dead.
I could barely breathe.
We killed him.
Ah! Ice picks jabbed into my ears. I clamped my hand on her mouth. I could feel it curl into a smile. She gently peeled my fingers away. Is that what you want? She asked. No. Should I cry? No. Then what?
You want me to be sorry? I'm not that good an actress. You think I'm evil? No. You think Gerald was evil? Yes. So what's the problem? You know what the problem is. It's murder. Murder's wrong. Plus, most people get caught, and we certainly weren't being too careful about it. I'll bet in your head you're screaming right now, "Turn yourself in, you moron!" That's what you do, right? Cooperate with the authorities. Explain how it was all a terrible mistake and take your lumps. Simple common sense, right? For you. I'll bet you've got all kinds of common sense answers. The Mideast situation.
Everybody just needs to calm down, forgive, compromise.
The energy crisis.
Carpools, turn down the thermostat.
The whole world would be fixed if we all just listened to you, wouldn't it? Yeah, it's easy to pitch solutions when your life isn't on the line. We were facing either paradise or lethal injection, and my partner was looking at piggies. I got out of the car and walked. I didn't know where I was going. Ever since I'd gone into Hadley Prep, I'd felt a box building around me. It was getting smaller and stronger. I had to get out to space and air, but even outside the car, I felt the box squeezing me. I stumbled down Fifth Avenue. I probably would have been hit by a car if Chantal hadn't chased me and guided me onto the sidewalk. She took my arm and strolled with me.
Honey, it's like killing Hitler. It's okay.
There's some logic there.
The devil's logic, as Father Dolan would say. He weaves lies and truth, puts evil in virtue's cloak. Beware the end that defines the means. Chantal was all about ends, and the voice of the Father was fighting her inside me. I can't live with it, Dolan said through my mouth.
Gerald could have. He'd have cut your heart out if he thought he could get a nickel for it.
I'm not him.
Be him. For one night. One night for the rest of our lives. It's a good deal.
Oh, how she could play me. She waited for my answer. No kiss, no bedroom eyes, nothing I could call a trick. Was she the devil, or just highly motivated? Every time I thought I had Chantal figured out, I got thrown another curve. I didn't know who this woman on my arm was. Heck, I didn't even know if she knew who she was. Sucking it up to Roger and his friends for the last 2 years, she'd been so deep in lies, she might have forgotten the difference between good and evil. Or she might be evil. Which was it? I knew I wouldn't find out right then. I'd have to get to know her better, spend time with her in a normal setting, out of all this fear and perversion. Then, if I still saw blackness in her heart, I'd leave her. But I owed her that chance. You'd want a chance too, wouldn't you?
Chapter 41.
60, maybe 70 grand I figured we had once we fenced all our goodies. We could have lived for years on that in Thailand. But that number was based on us fencing the stuff carefully, melting the gold, selling the stones one at a time, cutting the coke to street strength. Now we were murderers. We wouldn't just have Carver chasing us, we'd have cops. They'd trace Gerald to the restaurant through his credit card, they'd get descriptions of us, some police sketch artist would draw us, the pictures would go out on the wire, and we'd instantly become hunted all over the USA. We had to liquidate that night. By morning, we had to be well on our way to nowhere. I took us over the bridge to the docks in Red Hook. There was a guy there, Alfie, I knew from when I drove a forklift. There's an enormous amount of skim going on at the docks. With all those tons of stuff coming in and going out, a lot can disappear without being noticed. Alfie ran a crew that handled one of those cranes that loads and unloads cargo ships. Big hooks come down, pick up a container, place it on a railroad car, and away it goes. Who's going to know if that 10-ton container is a few pounds light? Multiply that by 100 containers a day, 300 days a year, and you have some serious surplus inventory. Alfie worked the night shift because it was easier to make stuff disappear at night. He'd call his friends in the organization, they'd come with unmarked trucks, and the stuff would be on store shelves the next week, right next to the legit stuff. Alfie was the richest blue-collar guy I knew. If anybody could turn this plutonium into cash, he could. The street leading down to the water was almost black. A couple of bars that didn't care about closing hours were lit up, but other than that, the only signs of life were some shadowy figures in doorways. Junkies, drunks, hookers, pimps, dealers,
All the scum that can't stand the light of day. The devil's army, Pappy would say. You can see the fire eating their souls. It consumes them from the inside out, burning their skin and their eyes. Looking around, I saw his point. If you were shooting a zombie movie, you wouldn't need much makeup. Chantal took in the scene like we were on vacation in Paris, oohing and eyeing at every wreck we passed. We stopped for a red light near a bunch of winos passing a bottle around a burning trash can. Chantal stuck her head out the window and waved. "Yoo-hoo!" she yelled. "Can I have a sip?" The one with the bottle started tottering over. I drove through the light before you could touch my car. The docks were bright, even at this hour. Containers in every color were stacked 10 high on either side of us. There was a steady roar. Engines, steam pistons, the beeping of forklifts in reverse, dock hands yelling to each other. We approached an enormous horizontal beam sitting on top of 2 80-foot risers. A large booth sat on top of the beam. Suspended from cables beneath the booth was a container the size of a tractor-trailer. The container came down, settled on an empty railroad car, and quietly clicked into place. A giant claw released it and rose. I was always amazed that something so big could be so delicate. The crane came over to examine us as we parked. The claw swayed on its wires above us, a spider wondering whether to bite. I could see its eyes, TV cameras on the base of the booth. "Wave, be friendly. High up there." "I love big machines." Chantal stroked the wall of the elevator as we rode up the crane's riser. "Don't talk. We go in, we get paid, we leave." "They're so strong. My dad had a tractor mower he used to let me—" "Chantal!" "I'm being complimentary." "Don't be anything." "Calm? Can I be calm?" "Be invisible." I'd seen Alfie put a man in the hospital once, threw him down a flight of stairs. That was back when Alfie was managing forklift crews. Now he was working the crane. It's a much longer way down. The elevator opened onto a control room wrapped in a goldfish tank. Glass everywhere. Not for those afraid of heights. The world slid by as the crane rolled. 3 burly guys sat at computerized controls, staring alternately out the windows and at the numbers on their screens. It all looked very slick and futuristic, until I spotted the Hawaiian shirts peeking out from under their lab coats. You can take the dock worker off the dock, but some hook monkey always stays. Alfie was working hard at scrubbing it off. He still weighed about 300, but his suit hid it well. He'd done something for his bald spot, and those hairy hands of his were giving each other a manicure. He pocketed the clipper and came over for a hug. "Eddie Doyle! Too long, too long! And who—" That's when his eyes worked their way up from Chantal's figure to her face. "Wow! Who did this to such a beauty? Can I get you a steak for that eye? I have 50,000 pounds in that box over there." "Just a glass of water, please." Polite, calm. I relaxed a little. "Of course. Harvey, some water for our guests." One of the monkeys at the controls got up. "You looking good, Alfie. Who's your tailor, Michelangelo?" I fingered his threads and he chuckled. "We're a couple of sharpies, huh? But you always were." He threw an arm around Chantal and pointed a stubby finger at me. "You know, he used to iron his T-shirts. Got voted best dressed jock on the dock 3 years running. What brings you back home, Eddie? Not getting enough exercise?" I showed him. The Coke raised an eyebrow. The dagger and trophy dropped his jaw. He turned the dagger over and over, staring at the starry stones. Then he noticed the bloodstains I hadn't been able to wipe off. "What have you been doing, boy?" "None of it's hot, at least not that anybody's going to phone in. There's about a quarter pound of top-grade Coke, 10 sapphires, and half a pound of gold. What's it all worth?" "I don't know. I'll make some calls in the morning." "What's it worth now?" Alfie's eyes crinkled. He got that piggy look I used to see when a new ship docked. "I don't have much cash here. I'll give you everything I've got." He pulled a wad from his pocket, then pointed out the window. "Or you can have what's in container number 2. I took the cash. Chantal watched as I counted it. I'd never seen a $500 bill before. William McKinley. Chantal squealed when I stopped counting after the 2,000th one. 12,000? 2 of those sapphires are worth 12,000. Alfie frowned. What was that buzzing he was hearing? Shut up, darling. I affectionately tried to squeeze the air out of her. Thanks, Alfie, that's very... She grabbed the cash and threw it at him. It bounced off his cheek and fluttered all over the floor. It's a rip-off, she told me. We'd get more from those winos. Alfie laughed. Now I see how you got that face. At least it's not yours. Alfie stopped laughing. Now he looked like he did when he tossed that guy down the stairs. Harvey and his fellow monkeys stopped running the crane and turned to watch the show. They knew that look on Alfie, too. Alfie stood over Chantal. He was 3 times her size, but she didn't flinch. I could see some other insult forming on her tongue. My balls sucked into my body. How long would it take for us to hit the pavement? He threw our stuff on the floor. Think I'm ugly? I never paid for it in my life, and I've gotten plenty. Take your kinky shit. It disgusts me. Chantal grabbed the goods. What did she think? We could sell them on eBay? I tried to grab them from her, and we played a little tug-of-war while I told Alfie we'd take the money, thank you. Fuck that! Chantal pulled the dagger from my hand and waved it at Alfie. You can't even touch this, she told him. She's high, Alfie. You pay every night, liar. You pay for some stripper to nurse that limp noodle of yours, and you still can't get it up. You can't touch this knife because it's real. I should cut your dick off. You'd never miss it. I tried to stop him from belting her, but 2 monkeys magically appeared beside me and grabbed my arms. Chantal shot across the room like a pinball. She bounced off a safety poster and fell to the floor. She looked up at Alfie with electric hate and joy. Let's see you get it up, she told him. Right now. I'll even fluff ya. Harvey whispered to Alfie something like, do you want to throw them out the window or seal them in container number 2? Fortunately, Alfie never forgot how I had improved his mambo, which is why he never had to pay for it. Ballroom dancing's a very practical skill. Alfie plucked the dagger from Chantal's hand as Harvey plucked the Coke and trophy from mine. The 2 other monkeys guided me and Chantal to the elevator as Alfie held up our stuff and waved goodbye. Like she says, Eddie, you'll never miss it. When we got to the bottom, my car was floating 20 feet off the ground. I looked up at the spider. Can I please have my car? He gave it to us. All 4 tires popped like party balloons when it hit the ground. Chapter 42. Joseph's cell phone rang. He checked the number and put it back in his pocket. Talking to the captain at a time like this would derail his train of thought. He'd pulled Chantal's maiden name from the wedding listings in the paper, run a background check on it, and guess what? She had a record. Prostitution. Surprise, surprise. However, while it was easy to picture Chantal hooking, it was hard to picture her ever getting caught. Usually hookers with records are street whores. Chantal was too pretty and too ambitious to work the street. Then there were the drugs. According to Chris, she loved cocaine, but Joe had seen her picture. She didn't have the tired, scrawny look of a drug addict. Then there was the money. 2 years of putting up with this old guy, billions on the line, and here she was, blowing it all for a broke chauffeur. Joseph's mental picture of me was complete, but Chantal's pieces weren't fitting together. He closed his eyes and mentally rearranged them. Em was lost in her own thoughts. Why can't we turn on the siren? We're in a rush. How did Joe make it through 40 years as a cop, babying those precious eardrums? My next partner? I want a heavy metal fan. Then her phone rang. Pick it up, Joe told her. I have to talk to him? He's your commanding officer. And who's yours? You have a future in the police force to worry about. I can retire at any time. You make being old sound good. Pick up the phone, Margaret. I have to tell him about that chat we just had with Carver. Tell him it was my idea. Oop, it went to voicemail. The radio squawked. 182, come in. Joseph turned it off. Call him back, he said. It wasn't your idea. It was my idea. I just hate that fucker and I wanted to beat him up. How do you deal with these assholes, Joe? How are you so calm all the time? You just ran a red light. Damn right I did. Why do you think I became a cop? The mafia doesn't take girls. It is true. All right, I'll call him back. Chapter 43. There's a couple of miles of nothing between that dock and the nearest subway station. The darkness seemed twice as dark now that we were walking through it. Even if we got to the station, which train would we take? Going where? I wanted the darkness to swallow me up. Let those bloodshot half-man things come out of their holes and eat us. The morning dock crews could drive over our bones and grind them into the road. That's what I wanted. I wanted an end to this insanity. I didn't care what it was. I strolled through the blackened warehouse wasteland in my tux, looking for release. The eyes turned, but the creatures stayed in their holes. Meanwhile, Chantal hobbled after me on her stiletto heels, trying to keep up. I didn't make it easy for her. "It's still early," she said. "I have lots more friends we can call. Benji has a King Dynasty bong he does hits of—" Her heel cracked. She went down, but I kept walking. Then I heard the slap, slap of her bare feet on asphalt. "Would you slow down, Eddie? There's broken glass here. Ow! Look, blood! Eddie, look at my feet!" At that moment, hyenas could have been eating her feet and I'd have kept walking. Somehow she managed to keep up. "Okay, don't look. I deserve it. I should have listened to you. It was just such a shitty deal. I'm sick of bad deals. I was born into a bad deal. I dated bad deals. I married a bad deal. Then you come along. My first good deal, and that creep sticks a knife in you. 12 grand, and we'd be broke in 2 weeks. You know he had more cash, Eddie. He could have really helped us. He didn't care. That's what friends are like when you're down. Friends like him and Gerald and Roger. They're sharks." She was sobbing again. What happened to the woman who just flipped off a shark? That's what all our friends are now. That's what the world is. You've never run away. You don't know what people are like when you're helpless. I do. So can you forgive me for getting a little tense? Tense. That's what Charlie said, I told her. My partner. He hit her 23 times. "I'm sorry, I was tense." He probably was. He was fucking crazy. I kept walking. The creatures started drifting out of the shadows. How did I keep getting myself hooked up with these psychos? Now I was mad at Charlie all over again. I was mad at both of them. I relived the lecture I'd given Charlie as we'd run from the scene. I lectured them both as I marched along. "Are you feeling less tense now? Did that little exercise blow off some steam? Maybe I should relax and shoot myself. Nice long hospital stay, plenty of bed rest. We should all do it. Let's have World War III right now. Get all the aggression out. Sound relaxing to you?" No answer. I turned and saw her back there, being led somewhere by several ragged bodies. Smart thing? Safe thing? Keep on walking. Right thing? You tell me. Look inside your own heart and tell me if you could leave that beaten young woman alone with those night crawlers. Of course you couldn't. They might get hurt. Chapter 44. It was now 3 a.m. The traffic on Fifth Avenue had died down, and without that background roar, Roger's study was painfully quiet. Curtis was trimming his hair to even out what he'd lost to candle wax. Every click of the shears made Fletcher twitch. The pills Roger had given them made everybody pretty twitchy. Snip, snip. "I hear you're cleared for the LP acquisition," Fletcher said, just to fill the air. Roger nodded. Lexington Petroleum was the number 2 tanker and pipeline company in the world, after Unico. "What'd you find under the hood?" "About $300 million in debt," Roger answered. "But the infrastructure is sound. It gives me a line from Russia to the Caspian Sea. That'll feed my Eastern European pipes." "If you can keep it open." "Don't worry about that. Unico is well known in the Third World for the ruthlessness of the mercenaries guarding its equipment. In Iraq during the war, Unico was the only energy company to consistently maintain 100% output. However, Lexington's pipeline to the Caspian runs through the mountains of Afghanistan. It had been attacked repeatedly, which was one reason for Lexington's hefty debt. "Afghanistan's not Iraq," Fletch reminded Roger. "That pipe's been offline more than half the time since it opened." "Poor management." "You gonna manage the Taliban? Or maybe you already are. The entire war, a Carver plot. Like those two cops, right? And your wife. Roger held up a pinky. In the year after I acquire it, the Afghani pipe will not be closed for more than 2 weeks. Fletcher grabbed Roger's pinky with his own. Hey, Curtis, shake him on this.
No thanks. I want to go home. Write me a check.
Curtis was done with his haircut. Roger blinked. It was a small thing, but tells usually are.
Yeah, I'm getting pretty tired, too,
Fletch added.
You can write me one, too.
Want another pill?
No thanks, we're done.
You ever play poker? You watch the other guy, try to guess if they're bluffing? I think everyday life is like that for rich folks. Checking out the people around you and guessing if they're in more trouble than they say they are. And they're used to playing this game, so they're excellent bluffers. So everybody's bluffing everybody else, and every once in a while everybody realizes everybody's bluffing, and the world financial system melts. Holy mother, save me from the truth. Roger wrote Fletcher his check, very slowly. Fletcher had lied, saying he'd counted the money before he took it. The value of Curtis's lost dagger was more complicated. Curtis had named a number, but Roger insisted on breaking it down stone by stone and to the ounce. They were firing up Roger's computer to price some star sapphires and find out what gold was trading at when the doorbell rang. Again.
Busy night, Raj?
Fletcher and Curtis took their place by the study door while Roger prepared himself for what he assumed was going to be another bit of bad news from Joe and Em.
Good evening, Mr. Carver. I'm Paul Tempinelli, captain of the 19th Precinct.
He is, Fletcher mouthed to Curtis after peeking through the study keyhole. Fletcher also lived in the precinct.
I understand your wife is missing.
Kidnapped. After Em had told him about their second interview with Roger, Tempinelli had decided he'd better do some damage control. Now he was thinking otherwise. Roger was so wound up he was vibrating. No wonder Em had cross-examined him, Tempinelli thought. If he had met this version of Roger near a crime scene, Tempinelli would have cuffed him on general suspicion.
Please don't let him be guilty of something. Kidnapped. Yes, my detective said that.
They didn't say it to me. They came back here with some story from one of Eddie's degenerate friends impugning my wife. Then they cross-examined me, offered me no information as to her whereabouts, then left, no doubt to gather more dirt.
The officers meant no offense, sir.
The hell they didn't. If you're running a tabloid scandal sheet, you've got some excellent reporters. But if you're running a police force, you should replace them with people who choose fact instead of fantasy.
I'll speak to them, harshly.
If that's all you'll do, perhaps I should speak harshly to my friend, the mayor.
They're off the case. From now on, I'm handling your wife's kidnapping personally. Now, the first thing I'd like to do is put a tap on your phone. Then we'll...
Certainly not.
Then I'd like to station an officer in your house, in case...
If I want you, I'll call you. Now go find her.
Well, it's going to be rather difficult if we have nothing to go on.
You've got a whole police force. Go on that. Run along. Slam. Fletcher and Curtis gave Roger a round of applause when he returned to the study.
Roger, you have definitely upped the ante. Definitely spicier than seeing Binky Wordsworth wearing the brass buttons.
The future of role play, said Roger. Real is the new black.
But if they're real cops, then Chantal is really gone, and so is our stuff.
You don't know if it's coming back. Roger moved his head in a circle, neither a shake nor a nod. You can leave now with your check and get some sleep, he said. I'll be staying up.
Oh, give me another pill, Raj. You're off the case, Captain T told Margaret, as far as Carver's concerned.
But really?
Call me with whatever you get, but do not contact Roger Carver again. From now on, all communications with Carver are through me.
So you see, even what was real wasn't real. Chapter 45. Who's the toughest guy you ever knew? Any of your friends ever do time? If you have any experience with the rougher set, you'll know that what makes the bad ones isn't how muscle-bound they are or what kind of weapon they're packing. It's how mad dog crazy they are. Remember how I told you that some people look for trouble
You say hi to these types, and they find a reason to get pissed off about it. They've been stabbed, they've been shot, and they're still picking fights. They like fighting. That was these guys. 3 homies. A round, greasy pork chop, a pimply, toothless swizzle stick, and a guy who had clearly gotten out of the joint yesterday because that fresh tattoo on his neck was too freakishly ugly to be the work of a free man. Guys in the joint, they love bad tattoos. That graffiti all over them is a big fuck you to the world that says, "I'm so mad dog crazy, I don't care what I look like." Then they get out of the joint and they do care. But not this guy. He had a wife-beater tee, suspenders, and zoot-suit pants with a steak knife in the back pocket. His shoes had these fake spats he'd painted on. So Coco the Killer Clown's got his arm around Chantal. He's leading her to his car, a tricked-out Honda with chrome hubs and a 12-inch woofer in the back. I come up behind him and hear, "I got the Paradise Express, baby. I'll get you there in style." Porkchop and Swizzle Stick were snickering away. They could already taste her muff. It was like a scene out of one of those school cautionary films about not talking to strangers. Chantal was blissfully letting herself be led away by these vermin, feeding them bonbons like, "Oh, you're so gallant, my knight's in shining armor," laced with giggles and eyelash bats. Swizzle Stick heard me first, then they all turned. Coco whipped out his steak knife. If I'd been a piece of porterhouse, I'd have been worried. "Go on!" I leaned against the blade. "Put it right in my heart. Cut it out and feed it to her." It would have been quicker than what I saw ahead of us. Why not get it over with now? I guess Coco decided I was a madder dog than he was, because he flipped the blade down and just shoved my chest with his knuckles. I didn't care about him or his friends. I told Chantal, "We're going to the police." I remember the first time I got busted. The Kresge 5 and Dime was around the corner from St. Francis. After school, we'd all go over there and spend whatever change we had on candy. In 2 minutes, that store would go from empty to full, a swarm of children attacking the racks by the cash register. It would take half an hour for the 2 old biddies to ring everybody up, so the cool kids would roam the aisles until the crowd cleared. They had a little of everything in that store. Stationery, furniture, household supplies, even clothes. I remember thinking I could live on a desert island if it had a place like this. But the most popular aisle with us was, of course, the toy section. The Kresges knew their clientele. If there was a commercial for it on TV, it was here. All the juicy stuff. Hot Wheels, Light Bright, the Barbie Cookin' Fun Kitchen, glow-in-the-dark plastic monster models, plush poodles, the complete Adam's rack of whoopee cushions and garlic candy. It was a pre-adolescent's wet dream. I went back there with Diggy Healy one Wednesday afternoon. Enter the Dragon had just come out. We were all kung fu crazy, and the #1 toy in every boy's mind was the Bruce Lee action figure. It punched, it kicked, it handled the inch-long nunchucks that came in the package. And there the package was, for $6.95. Diggy strolled down the aisle, stuffed a Bruce Lee down his pants, and continued on to stationery supplies. That one act broke my world wide open. I'd been living with an invisible sheet of glass between me and everything I'd ever wanted. Diggy walked right through. It was a crime. More, it was a sin. But Diggy didn't look too troubled. As he left the store, with me speechlessly following him, he looked as fresh and innocent as baby Jesus. He pulled Bruce out of his pants around the corner and ripped open the package. Where was the lightning? Where were the flames of hell? Where was the paddy wagon? Diggy flicked a tiny ninja throwing star at me. "We need Han," Diggy said. Han was the bad guy. His action figure came with removable dagger and bear claw hands, the only match for Bruce's nunchucks. The crowd at the counter had thinned out, but the 2 register ladies were still busy. I studied the racks like the other kids. Gum, fruit juice, chocolate bars. I sighed loudly. Oh, this wait is dull. I think I'll stroll around. Down aisle 3, checking out the tools and kitchen widgets. Don't want to go right to it. Sneak up on it, left to aisle 2 and back toward the toys. Some wiffle balls came in. And there's a shrinky-dink plastic flower kit. Some girl's gonna love that. I could hear both registers going. The hand figures were right by my hand, 6 of them on a hook. What difference would one make? I sucked in my gut. There was an inch between my belt buckle and my belly.
I slipped hand down my pants while considering the balsa gliders. One register had opened up, so I bought a pack of gum. I'd been in and out of there once already. The gum was my alibi. There's my 25 cents. Thank you. I headed towards the door. I was high. I was floating. Anne was mine. Every kid on the block would drool. Diggy and I could kung fu each other to pieces. What's more, we were both in the club, the Take What You Want club. The world was ours because we dared. We weren't afraid like our wussy classmates. If we wanted it, we'd take it. Were we bad? No. I didn't feel bad. I felt brave. I felt strong. I felt a hand on my shoulder. Mr. Kresge showed me real bravery when he reached into my pants on a public sidewalk. Then he also took my gum, and I realized I didn't want those easy, dense, non-stick lavender breath chews anyway. As Kresge marched me back into the store, I saw Diggy, Paul, and Patrick Connolly at the corner, watching me and cracking up. Bruce Lee threw another ninja star. Hi-ya. This was the first of my many visits to a room with no windows. Sitting down, watching the man loom over me. Same script every time. When my dad had been the man, it was scarier. All his failure he'd blame on me in a fit of drunken anger. Sometimes me and my brother. It didn't matter. Either way, he'd tell us how clever we thought we were as he bounced us around. Kresge, I could tell, wasn't like Dad. I watched him fume about little punks like me who were going to put him out of business, but his fire didn't burn that deep. Most of the cops, rent-a-cops, store owners, and other hands that land on your shoulder really don't care that you're breaking the law. They'll yell and pound the desk, but inside they're thinking about their credit card bills and walking the dog and how they're losing their hair. Scaring you is just a job, and what they want is a reason to cut you some slack so that they can cut themselves some slack. It's a lot easier to give a guy a cigarette than it is to yell at him. As Kresge stuck his finger at me and hollered about jail time, I could see it was an act. I was a tearful 10-year-old. I must have been somewhat cute. Kresge was a nice man. He sponsored a Little League team. I was making him be a cop. I felt so sorry for him. "I'm sorry!" I bawled, and I could see him melt. He got so mushy, he almost told my mom the whole thing was a mistake when she got there. Mom told my dad, who gave me a royal whipping. Then they sent me to confession. I tried the trick on Dolan that had worked on Kresge. As I sat on that hard stool in the booth, I could feel my ass on fire. Every line Dad's belt had drawn on me was burning. I didn't deserve this pain. I was just a kid. I felt so sorry for myself. "I'm sorry!" I bawled again. Got off with 5 Our Fathers and 5 Hail Marys. So that's the secret to handling the man, folks. Always tell him you're sorry. But it doesn't matter what you're sorry for. As I stood there in the darkness with Chantal and her new friends, I could see the scene coming up. The room with no windows, the interview with the man, the confession, the tearful pleas for forgiveness. They'd let us off with the minimum. Chantal would be a natural at this game. She was almost in tears already. "We'll go to jail," she whispered. Her shoulders goosebumped. Didn't I have a sweater for her? She was shaking. I should have taken her in my arms and... Oh, Jesus, she was good. I had to look away as I spoke. "If we run, it proves we're guilty," I said. "We'll get a longer sentence. If we turn ourselves in, we can fight it. He invited us over, Chantal. We left the restaurant together. No one will believe us. He attacked me." I showed her Gerald's tooth marks on my hands. "It was self-defense." "I'm not leaving you, Eddie." "What are we going to do? No car? We've got a few thousand in milk money. That'll be gone in 2 weeks. You said so yourself. Then what? Every cop in the country will be looking for us." This whole evening I'd been reacting to Chantal. Even when it was something I wanted to do, she found some way to take control. Frankly, I was pissed at myself. I was bigger, stronger. I had a longer criminal record. How come this girl had bigger balls than me? "We're going to the cops," I repeated, "with the truth." Chantal's twin oceans miraculously dried. The tremble left her body. I think there were several people inside Chantal, and she let them take turns with her mouth. Now it was the battle-hardened child of perdition's turn. When I walked into Hadley tonight and I saw you trading your whole future for a drink and a dance, I thought, here is a man. I married a baby, but here is a man. And now you'll leave me. Coco and his buddies snickered. Swizzlestick spat in my direction. I had the scum of the earth looking down on me. Did I let this sway my reason? Did I let my ego or emotion or the peer pressure influence me in any way? Not yet. If we run, they'll go for the death penalty, I told her. Would you rather spend 20 years in a cell? We'll still be alive. I want you, Eddie. Now. She transformed again, from street warrior to liquid lust, a lusty warrior the moment before battle. She grabbed my arms. Now and tomorrow and for 100 years, beside me, inside me. This was that moment in Now Forever when Nelson Brooks grabs Bridget Colbert as the bombs hit. Except in this version, I was Bridget Colbert. If you love me, you'll want me in 20 years, I said in my best Nelson Brooks voice, trying to regain the part. But even as the words left my mouth, I knew they were shit. She laughed at me like I deserved. The street warrior was back. Love. You'll look at my picture when you're boning your cellmate. That will be our love. I can't love you if I'm dead. Very practical, Eddie. I'm sure you were practical with your buddy Charlie, too. Where is he now, serving your time? It wasn't my time. I hadn't helped Charlie beat that lady. I'd stopped him. But we did that Rockaway job together, as we had many heists before. He kept saying that when he testified at his trial. We were partners. We split everything 50-50, he told the jury. Until now. I was just a thief. I wanted nice stuff. I couldn't afford it, so I was dumb enough to steal it. It was wrong, and I did my time for it. Some of it, anyway. But I would never hurt a person if I didn't have to. You look at the 7 deadly sins, and some of them are much worse than others. Greed will get you 3 Hail Marys. Anger will get you 5. There's a reason. A crowd had gathered. The freaks and winos were enjoying the show and sharing their wisdom. You need some ice on that face, lady.
Do it, man. Do it now.
Fuck-ass snowflake, you was shit to leave your girl here. Everybody agreed with that last one. And Chantal stood there, looking at me like Charlie had at the trial, while the crowd discussed my shittiness. And the moment made me think of the lives of the saints. Saint Sebastian with all those arrows, Joan of Arc burned at the stake, and John the Baptist and Thomas More. How difficult it must have been to keep the faith when everybody around them said, give it up. Not that anybody was holding a gun to my head, but as the moment became more surreal, I began to feel quite persecuted. Because I didn't back down. I told Chantal I was finding a cop. So go, she said. I've got friends. She spun around and strolled into Coco's arms. Mamacita, Coco hugged her. Victor, take good care of you. Chantal knows you will. She stroked his stubble. You're no baby. She took his hand and led him in a circle around me, singing, Friends, friends, I have friends, we are friends amigos, and so on. The other night crawlers joined in, circling me and singing, like some feel-good moment out of a Pepsi commercial. I could have busted through the ring and marched away, but I was still determined to talk sense. They could execute us! I yelled at the circling freaks. Execute us, so sad, they sang. The chair, the noose, you're dead, you're dead. It did have a nice rhythm. A police car rolled by. It stopped and watched the show, but we were so wrapped up we didn't notice until Chantal pointed it out. Okay, Eddie, you love me so much? Save my life. The 2 cops were looking at Chantal and me like we'd just stepped out of a spaceship. They didn't get out of the car as I approached. Good evening, officers. Always nice to start out polite. Good evening, said driving cop through his window. What next? How would you phrase this? I was stumped until Father Dolan rescued me once again. Start with the sin, he'd say when we were in the booth. Then give me the excuses. Murder, I told them. Nope, not murder. accidental self-defense. We were examining his art collection. It was disgusting, so we had to take it. That part was intentional.
The accident was?
Passenger cop asked. No, the theft. But we didn't steal anything. Not that time.
There were other times?
Oh, yes.
Where's the stuff?
It was all stolen. From us, I mean. It was already stolen. This was not coming out right. I wondered if we had sounded that way to Father D. It was a pure moment of impureness, Father. My heart and hand, they just weren't talking to each other. The foreign language of the sinner. Priests should get a class in translating it.
So you don't have these stolen items anymore?
No. Besides, they weren't really officially stolen, and the trophy wasn't stolen. That was a gift. My car was stolen. Well, not stolen. The tires popped.
Do you have a way to get home?
Home? Where the hell was that? The two cops conferred while I pondered home. Finally, driving cop asked,
Look, you got a body to show us?
It's in Manhattan.
Manhattan? Not our beat!
The two cops whooped and drove away. I watched the car disappear. Chantal took my arm. Want to go back to Manhattan? She asked. Nah, I think I got it out of my system. I'd only been taught to confess once. Well, what now? We've still got a few thousand in milk money. Chantal turned to Coco. Victor, how much you want for your car? Chapter 46. The Midtown apartment building was a little run down, but the doorman still wore a jacket. He gave Joe and Em some difficulty about an unannounced trip upstairs, till they showed him their badges. They marched him up to the 7th floor. Bang, bang on the door.
Hi, it's Dennis,
The doorman told the door.
your neighbor smells gas.
They shoved their badges in the face of the gorilla who opened the door and strolled in. The living room was furnished in early IKEA with scarves over the lamps. Half a dozen girls were sprinkled around, doing their nails, their homework, watching TV. It could have been a sorority, except for the chubby middle-aged John on the couch. 2 girls were stroking his lapels all the way down to his zipper. Just 2 more Franklins for me, sugar, crooned Afro Girl.
$150,
the John croaked, shifting for more crotch room. We'll give you sucky-fucky, said Blondie. Then you can watch us do each other. You want to see that, don't you? The zipper on those pants was about to burst. Margaret put herself in front of it. Want to see me strip?
Sure.
Margaret took off her jacket and showed Chubby her shoulder holster. Want to see more? She asked. Chubby popped off that couch and was out the door in about 3 seconds. By that time, Wallace, the house pimp, was out of his office. Wallace was a medium big guy, decent shape, but not fancy. If the whore business had ever collapsed on him, Wallace could have moved into insurance, cars, whatever. A classic mid-level businessman, all about process. He gave Joe and Em the once-over. You're not Vice, he decided. Joseph gave Wally his card. That was Joseph's usual act with witnesses, the card instead of the badge. He told me it makes people forget he's a cop. We're looking for Chantal Carver, but you probably know her as... Come into my office, Wallace interrupted. Joe and Em followed him into what was once the pantry. If there was a trade association for cat houses, Wally's room would be decorated with trophies. Best blowjob, least silicone, most orgasms in 2003. As it was, there were some travel posters, a potted palm tree, and a mini basketball hoop over the trash can. Leather-bound collections of porno filled a shelf. Leather and Lace, 1983 to 1987, Bazooms, 1990 to present, etc. Em noticed a bookmarked John Irving novel on Wallace's desk. Wallace hid it as he sat down. He waved Joe and Em to a pair of seats. Em sat on his desk. I don't want you talking to my girls about her, he told Em. Smells fishy. You know that smell, don't you, Mr. Fishmonger? Shelby, Wallace Shelby. I promise you that no one in this apartment has seen or heard from that woman in the past 3 years. No one wants to, and anyone who does is fired. Joe, why is it everyone shakes when they're discussing this woman? Em pointed to the flame from Wallace's lighter, which Wallace was chasing with the tip of his cigarette. Why is that, Wally? She's just another cunt, right? I don't think of my girls like that. This is a business. They provide a service. I'm their manager. If this was Nevada, our taxes would be paying your salary. If this was Nevada, I'd be blowing it at the slots. Ever try Atlantic City? Why? Did you go there with Chantal? What was her last name, Joe?
Lisovich.
Lisovich, yeah. Did you party in Atlantic City with Chantal Lisovich?
Not my type.
I hear she's pretty hot.
Hot! She's radioactive.
Wallace blew a mushroom cloud of smoke. Then he leaned back in his chair and held onto the armrests. Margaret told me he looked like an astronaut preparing for blastoff.
The customers went crazy for Chantal. She was booked solid from day one. She was making friends with all the other girls. She was the star of my show. But as much as I would like New York to be like Nevada, it's not. Publicity is not my friend.
Chantal get you a Zagat's listing?
3 weeks after she gets here, she tries to unionize. I had 9 girls outside holding up unfair signs. They wanted health coverage, vacation days, 401k. Now, I'll help a girl out if she's got a problem, but with that list, I'd be out of business. For 2 days, they were marching around. The TV news covered it. I had to get a new place, new girls.
You fired Chantal?
She wasn't out there. She was upstairs making money. She'd tell them she was homesick, then she'd sneak in the back. I asked her about the unionizing. She acted like those girls outside were bad. Came with me when I moved. I didn't find out she started the whole thing till after she'd left me for Roger Carver.
When did she meet him? Was he a John?
Oh, I wish. No, they met at the trial.
Her file says she pled guilty.
Not her trial. Louis Harmeyer's. You didn't talk to her arresting officers?
Em looked to Joe, who was studying a table lamp.
Well, they've been unavailable, she decided. How do you think she got busted? He asked her. I pay my bills.
Murder,
Joe immediately replied. Right in front of her. She's in with one of her Johns, and this other John busts in and pops the guy, 6 in the chest. They haul him away, and he's crying how he saved her. Watched her the whole trial, that puppy dog look in his eye, till she pointed her finger at him. But by then, she was with Carver.
What was Carver there for?
Entertainment. Rich people. Messed up, right? I had money. You couldn't get me off the beach.
Yeah, me either.
Atlantic City. Sun, surf, slots.
All the good things.
Wallace escorted Joe and him to the door.
We might have some more questions, Joe told him.
No problem. Ask me on the beach. I've got a room on tap at the Tropicana. Just say the word, officer.
Margaret. Back in the cop-mobile, Joseph pulled up Louis Harmeyer's rap sheet.
Entertainment, pondered Margaret. Does money make you crazy, or do crazy people make money?
A little of each, I suppose.
I've never been to Sing Sing.
It has a lovely view of the Hudson.
I'll bet that room at the Tropicana has a nice view. You think that's where Eddie and Chantal are heading? Some hotel on the beach?
I think most of us are heading there in our dreams. Some secluded island paradise in a vast archipelago of private tropical getaways where the smoothie shack never runs out of mango syrup. One of our pair might be heading to that beach, but not both.
Think I should go to Atlantic City with Wally?
I think you would prefer Wallace. Chapter 47. Take this exit, number 29, to turn off for New England.
That's when I realized where we were going. The club? What's there?
$1 million.
Cash? Chantal nodded.
It's in a safe. I know the combination.
What have we been doing all night?
I don't like the club. I don't like going there.
What are you doing there?
Play patty cake. I pulled over into a gas station. Unico, coincidentally. I wanted to sit in the lot for a minute, but the guy came right out of the garage when he saw us. I pulled up to the pump.
Bitch and ride, dude.
Pump boy admired our Honda. He had this Fu Manchu mustache and long hair pulled back in a ponytail. I'll bet when he took off that oil-stained Unico jumpsuit on Saturday night, he was the dude. Right now, I was the dude.
Fill it up. Hit the shocks for me. Let me see you hopping.
Coco had shown us how to do this. There were little lights that flashed along the side, like a theater marquee, too. Just fill it up.
Okay.
He cursed me under his breath and got to work while I turned to Chantal. She was crumpled against the door, looking like a sack of potatoes. Even when she'd just been beaten up, she still had good posture. Not now. Every time we did this drive, you were laughing, Chantal. You were cracking jokes, sipping champagne. I was high. You were having a fucking party.
Why are you so scared now? What's going to happen in there? Nothing. There's nobody waiting for us? We're just going to walk in, take $1 million, and leave? Yes. And that's more upsetting to you than all the other shit tonight? What's hell to you, Eddie? What do you think they do there? Every Catholic schoolboy's favorite question. A pit of fire, Pappy D used to say. The devil directing the flames of your own sins onto your naked flesh. Every proud, greedy, malicious act turned into heat, an eternal reminder of your failure in the eyes of the Lord. Then there are the variations. Pitchforks, unquenchable thirst and hunger, flaying your skin, daily disembowelment, up to your eyeballs in rats, bats, shit, jellyfish. Us St. Francis boys used to one-up each other on who could invent the sickest torture. But those were fantasies. What about a real torture? A hell on earth, one that could turn a lady like Chantal this pale? I don't know. Do you really want to know? I have to. All right. When we get there, I'll show you. Then she got out to take a piss. At least she told me she was taking a piss. Chapter 48. Randall Curtis Fenton and Fletcher Nathaniel Lovington III. Such fine-looking names. Such fine-looking men, with their receding hairlines sculpted into graceful curves, their jaws jutting forward, their handshakes still firm at this age. They're the kind of men you expect to run the banks, the factories, the White House. Roger once told me he'd pulled Curtis's pants down at a formal dinner. It turned out Curtis was wrapped in a ring of alligator teeth down there. Some kind of voodoo power thing. Then there was the time Roger slipped a garter snake into Bossy. These were just the hijinks I'd heard about. Roger and his friends have been at this a long time. It's the ability to maintain the illusion that blows my mind. The double life, public and private. Even if I had the money, I couldn't do it. They are a different species of human. At 4 a.m., Fletcher and Curtis were watching Roger Bruce Carver wilt. The glow from reaming Captain Tempinelli had faded. For the last hour, they just sat, and Roger had sunk further and further into his chair. To his friends, watching the gradual draining of Roger's emotional reserves was top-notch fun. Remember how she used to spank you, Rog? I'd see her handprint on your ass. I'll bet your daddy didn't even hit you that hard. And the time she handcuffed you to the radiator, then gave us all ice cream? So yummy. But tonight's performance is Chantal's greatest work. Don't you agree, Fletch? Oh, yes. With each passing minute, the suspense multiplies. When will it end, Roger? How long can you ratchet up the excitement? She'll call. In truth, Roger had given up hope. All that needling, combined with the report he'd gotten from Joe and Em, and the time that had passed, had worn down Roger's faith in his wife. But how do you admit that? I'm sorry, the joke's on me. My wife's left me, so please go home now. How do you say that when your social status and even your job depend on your being the puppet master, not the puppet? If certain people heard about this, it could kill the Lexington Petroleum deal. The great Roger Carver, taken in by a whore and a cheap crook. How could he and Unico survive the humiliation? Roger slid further down the chair. He was almost horizontal now. When Chantal called from the gas station, he slid right onto the floor. Ah, fuck! He opened his phone. Hi, honey. How's tricks? Roger, I'm so scared. Roger cupped his hand over the phone's earpiece. I'm here with Fletch and Curtis. We've got them in stitches. He said it was a game. He said it was your idea. Bonnie and Clyde. Chantal sobbed out the words. Then he touched me. I tried to stop him, but he hit me. Really hit me. Two desperate people, one desperately lying and one desperate to believe. Chantal's ridiculous fib filled Roger with strength. He breathed more deeply. His voice regained its bass notes. He was the puppet master again. You still have the toys? He wants to sell them and keep me. For real. Real's the flavor du soir. We're going to the club. I told him about the cash in the safe. Perfect. We'll meet you there. Roger, she quavered. I love you. And I love you too, my dear.
Right then, he adored her. He snapped his phone shut.
"Muster the squires!"
He boomed.
"It's showtime!"
Chapter 49. The lights go out at Sing Sing Correctional Facility promptly at 9 p.m. By 4 a.m., the sobs and muffled cries have long since died down, leaving only a choir of snores. At a distance, it almost sounds like the ocean, but not when it's coming from the bunk above you. One of Louis Harmeyer's earplugs had fallen out. Beefy, his cellmate, weighed about 300 pounds and had a tiny pig-like nose, which snorted when he laughed or slept. Right now, he was laughing in his sleep. Louis felt around his pillow, then his sheet. Where was it? He could get another cigarette and break the filter off like he did whenever the old filters got too waxy, but that meant getting up, touching the cold concrete floor with his bare feet. How do they expect us to rehabilitate, he thought, if we can't get any sleep? Then Louis heard approaching footsteps. He'd heard them before, many times, coming, then going, to someone else's cell for some urgent bit of business. There are a lot of secrets locked up in the heads locked up in Sing Sing. There are secrets locked up in Louis's head. So, as disappointed as he was, every time those footsteps kept on going, he knew that one time they would stop, right in front of his cell, like they did just now. He closed his eyes and snuggled under his blanket.
"Louis, phone call."
Louis lay still.
"Louis, up. Don't make me come in there."
If it had been bad news, Richard Perlmutter would have poked Louis with his billy club. As a motivational technique, prison guards prefer the stick to the carrot, so Louis knew that somebody had told this guard not to use the stick. A couple of prisoners across the corridor woke up and watched the scene. Louis yawned loudly, then rolled over and opened an eye. "Christ, Dickie, can't you let a guy fucking sleep?" Perlmutter was well known among the inmates as the most aggressively Christian god in Sing Sing, with zero tolerance for foul language. The other inmates howled. Perlmutter, who also despised being called Dickie, took a deep breath and let his anger wash over him. That's what they taught him at tolerance class. Just let that sea of bile wash over you.
"There's someone on the phone for you," he muttered.
"Take a message." More laughter. More prisoners were waking up now. Louis could imagine their eyes on his cell. What's up with Louis? They'd wonder. Louis was a normal, sensible, timid man who had committed a crime in an act of temporary insanity. When he'd gotten to jail, he'd been robbed of his shoelaces. Then he lost his outdoor time as punishment for not having shoelaces. In the 2 years since, Louis had learned to be invisible. Having nothing, doing nothing, worth nothing. Until tonight. He rolled over and snored.
"They'd like to speak to you now, Louis."
Zzz. Perlmutter had had enough of this. He signaled the guard down the hall to open the cell door. Perlmutter's backup guard kept an eye on Beefy while Perlmutter rushed in and grabbed Louis by his hair. He twisted Louis's face toward him and whispered softly but very clearly, "Tomorrow's another day, Louis, and the day after that, and the day after that, and you're mine, every one of them. Now get out of this bed." Louis let out a bellowing yawn. Then he rose. He shuffled out of the cell, pausing to pinch Beefy's toe. Beefy snorted out of his slumber and saw Louis standing outside the cell, waving to his new fans. Applause. "That poor, defenseless girl," Louis chuckled after Joe and Em filled him in. "There's nothing in the world more dangerous than a poor, defenseless girl." "How is Mrs. Carver dangerous?" "I fucked a lot of whores. They were all poor, defenseless girls. That's why they were doing it. I never cared. They didn't ask me to care, and I didn't want to. It was just business, you know?" "Uh-huh," said Em. She was warming to that concept. "But Chantal, when I was with her, it was like for an hour I was married to her. I'd tell her my troubles. She never asked me to listen to hers, but I wanted to. It was so intimate. After a while, I didn't care about the sex. Have you ever been in love, detectives? What did you say your names are?" "Did she ask you to kill Emilio Torres?" That's the guy Louis snuffed. Louis looked out the window at the blackness of the night. The universe had rotated full around from 2 years ago when the cops had been asking Chantal about Louis. This was an astrological event. I'm going back to bed. Call me in the morning. We're tight on time. I'm not. Go wake up the cops who arrested me. They know the story. Other cops don't talk to us. Why not? We'd like to hear the story from you, Mr. Harmeyer. What's in it for me? I'll speak to the parole board about your cooperation. That's not for another 15 years. I may not live that long. Well, what do you want? A state inspection. An inspection by the State Prison Board is every warden's nightmare. It's virtually impossible to keep a prison up to code. There is just not enough money to keep all the toilets unplugged, all the rats out of the kitchen, and so on, so prison authorities muddle through as best they can. Every once in a while, there's an inspection, and everybody freaks out, and the ACLU files a bunch of suits, and a warden loses his job. In the long run, nothing changes, but there is a while after the inspection when the place actually gets cleaned up. It smells better, the food tastes better. The guards hate it because they have to get their behavior up to code too. But for the prisoners, an inspection has nothing but upsides. And Lewis would be able to tell his fellow inmates that he ordered one. Joseph was all set to lie that he would speak to the state prison authorities in the morning, but Lewis had the name and home phone number of the chairman of the New York State Prison Review Board memorized. He'd learned it a year earlier when he'd come up with his plan for what to do when the cops came to him about Chantal. Chantal, his angel of death. Sitting in their car, Joseph dialed the number on Margaret's phone and held it next to his own. This late-night conference call resulted in an inspection, which did ultimately result in the censure of Warden Kazmersky and a huge boost in Lewis's popularity. And it gave Joe some answers. She started out with sighs, long looks out the window. Those got me nibbling. Then she set the hook. She told me how poor she was, the problem with her working papers, this sick John she had who played rough. Deeper and deeper that hook worked in. I had to pry every detail out of her. That's what made it so strong. After 6 months, I'd have done anything for her. Then the bruises started. I couldn't let that poor, defenseless girl get hurt, could I? Em, who'd been huddled close to Joe listening, said, "We'd better get a guard on Carver." Lewis laughed. "Carver? You need a guard on the other guy. Carver's probably loading his gun right now, getting ready to rescue his poor, defenseless girl." Margaret called Roger's house. 5 rings, then voicemail. "I've been saving Carver a spot in my cell," chuckled Lewis. "We'll have so much to talk about." Joe hung up and thought. Margaret stared at his head, as she often did at such times. The division of labor between these two made them a very efficient crime-fighting team. Margaret was the action partner, taking charge at the scene, but when it came time for cogitation, she turned to the brain. Nobody she'd ever met could analyze a situation more deeply and from more angles than Joe. She could almost see the gears turning inside his head. Missing murderous millionaire? Psycho wife? Heroic handsome chauffeur? Think. Shit. It was the only time she ever heard him curse. Then he opened his phone and dialed another unique event. "Good evening, Captain. This is Detective Lonigan. I believe you've been trying to reach me." Chapter 50. Ever been to Danforth County? It's a picture postcard. Rolling hills, polka-dotted with cows. Little farms that are way too cute to ever make money as anything except bed and breakfasts, which is what they all are. Little birds chirping in meadows. Empty winding roads. One pimped-out Honda whipping through the fresh spring air. I had the window open and my head halfway out. The wind was cleaning the cobwebs out of my mind. The sky had this beautiful morning light in it, pink and fuzzy at the edges. The more I looked around me, the more last night felt like a bad dream. How could these sheep have been sleeping in this pasture while we were bludgeoning that man? How could the flowers have held on to their petals? The bad vibrations we'd made should have transformed this scene into an ice age. But right when the morning dew had almost convinced me that last night hadn't really happened, I remembered where we were going. I looked at Chantal, who was now the color of paste. I took her hand in mine. It was cold. We turned off the road onto the Squires Club estate. The gate didn't open magically for Coco's car the way it did for club members, but Chantal knew the code. The driveway was almost a mile long, winding through thick woods. Roger didn't want anyone passing by to ever see or hear anything. Finally, nestled in a clearing, we saw the large yet somehow quaint country manor. The Squires Club. Like a set for a haunted bed and breakfast movie. I thought a zombie was going to stagger out and serve us tea, but the only occupant was a squirrel on a rocking chair. He'd figured out how to rock it and was swaying back and forth, chewing his nut and watching us. I'd seen this driveway 100 times before, but it was never so quiet. I strained my ears for the echoes of the screams and laughter that had floated out of that building. Now there was just birds and breeze. Chantal heaved up her steak dinner. I helped her to the front door. She let us in and turned off the alarm. The lobby was as far as I'd ever been here. Dropped the bags, then off to the motel down the road with the other chauffeurs. We'd drink coffee and guess what was going on that the rest of the world couldn't see. All we saw were dried flowers, some well-placed rusty farm tools, and lace curtains. Sure didn't look like hell to me. Roger loves country kitsch, Chantal said, waving her hand around. He says it's so fake. We went upstairs where there wasn't much more than a landing and a door. Chantal fished a key out of her purse and opened it. "Abandon all hope, ye who enter here," she said, strolling through. Roger says that every time with his spooky voice. I followed her through. We were in a long corridor, lined with doors. Chantal swept her arm across the scene. "Welcome to hell, Eddie. Pick a door." While I was playing eeny-meeny with the doors, 5 cars were taking the exit for Danforth County. Roger led in his Hummer. Gerald's car followed, with Gerald and Fletcher dozing in the back. After them were the squires that Roger, Gerald, and Fletcher had persuaded to get out of bed and make the drive. Brooke Slade and his wife Asta sat in the back of their limo, making cappuccinos. They have everything in that car. Roger says they bought it from the Swiss Army. Tony Lydon's Porsche came next. Tony was a pushy old broad who always drove herself. Terry, Tony's young girl toy, rode shotgun and rolled a joint. Bringing up the rear was George Pang's car, with George, his wife Gina, and their very good friend Bebe in the passenger seats. Whenever you invited George and Gina, you always got Bebe too. I think Gina may have been married to both of them. Maybe George and Bebe were married too. Gerald, Fletcher, Brooke, Astor, Tony, Terry, George, Gina, and Bebe. An average age of 52, an average worth of $200 million, a total worth of $1.8 billion. $1.8 billion, hopping out of bed and driving to the woods at the crack of dawn on the promise of big fun. I was to be that fun. The pinpoint in their rearview mirrors was Carl. He didn't need to follow closely. He knew where this road led. The first door revealed a sheik's harem. Sheets on the walls, pillows everywhere, a hookah, racks of robes, turbans, and belly dancing costumes. Several scimitars rested on what looked like a small guillotine. Chantal stroked its blade. "Would you like to join the Sultan's eunuch guard? No? Perhaps you'd prefer a Western theme." I followed her across the hall to a room with cactuses painted on the walls. There were bullwhips, 10-gallon hats, 6-shooters, a fake tree with a noose hanging from it. The room next door held a King Arthur set, complete with suits of armor, swords, a mannequin wearing a chastity belt. A badly punctured dragon costume lay on the floor, like a murdered parade float. I crisscrossed the hall, opening door after door. It was all sets, with matching costumes, the equipment for 100 different fantasies. Chantal caught up with me as I leaned on a plank in the pirate room. "Ahoy, Captain! Shall I give you the hook or the cat-o'-nine-tails?" She put her foot on a treasure chest, picked up a whip, and hissed. That scared, vomiting creature I'd seen outside had been replaced by Hell's hostess. She'd been so afraid to come here. Where had all that fear gone? Where did this wicked leer come from? Which one was real? "Look at the poor and see a vision of yourself," Pappy D would say, "stripped of the luck you've had." She was poor, poor in love. Not that I'm any Romeo, but I've always loved myself. She was daring me to not love her. Or warning me. "Well, I see you're a bunch of costumes," I told her. "Okay, so you did some kinky shit. Nobody really got hurt. We never even had an ambulance up here. That's because we have our own operating room. I still don't see why we couldn't have just come here in the first place. That guy would still be alive." "You like movies, right, Eddie? Check this out." She took me down the hall to a little screening room and played me a few home movies. The quality was surveillance cam level, but the images were clear enough. There was the president of the First National Bank getting his scrotum plucked. I saw the heiress of the United Steel fortune get bitten by rats. I saw a prominent U.S. senator buried to his neck in sand, getting force-fed what was apparently dog shit. I saw Curtis slit a goat's throat. I saw smoke rise from Roger Carver's back as a hot iron touched him. I saw heads of state and chairmen of the board dressed in bearskins hitting each other with rocks and bones. And in every setting, hovering over every victim, there was Chantal, the mermaid, the damsel, the harem dancer, never with a weapon but always screaming for blood. She stroked her victims as they suffered, mixing their lust with their pain. In one clip, wearing nothing but chaps, suspenders, and a 10-gallon hat, she strutted in front of the cactus. "You been stealing my horses, Caleb. Don't bother denying it. You're a low-down, dirty horse thief." Caleb Newhouse, chairman of the board of Omnicom, vigorously shook his head. "You know what I'm a-gonna do, Caleb? I'm a-gonna give you one." A diplomat and a brain surgeon let in a CEO wearing a horse suit. Caleb screamed through his gag and pulled uselessly at the ropes holding him to that fake tree. Chantal took the reins of the snorting executive. "This here's Smokestack. Say hello, Smokey." The CEO whinnied and reared up. That costume was complete. Chantal loosened Smokestack's reins, inch by inch. Caleb looked at his approaching punishment. His eyes were wide, mostly with terror, but I saw some anticipation there, too. "Giddy up, Smokey." She let go of the reins, and I got to watch a horse ride a man. That people would do this to themselves. I sat in a leather easy chair, watching this perversion, and I could feel every room in that place, the weight of all that pleasure and pain pressing down on my chest, sucking out my breath. But I still didn't believe she was bad. She wouldn't be showing me this if she was. "It's not you," I told her. "You didn't hurt anyone, not you." Chantal turned off the projector. "I didn't have to hurt anyone," she told me. "Roger and I were the directors." "Punishment is a holy gift," the father used to say. "It allows us to cleanse our minds and souls, that we may go forward without the weight of the past upon us. But when the act of punishment itself becomes a sin, how do you punish that? Was that what you were doing, Father, on the floor, with that broken glass? Did you enjoy your work in the confessional more than you thought you should? The secrets you shared in that dark little box, the acts you demanded of people on the other side of the screen, demanded, or they'd go to hell. Was that why you became a priest?" I could taste my dinner in the back of my throat. "Where's the money?" I gagged. They could have stopped it. We had a word, but nobody ever said it. "Where's the money?" "Down the hall, in the vault room." Walls of steel, the doors of several thousand safe deposit boxes. No boxes, I later learned, just doors. A rack held masks, guns, ropes, everything you'd need for a bank robbery. You can picture it, right? The hostages tied up, a guy working them over for the combination to the safe, some people in blue suits sneaking up outside. Cops and robbers. You played it as a kid. Only you didn't play with real money. $1 million shoved in a safe. Chantal dug it out of the safe. It spilled onto the floor, crumpled and stained like a pile of old dead leaves. I picked up $1. My mind saw the wrinkled genitalia and opened wounds that had bent and crusted it. I could feel the dried juice of it infecting me. I dropped the bill. "Eddie, if you act better than me, I swear to God I'll kill myself." It was just paper. These guys were too rich to have germs. I took a deep breath, got on my knees, and started shoveling cash back into a bag I'd found, marked loot. Chantal straddled me and ran her nails through my hair. Her touch felt poisonous. I knocked her hand away and accidentally dropped the bag. Bills fell out. I continued to sweep them in again, but I was shaken so badly I couldn't control my movements. She grabbed my head and turned it up to her. She was rock steady, so my head was still and my body was twitching around. Her eyes blazed into mine, and she squeezed. Just when I thought my skull was going to crack like an egg, she let go. I toppled over. She giggled and gave me a wink. Who isn't a whore? We all give head to get ahead. The world runs on head. You've given plenty. Don't you want to get some? She sprawled on that cash and stripped her panties. She showed me her quim, all juicy like a fresh Georgia peach. She rubbed a bloody bill on it. Spray me. Mark me. Make me yours. I was hypnotized. I can't, I croaked, but the gravitational pull was tremendous. That quim was sucking me in. You're hard right now. You can do anything, have anything, be anything. This is still your night, Eddie. Why did you go out? What did you want? The high life. Here it is. It's been waiting for you, waiting for a man to take it. Be that man. Crack me open. Taste the high life. This is the moment in my testimony where the prosecutor would say,
Why didn't you walk away, Mr. Doyle? No one had a gun to your head. There was a phone in the house. You could have called the police.
That's what you're thinking too, isn't it? You've been taking in my story so quietly, but you can't hide that smirk of superiority. You're doing it right now. You still don't know the whole story. You don't even know a tenth of it. I should get my defense team in here right now to talk about my drunken, sadistic father, my overworked absentee mother. I should call Father Dolan on the Ouija board. He'll swear I never missed a service. My parole officer will tell you I never missed a meeting. Every detention facility I attended gave me the highest marks. Madame Charisse cried when I was sent away. I can introduce you to several women who will tell you what a gentleman I was when I was there. How can you judge the whole of someone through their actions on one day? I'd been dogged by trouble since I was a kid, and here it was again, waving its poontang at me. Can you blame me, in the state I was in, for thinking that I was never going to get out of trouble by running away from it? It was that black cloud in Gerald's painting, looming, expanding around me. The only chance I stood of getting out of it was by diving into it, through it, coming out the other side. And the center of the darkness was right between Chantal's legs. I dived in. Marriage is a commitment made in the eyes of God to another, in sickness and in health, in good times and in bad. The father would clasp his hands together to demonstrate. With that commitment, 2 lives are joined, 2 flesh become one, 2 souls are merged, to be judged together on that final day. This wasn't marriage. It wasn't even commitment. But for that moment, we really did give ourselves to each other. And yet I wondered. But, Father, how can I ever be that sure? Trust me, when the right girl comes, you'll be sure. My dad was sure until he left. Men like your father must beg forgiveness. The Lord knows we are imperfect. Every inch of skin that could be touching me was there, stroking, squeezing, rubbing, licking. So if we're imperfect, why do we have to beg forgiveness? Aren't we just doing what God built us to do? God gives us the opportunity to sin. The choice is ours. She swept cash on top of me. She rubbed it in my face and smushed it between us, a cash sandwich. This musty, fermenting smell invaded my nostrils, mixed with her perfume. But God gave us the desire to sin. Don't you see, Father? The whole game is rigged. She smiled as I held her. The money swirled around us, and as I entered her, I could tell there were no questions weakening her will. Her strength flowed into me, through the blood and the cash in her tits and hot animal breath in my ear. At last, I was sure too. I let my body dissolve into lust. Every nerve ending expanded, reached for her, throbbed with more and more pleasure until I was ready to explode. That's when he hit me. Chapter 51. Nothing. Me either. Same on my block, sir. No sightings, said Joe. Em just shook her head. The captain had been ready for a strikeout. Since Roger lives across from the park, there aren't many buildings that have a view of his place. The cops had asked everybody on the street within a block, doorman, winos, the guy at the all-night deli, if they'd seen any pissed-off rich guys pass by. Aside from a mugging in the park, it had been a quiet night. The captain rubbed the top of his head. He'd been losing his hair there for a couple of years, and he'd taken to fiddling with the spot whenever he was nervous. It wasn't doing his hairline any good. He'd been a homicide detective for 15 years before taking a promotion and administrative position. He was a legwork guy, not a headwork guy, which oddly was why his star had risen in the department. Tempinelli had solved a steady but unexceptional stream of cases through the methods recommended in the New York City Guidelines for Police Detectives Handbook. Interview, examine, investigate. The police don't want a force full of Sherlock Holmeses. They want detecting machines, because that can be taught and yields cases which are more likely to stand up in court. Tempinelli was a showpiece of that method, living proof that the system works. Geniuses like Joe, they solved cases too, but they were mavericks, difficult to control. They scared the system, like Joe scared Tempinelli. That's why the captain was secretly pleased when Joe had finally called him. It might have meant a disaster for the case, perhaps death, but it also meant a black mark for those genius types who used to snicker at Tempinelli when he was running from doorstep to doorstep with his pad and pencil.
"Why weren't you here?" he yelled at Joe and Em. "You should have staked out his place."
When Joe had called the captain, he'd explained that he and Em had been at a whorehouse following what Joe called a character lead. This, plus what some convict who had never even met Roger Carver had said, made Joe think that Carver's absence might be a major emergency. Or maybe the old guy just went out to get drunk. More head-rubbing. The 3 uniformed cops Tempinelli had called in were warming themselves in the thin wedge of sun which was now beaming up 79th Street. Tempinelli could call in more cops. He could have an army here, but he wasn't sure what he'd do with them. "I believe the proper police procedure would be to speak to the tenants." Joe pointed up at the windows in the high-rises on either side of Roger's house. They're asleep." The captain shook his head. "There are about 500 windows with a view of this area. Someone might have been up." The captain checked his watch. 6:13. He searched the windows above. No faces looking down at him now. "At 8 o'clock, he told Joe. "Someone might be dead by then. Perhaps Mr. Carver." Perhaps. Couple of hundred wealthy families would definitely be unhappy if Captain T gave them all wake-up calls. How do you want to go? 1,000 tiny cuts or 1 knife in the heart? More hair came off the captain's head. Joseph wondered if he could make the man go bald. "Captain?"
"Oh, wake them up."
"There are only 5 of us, sir."
"I'll get more cops. I'll get the whole precinct here. Will that make you happy, Joe?"
Proper police procedure would dictate you leave."
"Go! You want to wake them up? Wake them up!"
Mildred Van Housen watched the cops spread out from the captain. She was an old widow with no company other than Poirot, the Pekingese at the other end of the leash she held. "That dog took 3rd at Lancaster," Millie's neighbor once told me. "He could win Westminster, but she doesn't want him to compete. Too hard on his nerves, she says. I think he loves it. Such a shame." Mildred passed her days brushing Poirot and watching crime shows on TV. Here was the real thing. She dragged Poirot over to the captain, who was calling the station for reinforcements. "Excuse me," she asked. "Has something happened to Mr. Carver?"
"You know him?"
"Slightly," she lied. She knew about him. She watched him, but Roger would never talk to a teabag like Millie.
"You know where he is?"
Perhaps the country. His country car's gone." She pointed to the spot in Roger's driveway where his Hummer had been sitting earlier, a detail Joe and Em had overlooked. Nosy neighbors had put me away. Now one was saving my life. Joe ran back to the car the second the captain called him. By the time the others returned, Joe's fingers were already flying over his laptop keyboard. A quick title search of the New York area showed that Roger Carver owned an estate in Danforth County.
"Danforth, get going," said Captain T.
"Us? Oh, you should go without us, sir." Joe put on his rarely seen humble face.
"I can't leave the station that long."
"He doesn't like us too much," Em told the captain. "It's your case now, sir. You should be the one to rescue him. Or arrest him." Officially, Captain T had run dozens of cases since his promotion, but those had been like this case, hoity-toities who wanted service with brass buttons. He'd let his detectives do the work, then he'd call the client with the results, like he'd been out detecting. The truth was the captain had barely stepped out from behind his desk in the past 12 years. He hadn't faced any bullets.
However, bullets didn't scare him as much as the possibility that he might somehow fuck things up. That critical decision that has to be made in a split second while the suspect is reaching into his pocket for an unknown object or tearing down the highway at a lethal speed. Pursue or radio for help? Issue a warning or blow the guy away? The choices a cop makes at moments like that can determine the rest of his life. Rub, rub. Sir? Go! Chapter 52. As he drove, Carl considered what kind of scene he'd find at the Squires Club. He knew what kind of scenes usually happened there. He knew about the $1,000,000 in the safe. He'd deposited it long ago. He knew Chantal and I were short on cash. If Roger found us there, what would be his weapon of choice? The whip? The electrical generator? The gun in Chantal's purse? Would Carl have to aim his own gun at Roger? Save them, whatever the cost, Driver had told Carl on the phone. But it was difficult to calculate the cost of betraying Roger Carver. How fast could Carl get out of the country? How far would he have to go? Carl took the turns in the road automatically. He'd made this drive so many times. Close but isolated, Roger had told him. I want a desert island in the Litchfield Hills. That had been in 1976. Disco Duck ruled the radio, Ford told New York to drop dead, and Carver Energy went public, morphing into Unico. Roger morphed from rich to super rich in the process, and as Carl put it, he felt a need to up the ante of his games. Selby, the original Mrs. Carver, was turning into a stick in the mud, always yapping about their children's psychological well-being. The costume parties Roger threw were easy enough to explain, now that Royce and Patton were toddlers. But what about later? Then there was that night a sleepy Patton had wandered downstairs and seen Mommy tied to a chair. The next morning they convinced her it was a dream. After that, Selby didn't want to play. It had been a year since Carl's last trip to the bush, as he likes to call it. Central America, Eastern Europe, Sub-Saharan Africa, most of Asia, anywhere you can't drink the water or find an honest cop. He was still fighting off his third bout of Giardia, and his money was running out. Carl had been a mercenary since a compound fracture had gotten him kicked out of the Army's elite Green Berets. 6 years of shooting, getting shot at, and getting every strain of jungle rot there is, all for a soldier's pay. He'd been happy to leave. Mercenary pay was so good, Carl only had to work a few months a year. The problem with that, though, was that after 10 years, Carl didn't want to work at all. He found himself hating the days he'd leave his West Village apartment with a sublet tenant and head back into the bush. Worse than that, he was fearing those days. So he'd been stretching his money, trying to make those days further apart. Economy didn't suit him either. Roger had made inquiries for a personal assistant, someone discreet, not too prissy. Carl's last job had been rescuing the son of the president of the United National Bank from an opium den in Nepal. The trick had been to make it look like the boy had actually wanted to go. Truth was, the joint wanted him out of there. He was bringing down too much heat from the Nepali police. But the Nepali cops weren't about to actually do anything, so Carl had to stage a whole raid, complete with armed kidnappers, to shoot back at his team. It made the papers. Part commando, part theater director, who better than Carl to outfit a devil's playhouse? Setting up the Squires Club was a lot less nerve-wracking than Guns in the Bush. There were some discreet purchases of naughty play toys, which Carl made in his own name, but this embarrassment was a small price to pay for not getting shot at. Carl even decorated the club with dried flowers from his own garden. Once Roger realized what a smooth operator Carl was, he gave Carl more assignments. Running industrial spies, gathering dirt on Roger's friends, blackballing whatever poor sap pissed Roger off. All white-collar work, no rough stuff. Carl stopped going to the gym. He let his hair grow back, got an earring. As his decades with Roger went by, Carl got softer and softer. He once showed me photographs of himself back in the Army, and then current. I could see it was the same guy, but it was like someone had taken a G.I. Joe doll and wrapped Play-Doh around it. The form was soft and squishy, but you could tell there was something hard inside it. Carl grew to love his soft stuff. His tea roses, his season tickets to the opera, his extra inch around the belly.
The stone-cold killer he'd once been seemed like someone else. However, all that warmth and fuzz came at a price. As dangerous as his military days had been, there had been a certain wholesomeness to them, if killing people can be wholesome. I mean wholesome like a loaf of organic bread. It may taste like crap, but you know what's in it. The supermarket bread is soft and squishy, but there's some stuff in that list of ingredients you don't want to think about putting in your body. You do, and it changes your whole notion of what food is. So it was with being the resident fixer for Roger Carver. Carl wasn't killing anyone. He was just tape recording them while they masturbated, photographing them while they shot up prescription narcotics. Soft, squishy work, but it was changing Carl's ideas of humanity. Before, his work had made him scared. Now it made him sick. In a few hours, his work would be done, and his retirement would begin. Back to the bush, where a vengeful boss would never find him. Money goes mighty far in the bush, and Driver had given Carl a lot of it, but still, no more going to the opera, no more lattes at Cafe Luna, no more drinking tap water, no more like-minded people, and love? Even further away. The further Roger Carver chased him, the further Carl would have to retreat into deeper and thornier bushes, until he found some patch of bush so sweltering and disease-ridden that even Roger's agents wouldn't go there. His new home. At least, he thought, I can try raising orchids. Chapter 53. Light and pain. They came at me from two sides of my head and met in the middle. Throb, throb. The light took a shape, a circle. There were shapes in the darkness, too, blacker blobs of blackness, with eyes looking down at me. A shadow blocked the light, then cold wind blew across my skin. The audience applauded politely. I shivered and tried to sit up, but only my head rose. I looked down at my body. It was strapped to a table, naked. Sheer terror filled me. I screamed and writhed under those straps like a madman. "They're quite strong," said Roger. "We had a chimp in here once. Couldn't move." He was in puke green scrubs labeled Bellevue, folding the blanket he just pulled off me.
Chantal!
I cried.
Where is she?
"Shame you're not rich, Eddie. You're a good actor. Steal my name, my wife, my money. You'd make an excellent squire."
I never meant to steal anything. I just wanted one night.
As me? I did dangle my goodies in front of you. But you're a chauffeur. It's part of the job. I'll have to mention your behavior this evening in any reference I write for you. He was arranging something on a table now. I could hear the click of metal on metal. My eyes were adjusting to the light. There were faces on the shadows in the audience now. I'd seen them before, outside Roger's events. But then they'd looked like they were posing for a picture, smiling, standing up straight, slapping each other's backs. Now they could have been at a ball game, sprawled out in their chairs, munching snacks, drinking coffee. Terry was rolling another joint. Then I saw Fletcher and Curtis, and my heart shriveled. If they were here, then maybe this whole evening had been a Squires Club activity. Roger tempting me, Chantal getting beaten, the robberies, all play to get me in these straps. Yeah, it's obvious, right? That's what you say now, but at the time, the thought of a setup that elaborate hadn't crossed my mind.
"He's sick!"
I yelled at them.
"He's insane!"
Everybody chuckled at that. "Rich people are never insane," Roger told me. "We're eccentric. Beating a woman to a pulp when she hasn't asked you to. Now that's insane."
"You beat her!"
"No more acting, Eddie." He scrubbed me with a cheese grater. Drops of blood rose all over my skin.
"I'm not acting!"
I screamed. Then I remembered. The safe word. What's the safe word? Chantal told me. He yanked my cock and grated it. My voice went up an octave.
"There's a word! What is it? You have to—"
"Did Chantal give you a safe word, Eddie?" "We're playing by your rules."
"Stop! Mercy! Enough! Over!"
"What game were you playing when you hit her? Inquisition? Third Reich? Janjaweed?" He was squeezing my balls now, scraping the skin and hair off them.
"I didn't hit her!"
"We like to play rough. Right, gang?" Hoots and cheers. But we know where to draw the line. Maybe that's why we're on top.
Self-control.
Murmurs of agreement. Roger was playing this whole thing to the crowd.
The crowd was the key.
You kill me, and you'll all go to jail! Jail!
I squeaked at them. Asta Slade blew me a kiss. This group was never going to jail.
You know all about jail, don't you? 2 years, wasn't it, for burglary?
Not from you! I never stole from you!
Where's my dagger, Eddie?
Curtis asked.
And where's my money?
Added Fletcher.
Your monkey?
Terry asked him, laughing.
Yes. Where is my monkey?
Now they were all cracking up.
Where's Chantal?
He wants his nurse, doctor, Brooke Slade called out. Someone yelled, Nurse him! Nurse! 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 Then they all started chanting, Nurse! 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 A door opened, and in stepped my poor defenseless girl. She crossed the darkened room and entered the operating stage. Roger twirled his finger. She twirled, showing off her scrubs and surgical mask. Hoots and howls from the crowd. Roger pulled down her mask. Gasps. Not everyone had seen her bruises. You must have been so full of hate to defile this beauty, he said to me.
Flames and pitchforks. The Catholic school vision of hell suddenly seemed quaint.
Hell, I realized, isn't physical torture. It's being misunderstood. If I'd done something wrong, I'd bleed the same, but it would make sense. There'd be a chain of reasons leading from what I'd done to what was being done to me. But to have this crowd think I was a sicker, more twisted person than Roger Carver? I'd have been living in a world where there is no truth. That thought bothered me more than my bloody balls.
You did that!
I screamed.
Chantal, tell them!
She sat down beside me. She looked so sad, like those pictures of Mary holding the dying Jesus. I did, she said. Then she took a sponge from a bowl and placed it on my wounds. Instantly, they were burning. I howled. The audience howled. Then Roger injected me with something, and fire ripped through my veins. Every muscle in my body clenched. My jaws snapped shut. My chest got so tight I could barely breathe. Roger dipped a comb in Chantal's bowl and ran it through my hair. The bleach will wrinkle your skin and yellow your hair. It will make your nails so brittle they'll crack. Add a few liver spots, a shot of rare herbs to simulate the crippling effects of arthritis, and your wish is granted. I'm making you me, Eddie. I'm making you old. Chapter 54. Carl left his car by an access road, out of sight. He climbed over the brick wall which surrounds Roger's estate and walked through the woods. Carl knew the code for the gate, having supervised its installation, but using it would have rung a bell at the house. Carl's allergic to bells. Most of the woods in Danforth County are as well-groomed as their owners, but for Roger, the more bramble, the better. By the time Carl made it to the house, I must have been just waking up on that operating table, because later he told me he could hear my screams. Carl had supervised the lining of those walls with acoustic insulation, but he'd never been outside them when they were in use. Clearly he should have ordered double lining. Carl tore up the stairs and tried to open the door to hell. That's when he learned, much to his surprise, that Roger didn't trust him completely. Sometime in the last 20 years, Roger had changed the locks. Joe turned off the siren. Protocol says they should have had it on, but they were on an empty road and Em knew he couldn't stand it. She was happy just to break the speed limit again. Her recent promotion to detective had given her more money, more challenging work, and bigger balls in the department, but she missed the adrenaline rush of the chase. Fucked up system, she told Joe. It's not Tempinelli's fault. You know the shit he'd get. Those prima donnas think their beauty sleep's more important than someone's life. Why? They pay more taxes? They know the mayor? If Roger Carver had vanished in Harlem, Cap would have woken the whole neighborhood. Democracy. It's a fucking joke, Joe. Joe? Joe was in one of his trances, staring at the computer screen.
Joe, you there? Earth to Joe.
Maybe it's because he was tired. Maybe it's because he was stumped. Maybe it's because they were reaching the edge of town and would lose their internet connection soon. Maybe it's because he thought they might be too late. Whatever the reason, for the only time in his career, the most genteel man in the New York City Police Department told his partner to shut up. Em had been told to shut up probably 10,000 times in her life. When she was a little baby, babbling in her crib, her parents told her to shut up. Her older brothers told her to shut up. Her dad told her bosses told her boyfriends, her one girlfriend, her ex-husband. From any of them, the words would have been invisible. But from Joseph...
This is my car. I'll talk all I want, Em screamed.
It was actually the department's car.
You can run away into that computer screen, but your soundtrack is me. I'm your partner. Not like you're having such special thoughts over there. If you were, you'd have picked Carver for the perp hours ago. I told you he stank. That's why you're telling me to shut up, because for once, I was right. And don't tell me I'm not right about that bullshit double standard either, because I know you agree with me.
I'm trying to concentrate.
You're running away from me. We're pursuing the perps, high speed. I can't drive any faster. So for the next half hour, we are locked in here together, and I am coming at you, Joe. You think I'm an idiot? Should be drinking beers with the rest of the precinct? You think I hate you too? Why don't you put in for another partner? I won't mind. I'll be in Atlantic City.
Joe considered his partner's outburst. That level of emotion always seemed so foreign to him. Joe was a loner. Shy, brilliant, but strangely passionless. He was the last kid picked in stickball games. In high school and college, he had never dated. He'd go to dances and watch, imagining what was going through people's minds as they slow danced and then left together. He'd built a life of imagination. Later, as a detective, he'd built a career out of it. And out of the career that forced him into partnerships with other detectives, he'd had enough social interaction to convince himself that he wasn't a total freak. But his partners always left him, and it always ended with an argument like this. All these memories flooded back into his mind, filling him with the sadness which was his only occasional brush with real emotion, the longing for a normal, social life, for the youth which could have been his, if he'd only had the will to act. To act. The will to act. Chantal had that, in spades. She must have always had it, just as he, Joseph, never did. She must have always been acting. Joe pulled her date and place of birth off her arrest record and started searching. Now, would his internet connection last long enough to get an answer?
What? What is it?
Em glanced at Joe's fingers, suddenly flying on the keyboard.
I'm sorry, all right? I don't want another partner. I just think we need to establish a better relationship. A team. I don't mind being the junior partner. I just want to be in on whatever...
Shut up, he said again. Please, Margaret? Chapter 55. Torture always seems to take longer than it really does. Think about the times when you've been miserable, staring at the clock. Think about how slowly it moves. Now multiply that slowness by a factor of my misery, having my skin grated and bleached, compared with yours taking a math test or getting a cavity filled or whatever else passes for a crisis in your sheltered little life. I'm sorry. I take it back. Sit down. I'm almost through. You want to know if I survived, don't you? It's hard for me to think back on those minutes bound to that slab. My burning flesh, that tattoo gun, jungle herbs turning all the muscles in my body into one huge cramp. The pain was unbelievable. I'd have been screaming my lungs out if I could have made a sound. The worst, though, was thinking, this is all a mistake. I'm dying for someone else's crime. Roger undid my straps. I was no danger now. He compared his liver spots to mine, the wrinkles on his hands. He grabbed my hair and lifted. My scalp was so raw from the bleach, I thought it was going to tear off. Roger placed his head next to mine and held up a mirror so I could see what he'd done to me. I looked like a giant shrunken head. I think I must have gone totally insane at that point. My voice was gone, so I screamed silently. "Just like Edward Monk!" Blake shouted. The crowd applauded, even Gerald and Fletcher.
Roger dropped my head back on the slab and took a bow. Then he turned to me. Edward, you outplayed a room full of players. You took your theater out of the box and into the street. You lambada'd over the line of informed consent like it does not exist, and made your fantasy real. And ours. For, and I think I speak for the group when I say this, our greatest fantasy is to meet someone who has consented to their own lack of consent. Ladies and gentlemen, back to the crowd, I give you me. They took turns pinching me and poking me, waving scalpels in front of my eyes. Blake, who I guess is a mummification fan, put a bowl over my face. Then he and Astor screamed in my ears. Tony carved her and Terry's initials on me. Fletcher held my nose and slowly poured a quart of milk in my mouth. I nearly drowned from that one. Then I watched Gerald drink a cup of blood he'd siphoned from my vein. However, from all that ghoulish drama, I got very little real damage. Roger's fellow squires just weren't as mad dog crazy as Roger was. They had their turns with their little fetishes on me, but as each of them met my terrified eyes, they had to look away for a moment. After that, they were acting. I'd seen squires take more real pain in those home movies. Roger watched with growing disgust the light treatment his friends gave me. Just a flick, a sip, a fucking mosquito drinks more blood than that. Suck me dry, cut my dick off, pull out my fingernails. I'm yours. Destroy me. They shrugged and returned to their seats. Roger was so pissed he couldn't stand still. You wimps! He scolded, marching back and forth on the stage. You pathetic little fakers! Your show, Raj, drawled Blake with his best upper crust snoot. You woke us, dragged us up here, told us we'd see something new. We're still waiting to see it. They were both right. Blake and the others were fakers, but this was supposed to be only Roger's show. It still had yet to be a hit or a flop. All right, then, said Roger. On to Act 2. He nodded to Chantal. Click, the room went dark, completely black. Squeals of delight from the crowd. I could hear all sorts of rustling. From childhood, we're trained not to be afraid of the dark. Don't worry, kid. There's no boogeyman waiting to pop out and get you. Well, this time, there was a boogeyman. I listened to him preparing to get me, and I couldn't do anything. I could just lie there, cold, naked, in pain, helpless, waiting to see how the next torture would hurt me. You don't know what fear is. Those few seconds were an eternity of punishment. Remember that when you judge me. Chapter 56. Sheriff Jim McGundy was fast asleep when Tyler called. Jim worked in Lowry, a small town in the south of Danforth, near Roger's place. They don't get too much crime in Danforth County. The weekend people have their own security systems, if not their own security teams. As for the townies, they don't have anything worth stealing. Crime in Lowry is mostly drunken fights and teenage hooligans tipping tombstones. Jim's days mostly consisted of driving around and stopping to talk to people.
Mangling with the constituents,
he called it, and getting fed. Mrs. Del Remo was always good for a piece of baklava. Joey V's gas station brewed the best coffee. Jason Baxter slipped him shots of 20-year-old single malt. Sheriff Jim always worked the Saturday shift so he could maintain relationships with his weekend constituents. They were barely ever there, they never had emergencies, they sent fat checks for his re-election fund, and they treated him like a movie star. These rich city folk just like jawboning with a real sheriff. Sheriff. It's got that Wild West ring, you know? Jim always wore his big hat on those visits. Sheriff?
Yes, Ty?
Tyrone was Jim's deputy, also his nephew. Well, we got a call. Tyler stuttered a little when he was nervous. Drove Jim crazy.
I know you did.
You got one too?
What's it about?
Some screaming coming from that big house over on Raven.
The Carver place?
That's what he said. Wouldn't give his name, though. Just said come right away. Then hung up. Probably a prank. Jim knew that house was too far in the woods for sound to carry. He still had to check it out, though. Roger had once taken Jim pheasant hunting.
Come by and pick me up,
Jim said, reaching for his pants. Should I run red lights? Slowly.
That would give Jim enough time for coffee. Chapter 57. There was a certain comic book quality to the sets at the club. If someone asked you to thumbnail an alien encounter, you'd draw a flying saucer and a little green man. That's more or less what they had. A green spandex jumpsuit and a giant pill covered in tinfoil. Just enough props to play the game. Roger's vision of hell was no different. The lights came up low and red. Smoke swirled around the floor. Organ music played. Toccata and fugue, inagata-da-vida, heavy stuff. Roger and Chantal were now posing beside me. The surgical gowns were gone. They must have had those devil suits on underneath them. His suit was a variation on the classic theme. Tail, horns, blood red leather lederhosen. Chantal was wearing a skin-tight spandex jumpsuit covered with flames and rotting faces. The faces of her victims, I supposed, screaming silently as their flesh peeled away. I looked at her crotch. Even now I couldn't resist a peek. It was a ball of flame, white hot. Tomorrow, I thought, my face would be there. For I believed I was in hell. I believed I had died, that this was all real, eternal, that Chantal and Roger were supernatural creatures, extracting payment for my sins from my soul. To that donut-eating posse watching the show, it must have looked like a high school production of the Rocky Horror Show. But from down on the stage, inside my crippled, agonized, transformed body, it was all very convincing. I think it's the only time since I was a kid that I was ever convinced of anything that wasn't real. This new setting was so much like my fantasies. "Father," I cried inside myself, "save me! You know me. You know I belong with you." Like Father Dolan was watching from above and could put in a good word with the Almighty for me. "You always said I had a shining soul," I begged him. But then I remembered his shining soul sermon, given every May as the warm weather came and skirts shrank. "A shining soul must be cared for, polished, lest the tarnish of corruption steal its luster. Nurture this brightness and clarity within you, for they are a reflection of God's pure light." I had not been nurturing. I was a tarnished soul, and as Roger wheeled in a covered cart, I knew Father Dolan couldn't help me. It was the first time I'd seen my boss without his shirt on. A swirling pattern of scars covered most of his torso. Somebody had been branding him, bit by bit, probably for years. He turned so I could take him in, including the fresh welts by his hip. It was a funny sight, him with all that damage below the neck, and her with it above. Two halves of a tragedy. Roger whipped the cover off the cart. There, neatly arranged, were a blowtorch and several half-charred pieces of lace. The audience howled. Roger held the lace against his chest. The pattern matched. "Kevlar, crocheted by an Austrian grandmother. If I die in the Alps, they'll return me to her village." He patted his chest. "Of course, this work took years. We'll barely get started today. But there's always tomorrow." Chantal lit the torch. If I could have screamed right then, I'd have broken the windows. As it was, all the terror in my body just gave me the strength to raise my arm. Roger held the torch over it, and the aroma of my burning arm hair filled the room. The crowd got riled up.
Burn him! Torch him, baby!
"Brand him! Chicken fry him!"
Do it, Raj! Do it! Burn him! Burn him!
Roger danced around me, waving that flame, while the crowd chanted at him to touch me with it. Finally, he put that lace on my belly and handed the torch to Chantal.
"Roger Carver, behold your mistress," he boomed at me.
"And you, a pale, wizened blob, dare prostrate yourself before her? Can you imagine her contempt for you? These luscious orbs, this succulent hole confronting your shriveled desire? It's pathetic. Or it would be, if it weren't for her face, whose damned perfection is diminished." He turned to Chantal. "Mistress, on behalf of myself, I apologize. My punishment must begin anew. A scar for every dollar, every life I have stolen, for every hungry mouth I've deprived with my meaningless excesses, for every politician I've bought, for every subversion of justice, for the enormous size of my carbon footprint, and most particularly for my cruelty to my hired help. Burn me. Mark me a sinner. Your victim. Chantal stared at the torch. I could see the flame's reflection in her eyes, dancing around as her hand shook. She brought the flame toward the lace, and the crowd hushed. I managed to raise my arm. I held my hand out to her, as she had to me when Doc Albini was cleaning her up. Her eyes went from the torch to me, back to the torch, then back to me, closer and closer. I could feel the flame's heat. Then she stopped.
Brand him!
Somebody yelled. I heard a small crash, which I later learned was a thrown espresso cup.
Chantal, it's time,
Roger said. Now ask yourself, in a torture situation, who would you rather be, the torturer or the tortured? Think hard. The tortured, they'll have this period of agony in their past, but that's it, just a memory of pain. The torturers, their memory is of their own evil, of the pain they've caused. They'll never be able to look at themselves the same way again. That's the knowledge Roger was forcing into Chantal's mind. Guilt was driving her crazy. She was a victim here, too. Her eyes were telling me this. I knew it, but I couldn't speak. So I nodded, closed my eyes, and waited for the pain. Nothing. Then, fizz, fizz. I looked. Chantal's tears, black with mascara, had drawn lines down her cheeks. The drops sizzled as they fell on the torch.
I can't! I can't!
She wailed. Roger leapt. Not at her, at me. His hand squeezed my throat. You ever been strangled? Your ears get this high-pitched whine in them that gets louder and louder. Your sight gets covered by these pulsating, psychedelic blobs, and blood fills your veins until you think your head's gonna pop like a balloon. So all of this was taken over my consciousness, and through the fog, there was Roger, leaning into my face, spitting words. Look what you've done to her. You've put fear into her. My love was a harpy, a queen of the night, a grand inquisitor. You've turned her into a victim. He let go of me and turned to Chantal. Darling, he said, pulling her closer. He's harmless. He's yours now. Excelsior. Time stopped. Inagata Devita played on. All this time, I'd been straining to move, and my muscles were slowly unwinding. I saw Chantal turn off the torch. Roger grabbed a lace tray and held the bottom up to Chantal's face. Look! Look what he did to you! She said the word, Raj, came a voice from the crowd. She didn't mean it. He muscled up close to his wife. I've had enough, she told him. You've never had enough in your life. Now I have. You're upset. You're frightened. You need to work out these feelings on your rapist. Excelsior. Let him go. Roger turned red. A few people tittered in the crowd. I could see the humor, this red guy in a devil suit. Roger looked at those tittering faces and got even redder. He was vibrating. He turned to Chantal, and I got ready for an explosion, but when his voice came, it was silky smooth. You love him. He hit you, and you love him. He grabbed her wrist. He was a lot older, but much bigger than her. She struggled to free herself, but he was locked on. The crowd quieted. He continued, but I could barely hear him now over that fucking drum solo. All this time, he crooned. I thought you liked it on top. Guess I mixed your signals. He hit her, backhand. Chantal spun across the room. Cheers from the crowd. The party wasn't over. Desperate to help her, I managed to sit up.
Excelsior! Excelsior!
Chantal kept saying as Roger bounced her around the room. The crowd cheered more. They were beyond safe words. This was what they'd gotten out of bed for. If you'd only told me. It's not in my nature, but I can learn. He punched her in the nose. How's that? Do you prefer the slap or the shot in the gut? He gave her one of each. Does this endear me to you? What's the appeal, Chantal?
How can I make you love me the way you've pretended to? He pulled her arm behind her back and held her close, administering my abuse, secretly desiring it. Did you think I'd be uncomfortable on top? Silly girl. She looked so frail, twisting in his grip like a bug held by its wings. Then she stopped squirming, and I realized her sobs were now giggles. Roger's monologue dropped off. Now she was laughing. He pulled her arm up more. She spat a tooth in his face, then knuckle-punched him in the throat. He let go of her. Then she stepped back and punted his balls. He doubled over and she kicked his face. In less than 2 seconds, she took him down. Big applause. Chantal curtsied, then sat on the floor next to Roger. She grabbed his hair and lifted. Eddie and I have been fucking for 2 years, she told him in a sing-song honey-sweet lilt. All his nice suits? You bought them. Every day that you've been at work, we've been whining and dining and draining your bank account, and you've never known. And years from now, we'll fuck on your grave. Roger's hand shot out to her neck. She grinned. She could still get enough air through to breathe. Harder. Squeeze, old man. I slid off the table, grabbed a torch, and hit him with it. More applause. The torch felt like it weighed 100 pounds. I dropped it. Chantal grabbed me before I dropped too. Oh, honey. She put my arm over her shoulder. Can you walk? We stumbled out of there. The audience, what were they yelling? Encore! Encore! Chapter 58. I could walk, but barely. Our car was still parked in front of the house. Unfortunately, its keys were in my pocket, wherever that was. Chantal dove into Roger's Hummer and got some goodies out of the glove compartment. She shoved a pill in my mouth. Chew. I chewed. She cracked an ampule under my nose. Sniff. I sniffed. Now I could move. We headed toward the woods. That's when Carl, who'd heard us coming out while he'd been climbing in through an air conditioning duct, came running around to the front of the house. Eddie, he yelled. Mrs. That was as far as he got before she spun and fired. Threw her purse as fast as a gunslinger. By the time I turned around, Chantal was already running to him. I'm so sorry. I thought you were one of them. She took out some tissues and pressed them on his bloody thigh. My car is on the rear gate road. That way, he pointed as he handed her his keys. Not a word of reproach. Chantal took my hand. Carl could see some stupid idea about bringing him with us forming in my mind. He yelled at me to run. Chantal pulled, and I stumbled away. Sheriff Jim and Deputy Taylor were a couple of miles from Roger's place when the radio squawked. There was no one in the Lowry office to squawk them right now, which meant that the call was coming from Loudon, the bigger town near the freeway. In fact, it was just being patched through Loudon. Sheriff McGundy? Yes? This is Detective Joseph Lonigan of the New York City Police Department. We have reason to believe that there may be an assault or possibly a murder in progress at Roger Carver's estate. Jesus. My partner and I are on our way to you, but we won't be there for half an hour. Can you get over to the Carver place immediately? I'll be there in 2 minutes. Somebody called this in 20 minutes ago. Who? It was anonymous. What's going on out there? We think Mr. Carver may be meeting Mrs. Carver and their chauffeur there. They expecting him? We think Mrs. Carver is. Do you know Mrs. Carver? I've met her. The sheriff remembered that smile she'd once flashed him when no one was looking. Did she have a thing for guys in uniform? It drove him crazy trying to figure that smile out. Listen to me. You're going to get there first, so you're going to have to defuse this thing. What you need to know is that Chantal Carver's real name is Dolores Lisovich, and she's very rich. Her father was a steel magnate in San Francisco, and she has several $1 million in the bank there that she hasn't touched in years. She likes to manipulate men by claiming poverty and helplessness. She is not poor. She is not helpless. Tell Mr. Carver and his chauffeur this. Dolores Lisovich. Did you get all that, Sheriff? Rich, steel, San Francisco, not helpless. Please hurry. Bring backup if you can, but don't wait. I'm going to radio Loudon right now. Jim cut Joe off. Shit, he muttered as he tuned in Pearl over the Loudon station. He and Pearl did not get along.
Well, howdy, Jim. What gets you up before 10?
You know damn well what, Pearl. You were listening to that call.
Gonna need some help, huh? Guess you should have replaced Dale this week.
Dale was Jim's other deputy, an ex-Marine. He was visiting his mother in Florida. Pearl knew Jim had cheaped out on filling Dale's slot. Pearl, you get me someone with a gun right now.
Sorry, Jim. All our boys are on the interstate, moving traffic round a jackknifed rig. Got Tyler with you, right?
Damn it, Pearl, that detective said murder.
Do not swear at me.
I'm sorry.
I will radio the boys and see who they can spare, but they're all 20 minutes away from you.
This was mostly true. However, one cop was standing behind Pearl, listening and cracking up. See, they both knew that Tyler wasn't a real deputy. He was just there because he was taking a year off before college, and Jim's sister had asked Jim to get Tyler a job. Pearl and the Loudon cops, who sometimes dealt with real crime, thought Jim McGundy was the biggest bullshitter in Danforth County. They were delighted to have him do some work for a change. Jim looked at his nephew. Tyler's knuckles were white from clenching the steering wheel as he inched through red lights at deserted intersections. His pimply face was pressed against the inside of the windshield, scanning for any squirrels or kitty cats on the road. "Ty," the sheriff said, "you've fired that gun, haven't you?" Chapter 59. He was on his hands and knees, wheezing, really straining to get that oxygen in.
Such a delicate, beautiful sound, Blake later told me, like a solo violin in a Vivaldi concerto. Captivating. And then that thunderclap.
Chantal's shot, echoing through the house. The cops were right, Roger realized. She did have a gun. Fletcher and Curtis might also have remembered Em's mentioning a pistol, but when Roger glanced at his buddies, he saw they looked as paralyzed as the rest of the squires. Oh, the thrill of gunfire, real lead flying. They had no clue what was up. Roger could have had a firing squad out there. Only Roger had a clue. And nobody can play that kind of thin edge like Roger Carver. He stood and forced his lungs to slow. He took a donut from the dozen Tony had bought on the way up and strolled out of the room. Roger stopped by the western room and grabbed a 6-shooter. Then he went downstairs and got a box of bullets from the kitchen cabinet. The squires were right behind him, giggling and whispering to one another. This was what Roger had promised. A real show, one that went all the way. Up till now, he'd failed to deliver. Failure. For you and me, that's not a big deal. We fail all the time, right? We fail to hit the ball, we fail to remember our anniversary, we fail to pay the rent, whatever. We're not perfect. But Roger's type is supposed to be perfect. That's why they're on top. If a CEO fails, even socially, it can jinx him and he is toast. The members of the Squires Club have a constantly shifting pecking order, with varying members being the butts of jokes. If the club's own ringmaster flops an act that he's billed heavily, he becomes the act. Whether I got my life taken or Roger begged his fellow squires forgiveness for wasting their time, either show would be beyond anything they'd seen before. The bullets they saw Roger put in that gun were beyond anything they'd seen before. This was the promise, the bullet instead of the blank, that kept the gang quiet and in line as they exited the building. The sight of Carl's bloody leg was their reward. More gasps and titters. "Good morning, Carl." Roger, unflappable again. Carl pointed into the woods, that way. We had gone this way. Roger and Co. ran that way. Did anybody stay behind with Carl? Did anybody ask him how he was? If he needed a bandage? If he'd live? Carl watched their backs disappear behind the trees. He heard Terry let out a whoop. "Yeah, whoop it up," he said as he limped into the house. "Maybe a bear'll eat you." I remember running through the woods outside Danica. The prison had a sort of ROTC program for model inmates, which the warden let me do because of my excellent work with the dance class. We had to drill 3 times a week, and once a week they took us to an obstacle course off the prison grounds. There was no escaping. We had GPS anklets on. They tracked us the whole time. However, for that 1 hour in the woods, we felt free. I'd look at the trees as I ran by. We weren't allowed to stop. They weren't that big or that pretty, but after a week of gray walls, they looked like Eden.
I studied each leaf and branch, tried to burn their brief images into my mind to sustain me for another week. I can still see some of them if I close my eyes. I can still see that morning in Danforth County. Not too cold, which was good because I was naked. The birds were singing, the sunlight was coming in low through the trees, and as the breeze rustled the leaves, little pools of light danced everywhere. The pills had kicked in, and my heart was beating like a tom-tom in my ears. Every part of me was quivering. My throat was so dry it hurt to breathe. Thorns and bark tore through my bleached, tenderized skin. My knees kept buckling so I'd stumble and have to grab a tree. The bark under my fingernails was agony. Then Chantal would grab my wrist and pull me forward again. Finally, I couldn't get up. "The passion of the martyr," the father said, "comes from the belief in the Lord. The greater the pain, the greater the belief. They are living testaments of faith." I looked at myself, blood dripping from 100 tiny wounds. St. Sebastian, minus the arrows. But my pain, I reflected, had nothing to do with my faith. It was a testament of my will to live. Why, I thought, should I martyr myself to that? I wasn't worth the trouble.
They're coming!
Chantal looked into the woods. I could hear them, a growing rustling. I later realized that Chantal had led me in a half circle, away from Carl's car. Right then, it was all just a maze of trees. Chantal pulled at my arm. I slid to the ground. "Get up!" she hissed furiously, pulling my arm half out of its socket. But I wasn't moving. I wanted just one more minute to look at the trees, to hear the wind. Wait a minute. The leaves weren't moving. What was that sound? It was soft and soothing. I got up and stumbled toward it. I went through a bramble bush, then down a steep bank. I was in space for a second, then in icy water. What a blast of refreshment! I stood up, sputtering. I drank and rubbed, cleaning my wounds. My raw skin felt the current so clearly it was like the water was moving through me. I was disintegrating. I was finally getting rid of my body and all the stupid trouble it had brought me. I was turning into water. I'd have died of hypothermia in that stream. What a beautiful way to go that would have been. But she couldn't let me. She had to wade in and pull me back, coughing and shivering, once more obliged to try to stay alive. Man, was I pissed. I'd fallen into a huge hole the stream had worn into a nest of boulders. There was a flat area nearby with a fire pit and chalk paintings on the rocks, like cavemen might have done. It was another Squire's Club set. The stream zigzagged through the trees, and I could see the sky above us. At night it must have looked like a jagged line of stars ripping through the darkness. Stars overhead, just like at the Excelsior. This was nature's ballroom. "Carl's car should be right there." Chantal pointed downstream. I could see the wall, with the stream going under it. "Who hit you?" "We have to go!" She was tugging at my arm again. "Who hit you?" "He did! You saw him! It's a game, Eddie!" We were fucking for 2 years? I could hear my pulse again. "I wanted to hurt him." Distant rustles. Tugging my arm. She was still so beautiful. I took her waist. Her body heat flooded into me. "Why'd you have to know how to dance? I could have said good night, except for that." I led her in a slow circle. "Come on!" Squirm. Body heat. Remember our song? I led her like I had at the Excelsior. Merengue, tango, cha-cha, twist. Slow waltz around the forest floor.
"Eddie, stop! He'll kill us!"
My heart was playing congas. Dumpa. I held her tightly.
The music swells. We can't resist.
"I need you!"
The rhythm pulls us in for more.
"Don't let me die!"
Dip. We went down as he fired. Rock chips stung my back, and I fell on top of Chantal. We saw Roger above us, standing on the ledge I had fallen from. His audience was banging sticks on some well-worn hollow logs nearby. It wasn't my heart I had heard. Right about then, Tyler was helping Jim over the wall. Then they ran up the driveway. Puff for a mile. They saw the open door and all the cars. They took out their guns and tiptoed through the front door. Carl was sitting in a chair waiting for them. He checked his watch.
28 minutes. Not very snappy. You called us?
They're in the woods, he told them.
Run!
Jim told Tyler to stay with Carl and call an ambulance. Then he ran into the woods after us. Chapter 60. We can never know the mind of the Lord. We can only struggle to do his bidding. But why, Father? Why struggle against the nature he gave us? Struggle strengthens the soul, like exercise strengthens the body. Couldn't God have just made us strong? Then what would we learn from life? We're made in his image. Maybe he's not strong. Maybe he's struggling too. Against Satan. Then he's not all-powerful. He's the Lord God. You just said sophistry and blasphemy. Ours is not to question. But believe, Edward. Just believe, and the kingdom of heaven is yours. Is that too complicated for ya? Save me, she whispered, as she slipped me her gun. I hid it behind me, although I didn't have to. That lazy, cat-like swish was back in Chantal's walk. Roger's eyes stayed locked on her as she waded across the stream and walked up the bank to his rock. "Hello, darling," she said. "Looking for a target? How about this?" She unzipped her jumpsuit and presented one of her temptations. "Last words, Eddie." Roger's gun was still looking at me, but his eyes weren't. "Round, plump." She squeezed her target. "Shoot the bullseye." The crowd grunted. The tom-toms doubled the beat. "Any prayers?" he asked. I searched my soul. Nope, nothing there. I didn't even want mercy. He cocked his gun. It was time for me to raise my piece and blast him, but for some reason, my hand didn't want to do it. So I stood there, looking at Roger's gun. Chantal put herself between Roger and me. She dropped to her knees. She put the six-shooter's barrel in her mouth and greased it. Roger's trigger finger quivered, but it didn't squeeze. He couldn't stop watching those lips moving in and out, porno style. The cops later found lipstick from the sight to the cylinder. She moaned, stroked it, a magnificent performance. We all stood there, watching, hypnotized. My cold and pain disappeared. The gun in my hand was forgotten. Escape and the life beyond this moment went completely from my mind. There was just Chantal's ecstasy as she sucked that piece of metal. How could there be anything else? She loved it so much. The jungle drums got louder as Sheriff Jim followed the little path through the brush, and it dawned on him that this beat was way too funky to be played over serious crime. The Squires Club was legendary in the Lowry rumor mill. This sounded more like one of those legendary parties than it did a murder. Maybe the Squires would invite him to join them. Good thing he left his nephew back at the house. Jim approached the clearing. He saw the drummers. He saw Roger's back. And he saw Chantal on her knees, apparently glued to Roger's crotch. "Well, happy birthday," he said. Jim's voice snapped me out of my trance. I remembered the gun in my hand and raised it. Chantal spat out Roger's pistol. "Shoot!" she screamed. Jim went from seeing no guns to seeing two, and neither one was his. He froze, softly cursing himself. You ever had a gun pointed at you? That tiny black hole, death's eye, staring you down. So absolute, it's almost surreal. Fortunately, I had my gun there at the end of my arm, staring back. It wouldn't protect me, but it would punch a hole right through that sneer Roger was giving me. It would punch a hole through all of them. Curtis, Gerald, Fletcher, Blake, even Lawrence Driver, for as I stared at Roger's curling lip, I could see all of them. Every fetish and fascination that drove this group, I could see in Roger's face. I would always be their pawn, that look said. Me and the wealthless, helpless, clueless billions like me. The injustices were so great and so many that in that split second I thought about them, my hatred of these rich assholes multiplied like an explosive chemical reaction. So I aimed at them, all of them, through him, and I knew I was right in my hatred, for mine was the hatred of billions. The Squires were only a few. Roger examined my look. "You make a beautiful me," he said. Great last words, right? So I decided to kill him. I'd never pointed a gun at anyone before that evening. Now I've done it a bunch, and it has this very interesting effect on people. If they think you're going to do it, that this is it, all their play acting drops away. No point in playing anymore, right? The game's over. Well, Roger Carver played his game to the last second, and then he dropped it, and for one moment, he was a different man. The sneer vanished, the anger vanished, and he lit up like a kid on Christmas morning. Lit. It was the light that had shined on me earlier. My finger was halfway down on the trigger now, and as I kept squeezing, I too flew above the moment. Sure, he'd hurt me, but that was so long ago. We were both people, both touched. That beautiful smile, I was giving it to him. I've made love to a lot of women. Hell, I've poked a few guys, too. But I've never had a moment that intimate. Then the hammer landed on the bullet, and my body turned to rubber. I fell down. And Roger didn't. The cops later said that rouge fragments in the cylinder had cushioned the hammer's landing. Chantal always did have a messy purse. "Again! Shoot him again!" she screamed. Our audience booed and hissed. I looked at my new best friend. He had given himself to me to hate and kill. How could I shoot him again? I loved him. Chantal turned to Roger. "Shoot!" she screamed again.
Not too fussy, are you?
He asked her. Then he shot me. There was a bang this time. It was too quick for me to get scared. I just remember surprise, like, oh, I thought he liked me now. Then the world went on. He shot me a few more times. There were no ricochets, no more flying rock chips.
Good rush, huh?
He asked. It was. Death! It was better than Coke. A shiver went through me and came out as a howl. Roger howled back at me. He was shivering too. The squires joined in our chorus. Even Sheriff Jim gave an appreciative whistle when he finally got his gun out. The only one not cheering was Chantal. Her delicate little hands were squeezed into fists. "You babies!" "Wah," said Roger. "Wah, wah," I agreed. One of Chantal's delicate fists broke Roger's nose. She grabbed his gun and ran. I suppose we could have chased her. Jim could have yelled his extraordinary insight about her financial situation. But we didn't. Distracted, I guess. Deputy Nephew Tyler wasn't distracted. He'd heard those shots and he was scared shitless. What if they hadn't come from Uncle Jim's gun? What if Uncle Jim was now lying dead on the forest floor? Tyler got his gun out. Carl told him to holster it, but Tyler wasn't listening. He ran in front of the building and peered into the woods. Jim had told him to stay put, but that might not mean much now. It might just be Tyler versus the killer. Then Tyler heard footsteps coming closer. They didn't sound like Jim's feet. Then this monster in a fireball jumpsuit jumped out of the woods and pointed a six-shooter at him. That poor kid. The judge said it wasn't his fault, and I agree. Tyler didn't know we were just playing. Chapter 61. It was so sweet watching Joe and Carl meet for the first time. We were all rocking in chairs on the porch when Joe and M's car tore up the driveway. The two of them got out, serious as death. M ran right to Chantal's corpse. Joe took 2 steps, then wham! Right turn. "Has anyone called an ambulance?" he asked Carl with a little bow.
"Oh, for this scratch, go look at the body."
The corner of Carl's mustache curled up as he watched Joe slowly turn away. They've retired to a little island. I'm not saying where, but I visited, and the smoothie shack does indeed have a large supply of mango syrup. Em got her seaside romance out of this evening, too. Not the love of her life, but I think it answered some questions she had about her own sexuality. And when you think of what it would cost an analysis to figure that out, you realize the value that taking a chance can have. Everybody got value from that night. Everybody but Gerald, and I'm not wasting a tear on him. The country squires got the show of their dreams. Chris still gets free drinks from that line he laid on the bar at Red's. The girls at the Hooker Hilton got a great story. The squares of Hadley got a much-needed dance lesson. Roger got massive Mad Dog points with the squires for daring to take a live round. And Chantal, well, I let her down. Roger did too. But that frightened teenager at the edge of the woods, in that last second of Chantal's life, I think he really satisfied her. Me? I was thrown in the room with no windows once again. Joe and Em sat across the table, tape recorder rolling. For 2 hours they questioned me, spun wild stories about my activities, told me how much time I'd do if I didn't spill. Have you ever had to keep a secret under interrogation? I had a dozen secrets. I was bursting. But when we were in the woods, right after we heard Larry's shot, Roger had whispered to me. He'd said, "Wait for your lawyer." I didn't have a lawyer, but now I did. And when they came, 3 of them, oh, what magic they worked! The complaints against me became simple misunderstandings, which in truth is what they were. I filed no charges against Roger. Fletcher and Curtis, of course, filed no charges against me. Chris's cocaine was declared an illegal search. Chantal's and Gerald's deaths were listed as accidental. When I got out of the hospital, 2 days later, it was like the whole evening had never happened. Except for my apartment, which looked like a bomb had hit it. The contents of every shelf and drawer had been dumped on the floor and tossed. I was trying to fix my front door when Roger's rolls screeched to a halt in front of me. Roger got out of the driver's seat. He had my old cap and white gloves on. He saw what I was doing and held the door up while I put the pins back in the hinges. "Think it'll hold?" he asked, wiggling it. Well enough. Not much worth stealing." "Let's go for a spin." He went to the rolls and opened the back door. Gave me a little salute. I could hear Father Dolan screaming in my right ear. "It's a trap, Edward! He'll feed you to the flames!" The flames, the flames. There they were again, threatening me. My whole life, every path I'd found out of Red Hook, there were the flames, crossing it. Is that what the Lord wanted, Father? To pen me in? Am I less in his image than the rest of humanity? If I am, then he should cut me more slack. I'm born to fail. That's how he made me. We sinners are here to make God look good. Besides, I told Father Dolan's vanishing spirit as I stepped into the car, if we never sinned, there'd be nothing to forgive. You guys would be out of a job. Roger was a terrible driver. Jerky stops and starts. British craftsmanship. I'd forgotten what a pleasure it is. He stroked the shift knob. I could still smell her perfume. "What are your plans, Eddie?" I told him the truth, which was that I didn't have any. "Then what are your dreams?" I don't know. Grass shack on the beach in Thailand, I guess. "You'd be bored to death in a week." Then what do Fred and Ginger do after the end of Top Hat? They make another movie. "What do you think of that girl over there?" He pointed to a barely legal Puerto Rican chick waiting for a light. "Ask her if she'd like to go for a ride." What if she says yes? You'll think of something. Roger lets me bring the bags upstairs now. I help him assemble new equipment, maintain the old stuff, arrange the costumes. My chief job, though, is talent scout. It seems my unscripted reactions spoiled the country squires. Now they'll only convene at the promise of what Roger calls fresh meat. I use the term adventurous spirit when I'm pitching the work, which I think is closer to the truth. What makes something an adventure anyway? It has to have unknowns, some suffering, and ideally a reward. I can guarantee that there will be some of each. My buddies from the joint and the docks know a lot of adventurous spirits. Poverty brings that out of you. So does wealth. Chapter 62. So I'm not buying you another? No one ever says yes, not once they hear the totality. The totality of my client's actions may not excuse his actions, but it brings them to a morally accessible place, a place anyone might visit, even you. The jury has always agreed. Father Dolan agreed in sermon number 57. There, but for the grace of God, go I. I was graceful, but I wasn't graceful. Fred Astaire and Jesus Christ, I used to think I had to pick. Chantal put them together for me. That's the alchemy of trouble. Old guys tried to turn lead into gold, while Chantal taught me how to turn sin into salvation. Trouble, the philosopher's stone which I'd been carrying in my pocket. You've heard my story. You know I tried to do the right thing, yet trouble happened. It always happens to me. Through some magic, I transformed the world around me into crises, and you know what? I don't mind anymore. I ran and I ran from trouble, and I stayed right where I was. Finally, I turned around and dove into it. Now I'm dancing at the Excelsior 3 nights a week, and there's some ladies there with that special softness I adore. They're no Chantal, but they can move. I'm not buying you that second drink, am I, Captain Sensible? Sensibility is making less sense now that you've heard the totality. That blessed totality that has brought me not guilty verdicts more than once. No matter how heinous the crime, there's always some part of its totality that's part of your totality. Because at some level, the totality becomes all of human existence. Yours and mine and the jury's. At that level, anyone might want anything, and anyone might do anything. That's why you stuck around. Because there's some part of Captain Sensible that's not sensible. Just like most of me. You keep it tucked away, but I know it's there. I've woken it up. Now it wants to play. Hey, see that girl over there? She's in trouble. I can tell. I know that look. Go ask her what's wrong. Nothing too personal, just a "Pardon me, miss." If she sends you away, great. You've done your duty. But maybe she'll need some help. You're ready to help a stranger, aren't you? I'll be happy to drive.